I calibrated pretty high.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
All right. Weird flex.
Yeah, weird flex.
Flex. Okay, yeah. You're making me all feel super good. Okay, fine. Well, my
There's no
advice
shortcuts
is...
with Dota. That's
Your turn to ban! You better pick your hero. 5 seconds. Oh man, Rick, there's only 10 seconds left to pick a hero!
5 seconds, Morty. It'll be fine.
All will bleed. I hear sniveling.
Why aren't they doing anything? They're just standing around.
Relax, Morty.
Yes! Go crazy!
A wyvern's breath.
Whew, 30 seconds until this place goes ham.
Trolling for victims. My steel shall drink.
Ooh, first blood.
Is no more.
Truth be known, you didn't do too much there. You killed a person. Who cares?
The bell tolls for the Lord of Trolls. No agony enough. Don't cross my path. To the massacre! Faster! Faster! My axe's thirst! Have at them! Hate warns me. I don't think so. They'll rue the day. Yes. Guttural spray. More like it. These blades are too dry. Give him the word.
Oh, come on. The middle tower's under attack.
They'll rue the day. No last wishes. No, don't cross my path. Attack! Faster! Faster! Murderous!
Missing top.
Yes! Spats! Gold for my armor. Word! A nasty business just got nastier. Aghast.
And again.
Ah, no innocence.
Yes.
Axis fly. Give him the word.
We die.
My steel shall drink. Feed my brain. To the massacre. All's fair in war. Yes. Fools. You are
Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
trolling for victims. These blades are too dry. Gold for my armor. I hear.
Morty, middle tower. You might want to look at it.
Middle tower's under attack.
My axis.
Ownage. Oh, ownage. Oh, middle tower's under attack.
I'm under attack.
Great, your middle tower. You can't use that anymore. It's gone.
No agony enough. No agony enough. To the massacre. My steel shall drink. My axis burst. There are no innocents.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack. It's a killing spree over here.
Ooh, Dyer, you gotta fortify their structures. Good work.
You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good.
Morty, bottom tower under attack.
Oh! Come on, your bottom tower's under attack. Get with it.
Bottom tower is gonzo, baby.
Yes. I hear sniveling. BJNazeri rule the day. Don't cross my path. These blades are too dry.
Looks like dire structures are fortified.
Aghast. Die faster.
Fat's in the fight. Too late for you.
Oh, your top tower just took it right in the you-know-what.
Oh, Rick! He's dominating now! He's dominating!
Morty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower is under attack.
Oh, sheesh!
Attack! Trolling for
Oh
victim.
boy, your top tower's under attack.
Yes!
You gotta get serious. Top tower's under attack.
I hear sniveling. Be my blade!
Anti-venom.
That's it! Fry your eyes from your skull! Go for steel! Ah! No agony enough.
I'll never bow. Well, what is...
There are no innocents. Yes!
Killing spree my ass. Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack.
Trolling for victims.
You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good.
Morty's bottom tower under attack.
Oh!
Hey Morty, guess what's not there?
The bottom
You
tower.
deserve it. They'll do until or regret it. Aghast. To the massacre.
Oh, geez, your middle tower's under attack. Oh, geez, middle tower's under attack.
Yes. Gold for my armor.
Oh man, this guy's dominating.
Time.
Your skill.
Slam it.
Mega kill. So
Well,
he just
dub
mega
dub.
killed. Your top tower's under attack.
Feed me. They'll rue the day.
Wait, no, hold on.
We
He's
should start calling this
unstoppable.
person triple kill because they got a triple kill. Oh my gosh, Morty. He's
Whoa,
from
things got
Boston
a
because
little
his
overkill
middle tower is
in here.
under attack. Oh boy, your middle tower just really took a big crap.
Blades are too dry.
Oh, middle tower's under attack. Ooh, oh, not good.
Faster! Faster! Maddening. My steel shall drink. My axe's thirst. Aghast. There are no innocents.
I'm marking this in my journal. This is a day to remember.
own it.
There was a monster kill. Your top tower's under attack. Ha ha ha. Oh, top tower. Loved it. I loved it.
This war will end when everybody's
Oh, jeez, your top tower's under attack.
My steel shall drink. Don't cross my path. They'll rue the day. Give him the word! What was that again? To the massacre! You thought I was bad before.
That force field leads me to believe that Dyer just fortified their structure.
My axe's thirst.
Oh, jeez, your middle tower's under attack.
These blades are too dry.
Oh, jeez, they're swarming your middle barracks.
You know, Morty, it sometimes feels like they don't even care. Oh, Morty, uh-oh. You better hold on to your hat because now it's a mega kill. That's 5, baby. 5. There's no accident anymore.
They're coming after
This isn't
your
an
middle
accident
barracks.
now.
They're fighting against your middle barracks right now. Oh, man.
Trolling for victims. Give him the word. The ultimate in trolling.
Holy crap, Ricky's unstoppable.
I hear.
Ooh, your middle barracks just got wiped off the face of the map. Oh boy, Morty,
tiny
middle barracks
little
are gone on the map of
No
your life.
agony.
Whoa,
Peanut.
they're godlike.
Yes.
Oh, your top tower's under attack.
Ready.
Oh, Roshan's fallen to the Dire.
My war chest grows. Pain is gain. No agony enough.
Killing spree, whoa! Holy shit!
These
Double kill, oh man.
Oh, come on. The middle tower's under attack.
Yes. Yes. Aghast. Go for my armor. I hear sniveling. Sounds havoc. Gold for my armor.
Your middle tower just bit the big one.
Jeez, man. They're getting whooped. Oh, man, your middle tower just got destroyed. Hey, jeez, why don't you start taking things seriously, you know, because your ancient is under attack.
Ah, Morty. Can you smell it? The smell of freshly slaughtered body. Hey, what do you think this is a game? Morty, calm down. It's only a monster kill.
A nasty business.
Hey, dummy, your ancient's under attack. Hey, what do you think this is a game? Your ancient's under attack.
Don't cross.
Game over, baby. Oh, man.
Don't look at me.
To a TI before. For me, the most surprising one is Hanskin's never been to a TI.
Yeah. So far hasn't been to one. This is the first, and probably some emotions are running pretty damn high here. But he does have seasoned captain, like we mentioned, next to him to cool those emotions off. And also FNG that we haven't mentioned. He was extremely popular for a decent while in the Eastern Europe region because of captaining VP to the same TI. I believe S4 plus FNG, they bring a lot of equanimity to the team at this stage.
Yeah, and they're the only team here without a coach. I think that's kind of the crazy thing is like they've decided they've got enough strong voice, and when you've got two, veteran seasoned captains, they feel like they don't need that outside or that, that sixth voice in the team anymore. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
And Hanskin also has captaincy experience. So you don't have a coach, but you have an extremely respected, knowledgeable captain in S4. And then you have a support duo that also like to control and have input into the tempo of the game, although obviously they know S4 is boss. What can you guys tell me about the support duo of Hanskin and FNG? Visit.
Well, FNG, he's always been the most classic, old school position 5 coming from the Eastern Europe region. You won't really be expecting him to be playing some crazy heroes like Pango and Tidehunter and whatnot, but he will bring stability to any single lane. And one thing that I've noticed back in the day while playing against him, this guy has a metronome in his head that just works a little bit faster than anyone else's, and all the moves that he makes them just slightly faster than you. So even if you can predict what he's about to be doing, you can't predict just how fast. And because of that, all of his teams have done movements correctly and a little bit faster than you, at least in my case. But then again, you got
the old man reflexes.
Yeah, I'm a boomer.
Yeah, and I'd say for Hanskin, he to me is the player on this Alliance team who's improved the most over the last year or two. He was a player I always looked at who was trying to play 4th position, but he looked more like a 5. I never saw him as that like flashy, high skill support player that could make the plays you need on the 4th position role. But the reason Alliance, have done so on the DPC leagues, even though they didn't do well in the majors, was largely because of Hanskin's improved play on so many different heroes.
And before we do start talking about T1, I do also want to ask about Nico Baby. How is his team setting him up for success, Owen?
I mean, it's very clear a lot of the times that they do specifically pick things that are just going to enable Nico Baby, give him that space and allow him to... Well, one of my favourites from him, of course, is his Faces Void. Just sort of play these carry heroes that can just have huge impact in the fights. A lot of the time, I'm pretty sure Nico Baby probably takes the lead in a lot of the team fights on the comms. You sometimes hear snippets of it in the videos that the Alliance upload at the progress of the practicing back at their training facility. That he's a very vocal carry, and that's something that you need. And you need him to have that confidence to stay at that level of sort of making those shot calls when he's out here on the main stage. And I believe that Nico Baby's able to do that.
There might be, even when we're looking at these heroes of TI, there might actually be quite a bit of overlap between T1 and Alliance. If you're Alliance, are you going to be trying to get your comfort picks here, or are you going to be trying to surprise and maybe avoid these pairings that we're seeing?
I think for sure a little bit of both. At this stage, you're aiming at your comfort picks, but you will also try to mix things up a little bit and throw T1 off. So usually what we've seen from Alliance so far is that they haven't truly strayed away from their schematics. If there's a puck on that mid lane, they're picking that DK instantly. Yeah. If there's a Mirana or a Monkey King possible for Hanskin, they might snatch it. So nothing really extraordinary when it comes to the drafts. Where I'm really looking at is the gameplay and the execution from Alliance.
Well, why don't we have a look at the figures in terms of heroes for T1, just to see if we do have any comparison in terms of what they're picking. And obviously the Snapfire pick. I feel like this is the favorite hero of every team right now. Yeah,
it's like one of the most played heroes. It's just so stable, kind of fits into any draft. It just gives you a little bit of everything. So probably going to be contested. I think that first hero, Lina, that's been perhaps Limp's best hero, even though it wasn't in Alliance's
for a really long time.
Yeah,
as well, right?
So I think this Lina is going to play a really big part in this series, or it's just going to be banned. So these two teams are either going to be picking in the first phase or having to prepare, an answer for it in the mid lane. Definitely something to look out for.
Interesting. And also the Crystal Maiden pick, I feel like that tells us a lot about the way that T1 likes to run their supports. It seems like they're very into their backline. They're not really up to kind of getting up close into their AoEs, their stuns.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Your Crystal Maidens, your Weavers, they've been playing a lot of these heroes that like to be on the outskirts, the Disruptor, the Lion as well. So they tend to play the game that way, in which Whitemon and Zephyr are not necessarily the first one running in, and that's enabled because of the Doom pick, perhaps, that we've just seen. Not many teams have these mid laners that are just bulky and just want to be frontlining constantly every single fight. I believe Karl is the one that enables supports to be on the outskirts of team fights.
Now, if you are in Team T1 and you're looking back at those matches against LGD yesterday, what are the key takeaways? What are the things you're hoping to kind of focus on so that you can guarantee yourself a spot in the next stage of TI, Gods?
I think where T1 look good is when they have that kind of meta carry, they play really well around the Medusa, for example, and these supports that can really have a high impact on the lanes. I think T1 look their best when they're coming out of the laning stage and are able to make a lot of plays around the map, particularly around Karl. You mentioned the Doom, where he's really good. These heroes that can kind of come online and hit this kind of early to mid game timings and then put their opponents on the back foot.
How does that compare to the pace that Alliance likes to set?
I mean, I think, Alliance, they'll be happy to sort of match the action that the T1's going to be bringing them. This game sort of just making sure that Nico Baby's out of harm's way, getting Limp on these mids that's more than happy to sort of stand tall in the mid lane if any fights get brought his way, or quick to react to any sort of side lane plays. And I think, Alliance, they're really going to have to fully focus on making sure that they don't let T1 get ahead of them early. Because in this sort of matchup, if Alliance gets behind coming out the laning stage, I think against T1, this team's just so hard to come back against after a lost early game.
Yeah, you think that puts some pressure on Alliance, perhaps? Just crush them in the laning stage no matter what? Is that the mindset that you think they're going in?
I think so, but I think Alliance, they are a team that can deal with that sort of pressure. I don't think they're going to be necessarily feeling that. I think they're going to be coming in confident, very cool-headed. Sort of my concern for Alliance is that T1, on the other hand, I just see sort of T1, this TI, they seem to have the same sort of energy to me that you saw sort of when OG won their first TI.
Yeah.
They're coming out, they're laughing, they're smiling, and they're playing some of the best Dota that they've been able to bring out. Sure, they got knocked down here to the lower bracket, but taking a game off LGD, this team is really, really good. I hope we get a close series, but I would not be surprised if we do just see T1 roll over Alliance here.
It's so true. I saw T1 at breakfast, and I said hi, and they were chatting. I was sitting at a table. They were singing and laughing, and they were so carefree.
I just love this because I've been following these guys for 2 seasons in the DPC, right? And Whitemon is the one that puts the key in ignition and just lights things up. He's the one always smiling. He's just having a blast every single time, no matter what. Every single game that we watched or interviewed him, he's just a pleasure to be around, and it's very reminiscent of Jarax in OG.
Sounds like music to my ears, Lizard. Now let's talk about S4 versus Cuckoo. We've got our off-lane captains. What is the difference between these two, if we were to put them head-to-head?
I would say... Oh, no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You're so kind to each other. I'm just going to go to Lizard in a second. Gods, you go because you're in the middle.
I would say Cuckoo's a bit more stable with his play, but at the same time, they both can have very hot and cold games. I think Cuckoo's got a better ability to take over games with a good start. S4 a bit more stable. You kind of know what you're getting. Playing more of kind of maybe the more team fight centric heroes, whereas Cuckoo sometimes will go off a different direction, play some kind of Bat Rider, something more farm heavy. So they do have a fairly different hero pool at times.
All right. So, predictions then. It seems like you're all going the way of T1.
A little bit, I believe, right? Are you guys
a
the same?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be super... I think Alliance being underestimated by a lot of people, but T1, they took a game off PSG LGD. That's something very few people have done here at TI, so I have to favor T1 based
And they
on
also
that.
made it feel competitive throughout all 3 games. It's not like they just took one off and that's it. The whole series looked nice.
If you're Alliance right now, and you're looking at what T1 were playing yesterday against LGD, what are you trying to do in terms of the build you're going to be doing and the things you're going to be drafting overall? Obviously, we're going to try draft panels soon, but what is the overall thing that you're trying to achieve?
I think the best way to go about it would maybe try and copy everything that PSG LGD has done, because it obviously works for them. Trying to just negate T1 their strengths is also nice. Maybe getting rid of that Doom in the early stages. Picking and dissecting the way they move across the map and the way they protect 23 Savage could prove to be really good for Alliance, because the way T1 likes to play is they're all about protecting 23 and his farm. That's something that they've adopted ever since they got him into the squad, which was at the end of the first season of the DPC.
I'm also kind of curious about the attitude of Alliance, because S4 in his interview after their win against Beast Coast the other day, he was saying that basically they learnt a lot from groups and they came really well prepared, and basically the key to their win was the fact that they decided to have some fun and not have nerves. It almost seems like a T1 approach. Is that going to be enough though? Both teams having fun.
I don't think it's never enough by itself. You need the kind of skill and strategy to back it up, but when you're at TI, the playing field is so even that being in the right mindset, having that kind of mental edge can play such a big part in any game. And I disagree a bit with Lizard, like you mentioned, play more like PSG. I think Alliance, the best thing they can do is just play Alliance Dota.
Okay.
I don't think they want to go away from their comfort picks, their play style. They don't look at what other teams did to beat T1. They have to play their game or things will quickly fall apart when you're at TI if you're trying to change your play style overnight.
In the past, Limp has been criticised and seen as great for laning, but not much beyond the game in the mid. Is that true? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of these mids that sometimes in the matchup, he'll just look unbeatable. Like, he turns up and he'll completely dominate the enemy mid. And he normally he can turn that into like sort of this fantastic momentum. But I think there's just been a few games where Limp can get a little bit ahead of himself. Like, he'll have that fantastic start, but then suddenly, just a bit of an overextension or a dive a little too far, and it ends up costing the team a lot. And these sort of mistakes you're not going to get away with when you're playing against a team like T1, who will immediately capitalize on them. So it's just, again, for me, for Alliance, it's just that volatility sort of across the board. Like, they can really hit it right, but when they don't, it falls apart very, very quickly. So they've got to make sure that they don't have those sort of early errors.
Yeah, if you take some concise comparison between Limp on a Lina and Limp, let's say, on a DK. On his Lina that we mentioned earlier, he can completely crush the lane. But if you're out of position one of two team fights, your whole game falls apart. However, when you're playing that Dragonite and you slowly win the lane, then your whole team converges around you and you're the focal point of your team fight, then Alliance looks a lot stronger, and so does Limp.
And what do we mean by the phrase beautiful Dota? Because I've also heard Alliance being described as a team that gives good, beautiful Dota. God, what does that mean? Because my games are never beautiful.
For me, when I hear it, it's like you, as a viewer, as a commentator, you're watching, and every move makes sense. Like, there's a clear purpose that you just see, like the rotations when they're, like, for example, collapsing around certain objectives, like the power runes. They're setting traps. They're making smokes at the right times. Being in the right place to contest a Roshan. So to me, I always look at the movement of heroes around the map, and when they're playing alone, when they're syncing up together, and that's something that Alliance on their best days do really well, but a lot of the time it can also look a bit more disjointed.
Now, I wish we could pull up some highlights from yesterday's match between LGD and T1, because I do think it still bears talking about, especially the second game in that 3-game series, where we saw a 10-man buyback fight, and all the couriers also coming back online as well. I feel like that might be one of the most memorable moments of TI of the main stage so far.
I don't think I've ever seen that ever.
No, never.
Not even at TI, like any tournament.
Any tournament, any single TI, not even
any pub games. Yeah, just any Dota games, full stop. Yeah,
that was incredible, and it was so enjoyable to watch that game and just be a part of it. T1 versus PSG LGD definitely did put a mark on the whole main event.
Do you think that the reason that T1 couldn't pull it back in that last game was just kind of LGD just saying, okay, right, we need to take things up a notch? Do you think it was down to that Ursa? What do you think was the thing that really knocked T1 out the running?
LGD definitely did step it up a little bit at the end, but at the same time, they did allow T1 to have all of the good stuff in the second game, and they struggled against it. However, once you negate a couple of those heroes, which I assume Alliance will do in their first draft over here as well, then it does become a little bit easier.
And I think the scary thing with LGD is they're not just like a momentum team. When they lose a game, they learn a lot and adapt quickly. I think there are some teams, one of the big examples always EG, once their drafts maybe get figured out, they can't adapt as fast. But for LGD, with Zhao 8, it just feels like they lose a game and they come back twice as strong the game afterwards, typically.
Apparently, we're having a few technical issues on stage right now. They're just fixing some audio issues. So apologies for the delay. We are going to try and get you into the match as soon as possible. Don't panic. But I want to talk about also T1's T1 drafts. That's how Game 2's draft was described with the Medusa and Doom combo. What makes a T1 draft and why does it work so well with their playstyle?
It's usually kind of greedy, like you mentioned. Like the Doom made it feels like it's a bit more on the greedy side, but they have these support, like these backlining supports that can be very active, dish out a lot of damage, and take advantage of the fact that like all 3 cores on T1 get kind of farmed. I feel like that's what I would say about them.
Yeah, 100%. Cuckoo is perhaps sometimes a little bit more sacrificial. He can be greedy if he gets that Doom or Bat like we talked about before, but if there is a Doom on mid lane and Medusa on the safe lane, he will play that full playmaker role with Zephyr and Whitemon and create as much space as possible. But I think when you give them heroes that they've played 1,000 times each, Karl, every single game in the DPC season, Doom was either banned from him or he picked it. So when you have such full comfort zone, it doesn't matter what the matchup is. It doesn't matter how greedy you are, because you will find a way to play it, to make it work in the game.
Is T1 just going to outright ban Doom? Is that what you're expecting, Owen?
Alliance, I think.
Alliance. I'm so sorry.
That's right. I think Alliance. I think they will. I mean, as you say, it's kind of funny that we sort of get to this international level, and you see some teams not really following the same sort of strats that teams were doing against them in the regional sort of level. You know, it's sort of as if they're looking in elsewhere. And I think you have to look back to, as you say, what people were doing back in the DPC. Because it's looking a little too good. I think for me, the Lina is still prioritized higher. The games that he's had on that in the mid lane, he's almost as if it's a straight up second carry. It's just like this insurance. Sure, 23 Savage is also having an incredible game, but you've got these two heroes that are just dishing out ridiculous amounts of damage in the team fight, just at an unbearable level. So I think if Alliance let the Lina get through, they're going to have a really tough time.
And what's up with all the coaches exiting the booth and then being like, yeah, this draft is easy. We let them have their best heroes. So far, every single draft, after the draft, the post interview with the coach, he would be like, yeah, we knew what they're going to pick, but we let them. You know, we prepared for it. And I'm not sure if that's the right approach. And look at those smiles. That's Whitemon right there, taking the punches in the middle. Like, he's like, the mood is just so relaxed.
This is what's going to happen if we lose. No, this is...
I mean, maybe some play-by-play. It's over. The fight's over. No one won. KO to nobody. What a shame. I was hoping for some high-quality FGC casting on the desk there.
Yeah, Owen, if you want to...
Owen, it's going.
Oh, here we go. Are we playing hand slaps here?
He's going to get... Oh, we
are.
Here we go.
Here we go, Owen. Okay.
I don't even know how this game's played. What do you do? Just slap each other?
So Cuckoo seems to be going first. He's on the offense first.
No, he's not very good at this.
Warning
his opponent. You have to dodge the slap by doing the
I
up
think
and down.
I think he's teaching him how to play. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't want to play now.
Don't want to hurt your teammates' hands before
no,
throwing
yeah, probably not the best idea, slapping the hell out of your hands before a TI game. I think they've been talked out of it.
Well,
maybe they're just short on hand warmers, you know, they're getting innovative.
Yeah, there it is.
Get those hands warm.
Sadly, Cuckoo is not going to be slapping his teammates' hands, but he did have a chat with Casey, I believe. So we're going to see what he had to say right now.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year, and as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kinda unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captains told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than much. Nah, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the ANA Major. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI-10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on any major, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI-10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I wanna see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kinda good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the ages as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
Wow, you can see in their plays, especially obviously from yesterday's match against LGD, that truly T1 have been grinding. But is it going to be enough to get them through this lower bracket run? And are we going to see them play against Evil Geniuses? You want to see that, Lizard, surely?
It would actually be the next round instantly.
Yes,
yeah.
so because that round 2 happened yesterday. So T1 versus Alliance, VG versus EG. So in other words, we could actually see that matchup in the next round.
We could see 7 SCA players play the game from EG versus T1. It would be hype. I would be really happy for the whole region as well, because it's so talented. Talking to any players, you know for a fact that their pubs are probably the most skilled, but also the most chaotic.
And they take a lot of pride. I mean, we saw it there several times when Cuckoo was talking about qualifying for TI. He's like, he knew if they didn't do well enough for the Annie Major, SCA may get one less slot at TI. So, he wanted to do well and represent his region. Even looking at the SCA region, you have 2 players on T1 who are the first Indonesian players to play at TI. So it's a big deal for Indonesia, the country, for the whole SCA region, that they're kind of like the last hope for SCA to do well here at TI.
And it is a shame that we lost Fnatic in that match against Team Spirit yesterday. But at the same time, I mean, they made a player change just before their qualifier, and they still managed to make it through the best of ones here in the lower bracket as well, and make it through to a best of 3 on the main stage. So it seems like the future's looking bright for this region, Owen.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll go straight up and say my bracket predictions. I have T1 winning this whole tournament. Because I was just been so impressed with the improvement of them over the year, over the season. They came, 3rd at the last major. They just took a game off LGD. That sort of sold me enough. I think at the least we're going to see them get to the grand finals, and I think they can absolutely do it. This would be the year for Cuckoo to finally step up to the end here with an SEA squad.
That is it's quite the endorsement from Mr. OD Pixel. Are they using your voice line in game?
And they shouldn't they? Yeah, go T1. Cuckoo, you better buy my voice line.
This is why I'm excited to interview the players.
I've said I've shouted him out in cast enough. It's time for him to shout me back. I feel like every single game that I cast T1, it's always like Cuckoo this, Cuckoo that, Cuckoo. He's just making so many plays and making all the moves. He's always getting us excited.
And they're letting me loose on the players later. So if you guys have got any requests, if you want me to talk to the players and just be like, hey, I've got these friends on the desk. They've got these cracking voice lines. I can just pitch them to you. They're going to be so annoying to your enemies. They're going to win you TI OG stuff. Who's in?
Sign me up. Yep.
Amazing. All right. Well, while we wait, I believe a PC has just been swapped out. We're going to have a little bit of fun here at TI because we have got a rapid fire session with Team Alliance.
Welcome back. More rapid fire questions coming your way. I'm joined by Nico Baby. I'm here with FNG of Alliance. Welcome, my friend. Yes. Who is, in your opinion, the worst teammate in interviews?
That's a rough one. We're all pretty bad at this. So, it's hard to say.
What was the last thing you ate?
What the fuck?
the memory is so bad, you know?
You don't remember what you ate? FNG, what was the last thing you ate?
Bulba. Sorry, not the player. I mean, Bulba is a Belarus word for potato.
Potato?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the player. I'm sorry,
Bulba the
Bulba.
potato.
I'm sorry, Bulba.
Everyone's gonna keep that one going now. Can you tell us there, Limp? What about the last movie you watched?
Actually, we watched Dune together.
I wasn't really into the story so much, but 6 out of 10.
Oh, you're gonna make a lot of Dune fans unhappy with that.
Wasn't my type that much.
Now, you know a lot of people are waiting to watch that movie, and you're one of the blessed
Yeah,
people
I
who
felt
watch it.
like they released it very early in Ukraine for some reason, but I'm not sure why.
Can you tell me the last person you called on the phone using your voice?
My brother. I mean, he was like, can you prepare better? I'm like, we're doing the best we can. He's like, did you prepare my strat offlane Medusa? I'm like, you don't understand Dota. No.
What a family affair for Alliance there. And if you want to catch up with Dakota and the gang, he's involved in The Late Show with Mr. Piri and Flax. So check that out tonight. But also, I want to see movie reviews with Alliance. I mean, they were quite harsh on poor Jude.
They were really harsh. Did you watch it, guys?
I haven't seen it, but I'm excited
haven't seen
to
it
see
as
it.
well.
Yeah.
I was waiting to go watch. I'm also in Ukraine, just like Alliance was, but I didn't go before TI. Now they kind of ruined it for me a little bit.
Whose fault is that? Yeah. Now you've got the spoiler, the storyline. It's a 6 out of 10 apparently.
Here I was hoping Alliance would do well, and now they're going off flaming June. They're dead to me.
Okay, so now you're saying
Yeah.
T1. Who do
T1.
you have winning your bracket again?
I had Secret EG in the finals.
Okay, it's a classic.
Yeah. It's a bit hopeful.
A bit hopeful. I mean, is it classic matchup? Is it is it an uninspiring? Not uninspiring. It wouldn't be an uninspiring matchup at all. It's just something that I think a lot of people would expect is all. Sorry, that sounded terrible.
Yeah, I think at this point it'd be a bit of a surprise. I mean, EG have to make such a long lower bracket run, and then for Secret, I mean, they took out OG, but it's still a tough road for them through LGD as well. So
Yeah, the word I was looking for was obvious. I'm so sorry, Gods.
No, you're good.
Lizard, while I try and...
I'm dead. You make best situation out of no situation. You 13 mana boy. You 13 mana boy. You make best situation out of no situation. I'm dead. I'm dead.
On TI, I don't care whatever else happens when it comes to pictures, when it comes to hairstyle. They have not only Notail but Thompson as well, right? With long blonde hair.
Their coach,
their coach, they've changed over this 2 years, and I would say for the better when it comes to when it comes to hairstyles.
Well, you know what I've been very, very impressed
I think
by?
they'll see
It's
and talk about the mistakes,
the suits that you
perhaps,
guys have
but
been rocking.
ultimately
I would
this
like
is a team
to wear a
whose
suit
biggest
as well.
strength
It's
is
just that
always
they
being
don't
the
fit
mental
me. Right now, they really do not fit
not
me.
necessarily
For
the lower
kind of
bracket, but
obvious
TI
reason you
in
probably
general.
can't see because of this
They're
laptop.
incredibly
It's
comfortable up on that stage. You
hiding
can see 'em
something.
there. There's no-
I'm clearly not trying to because that would be
whose
impossible.
biggest strength
But
is
you know what?
always
Over on the
being the mental
draft panel, we've got
This is really
quite
where
the
they're their
spectacular
strongest,
look,
you know, not
and I
necessarily
would
the
really
lower
like
bracket, but
to show it
TI in
off
general.
right now.
They're
Again,
incredibly-
two of our panelists getting the wine memo. We've got basically Zim Fandel from Weatherspoons, and then we've got Pinot Grigio Blush in the middle, and then we have the sommelier, Fogged.
Sure.
How are you guys doing over on the draft panel?
Yeah, it's good. You know, I've never done a draft panel without a draft, so it's a very unique experience. Welcome to the draft panel.
Welcome. Who has the best suits, you or Iceman?
Iceman? Who's Iceman? That's Tsunami?
Iceman.
Is that what we call Tsunami now?
You or Bruno? You or our friend Bruno?
No, I think it's Tsunami. I think that's the right answer. I'm sorry.
Tsunami.
I
Okay.
modeled. I went to my tailor and I showed him a bunch of pictures of Tsunami. I'm like, can you make me look like him? And he's like, well, I'll try.
He's like, the beard is on you. You've
Yeah,
got to do the
exactly.
beard yourself.
And the face as well, you know, and the voice. But besides that, I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
And it's your first TI as well. Sorry, I didn't
No, he
mean to
definitely
interrupt,
has
Fox.
the color variety coming down, right? Like Tsunami tends to have, like, he's got these purples, these greens, everybody else sticks to the normal colors, then we got the pink, so yeah, sticking to it.
Something incredible has been happening, which is we've been matching without even realizing.
Not me.
It's just Dota 2, it brings you together.
Yeah.
Team Merlot versus Team Pink, basically. It's like we've already set up our teams, and I'm so sorry to Team Merlot that I'm on your team by accident. Maybe I can be in the coaching role and just do the shoulder massages. I can do a march, coach march, and this is my technique. What do you think?
Oh, it's terrifying.
That's scary.
That's the only thing I'm. Well, I thought I was about to say that's the only thing I'm good at. It turns out I'm not good at that either. I'm going to ask about your brackets as well. I'm going to ask you to kind of predict the winner of TI right now, because why not? We've got time.
PSG, LGD.
I was going to say Vici originally, but I'm leaning towards LGD now. Yeah.
I had LGD IG finals.
Okay.
LGD winning.
Yeah, me too, actually.
So definitely it's going to be China's year, you're thinking. Okay. Any particular reason why? This is a really stupid question. They're two of the best teams in the world right now. But you know what? Answer it anyway. Why?
Just dominance throughout group stage, dominance throughout the year, comfortable players, powerhouse players, and I think there's a lot of clutch factors that comes into once you get to the grand finals of these like powerhouse mid players in particular, and I think LGD and IG literally have like my two favorite mid players at the moment. So.
You don't think that Arme is going to be haunted by TI's past?
No.
I hope not.
I don't think so personally, because he's just been playing out of his mind. He's been grinding pubs every day. I initially had LGD IG finals as well, but I think we might see LGD VP in the grand finals.
Oh.
VP? Is that because of their performance?
Just surprise everybody.
I was a fly on the wall in the interview between Slacks and DM. Say, he is so confident. One, incredible English, natural interviewee. I was quite jealous of Slacks actually, but also, yeah, they're just taking it completely in their stride. And I suppose you've just had a win. Of course, you're going to come into the interview room. Of course, you're going to be feeling confident. But it does seem like there is something about these young players who've grown up watching TI where, of course, they care, but also they have this phenomenal self-belief, and I kind of want to read their self-help manuals. Listen.
Yeah, I think it's actually very specific to VP. They consider themselves like this new generation, and they approach TI like, step aside, boomers. We don't need any of your advices. We're going there with our own strategy, with our own belief in ourselves, and we will take it. There's quite a lot of optimism surrounding them at the moment.
You feel optimistic?
I feel optimistic.
What about you guys? Obviously, I think you do.
They went for the strat where they pretend to reveal other strats in an interview, and they're like, we got you. We were actually saving a bunch of them behind, because DM was very talkative in that interview. I was very surprised. Usually players don't say as much. So I'm hoping that's what they're going for. It's the mind games, right? Right, Lizard?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
We got to cover them a lot in DPC, and sometimes, maybe a little bit of overconfidence was a bit of their downfall. So that's one thing where I always have to be like, VP, you can have that confidence, but rein it in a little bit. You have to give some respect to your opponents. They're here for a reason too. So, I think they are super dominant team, but like in DPC, they had some games where they literally would give the opposing team their best heroes, and then we'd be like, why'd you do this? And it'd be like, because we wanted to challenge ourselves. So sometimes I think you got to be a little bit careful with that.
Some things linger on from the old VP. The old VP, historically did A to Z challenge, trying to pick every single hero in a turn. Yeah. They never picked the same hero twice in the same tournament. So some of that, bravado still remains.
And that same bravado and optimism can come to haunt you a little bit, because as Evo said, during that same interview, he was pretty much revealing what their most comfortable strategy is. He said, oh yeah, this is our most comfortable draft, and we were happy to play it, and we won with it. Well, guess what? Now everyone knows what's your most comfortable draft. It might be a little bit of a problem, but if you adapt to it, I think you can make it work.
Surely you can also see that, though, by watching the games.
It's hard to tell the mental state of the players during the game, so having that information it's like the confirmation, as Lizard says. So.
Yeah.
Lizard. Lizard and Evo.
Evo.
I like that
Our
duo.
two favorites. No, I think with younger players and less experienced ones, anxiety does play a huge role in how they perform at TI, and we saw that with Beast Coast, who a lot of us had really high expectations for. And I remember an interview that we did with DM at ESL One Fall, and he said that they've been changing the way that they approach life recently. They brought someone new into their team, and he's just been adding routine and discipline and structure to their schedule and actually making them like go outside and things like that, and it's been really good for them. But the thing about VP is when they start to lose, they kind of fall apart, and we really haven't seen them yet. Because I remember they were willing to do interviews at ESL One Fall up until they lost one game, and then they just didn't want to talk to us that day. So there really could just be some psychological block that they have going on.
They also represent the whole region, right? And when
welcome back
you're
to more
representing
rapid-fire question action.
Eastern Europe, do you have a lot of pressure on you?
There's team spirit, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
No, for sure. Just the main organization from the region.
Another man who likes to pile on the pressure is Dakota. So let's find out how T1 fared under his rapid-fire questioning.
Hi, welcome back to more rapid fire question action. I'm here with 23 Savage of T1. Welcome, Carl. How you doing?
I'm good.
You ready for some rapid fire trivia?
I'm ready.
Who played in the grand final of the first TI?
Navi.
And?
I don't know.
Nobody knows the other team.
IG?
Close. Another Chinese team. Rhymes with Fleabone.
Navi and IG?
Oh, close.
Navi and Ihom?
You're right. Good job. You'd be surprised how many of your teammates said IG. Who is most likely to yell on your team in a match?
Yeah, I think it's me.
You get loud? You yell?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm always hype.
You're always hype.
Yeah.
You seem pretty hyped for this interview. Can you tell me the worst roommate on your team?
Can I say coach?
Of course.
I think coach.
Who's the best player on your team?
Me.
Nice. Who's the most improved over the last year?
Carl.
Can you tell me the last movie you watched?
Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah. Squid Game.
You watched Squid Game?
I watched Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
Of course. How do you think you would do on Squid Game?
Maybe gonna die. Like.
I think I died. I was right at the end of the interview. I can't do my job. I could barely do it in the first place, and now that's absolutely killed me. I like that that's also a movie, and I know that obviously it's a TV series, and obviously English isn't the first language. But now I'm thinking about a 9-hour Squid Game movie, and I could only watch one episode of that thing at a time, so I cannot imagine the tenacity and also the trauma of watching 9 hours of Squid Game.
That would be a little bit too much, even for a Dota player. We go through it one game at a time, but even for us, it would be too much.
Yeah, we're used to the suffering, but yeah, there's still a limit before you gotta kind of take a step back.
Do you, Victor, would you commentate a Squid Game?
Oh, if the Dota players were playing it, absolutely. You know, let's get all the Dota players in. Every much, we're playing for so much money. You know, we could put a bit more on the line than just a bit of video games. Come on, let's make it interesting. Let's make it exciting. Next year, we'll be there.
We wouldn't have a scene anymore.
Wow, there's so many players. We've got
Just
a few
use the
we can
retired
get
players, you know, the All-Star game or something.
There we go. Not doing anything else. Come and play a bit of Squid Game. It's nice.
Which Dota professional would win Squid Game?
Oh, I'd have to go with Fly.
Fly.
Yeah, Fly.
Fly would win.
Probably.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an awkward dinner? Again, I don't want to do spoilers. I want to be careful, but like Fly, No Tail, Puppy.
That would be a very interesting trio to watch out for. Probably the one that Owen would be most typecasting.
Yeah, that'd be hype on. That would be hype. Yeah.
It's fine, right? I'm going to order myself a gold animal mask. Again, trying to avoid spoilers here. So moving swiftly on to some interesting stats from TI. I think these are overall TI stats as opposed to TI 10 statistics. We're going to bring them up in our impressively massive monitor. Unfortunately, you cannot buy these in the secret shop. Over 10 years of TI, 1,598 matches played, and I think Owen has cast approximately 600 of those. Any highlights?
See, that's a lot, maybe. Any hype from all TIs? Or from these stats specifically. I mean, there's a lot of creeps. You know, I feel bad for the creeps here. 2.8 million creep deaths. You know, it's not talked about enough. If we get enough in the chat, please, for every single creep that was killed over the 10 years of TI. Thank
It's
you.
not their fault they became creeps.
Exactly.
I thought more would be killed. I'm a bit underwhelmed.
You want to see more
Yeah.
Are you
suffering?
really underwhelmed?
I'm a carry player. Yeah, I want to death to all the creeps. That's what they're there for.
I kind of want to see what the last hit statistics are. Just because that's when we can get properly judgy and pretend that we would be able to do so much better. I think we might even have some more stats.
Oh.
Team total wins. There we go. Interesting that OG have the least amount of wins, but you have to remember that when they won TI 8 and TI 9, it was through the upper bracket, and obviously they formed, I think their first TI was TI 6?
I think so as
Because
well.
Monkey Business formed 2015, I believe.
Yeah, and then they went through a couple of majors and then straight into the TI. That's probably why they have the least amount. Keep in mind that PSG LGD, have they been at every single TI since TI 1?
Yeah, they're just this historic TI organization. EG has, and I'd say, look to the other team next to them. EG has had so much TI success. This is a team that just has been like a top, 4 to 6 team in almost like every TI, it feels like, other than 1 or 2 years.
And when you look at IG, it's pretty much the same situation because T1, most of their players in that interview thought that IG was the team that won TI1, but it was actually the TI2 that they managed to win, if I'm correct, right?
Yep, they won that one over Navi, and yeah, all those orgs up there, fantastic historic orgs. LG, the only one that hasn't won a TI, actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe this is the year.
Well, unfortunately, we've still got some technical difficulties in the pods going on, but it's fine. Stay with us. Stay with us. We could do a little fashion show. We're not going to do a fashion show. We're still going to talk about Dota. Don't worry. I'm not going to start talking about Counter-Strike. Don't switch off. Stick with us. In terms of I mean, I did mention it briefly earlier when we were looking at how many matches are played, but Bahrain, is there a particular match that you've casted at International that has really stood out and stayed with you? I know there have been quite a few.
Well, I mean, it's probably obviously the Seb game, isn't it? Right, TI Grand Finals when OG do it. That's probably one that stands out the most that I casted. I think outside of that, of course, there's a lot of fantastic games. I mean, was it what it was Ice? What was he playing on? Was it back on where the one that Cap casted? That was one of the considered one.
Oh,
of
the
EG
eHome, yeah.
EG eHome. Yeah, that
he was playing carry.
Yeah, in terms of just all games, that was quite a spectacle.
Do you get royalties from the Seb scarves?
No, I should, shouldn't I? I should. I'm very bad at business and stuff. I like to do things. People can make money out of me. I don't mind. I'm just here for the good times.
OG, you've won
If you want to
TI
send me a
twice.
check in the post, though, OG, I'll take it.
You've won TI twice. You don't need the money. This man, however, look, he's not even wearing a proper shirt today.
I've
He
not
can
even
only
got a
afford
scarf.
t-shirts.
It's cold out.
Absolutely shocking. And you know what? We are going to have to take a short break while we get this technical stitch sorted out. I'm going to grab my little screwdriver. Yes, it is maroon. And we will be back with you as soon as we can.
It's your turn to ban. 5 seconds. Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
All will bleed. They'll rue the day.
What are we here for again?
Trying to help these guys win a game.
Win the game? Right, yeah, okay.
The path of this conflict was decided long ago.
My steel shall drink.
The next label play.
30 seconds till Jit goes ham in the dollar store, Morty.
Normally. Lakad mo to. Normally.
Faster! Faster!
Blood has been spilled, Morty, for the first time in this game.
First blood! I cut you, and I split you, and I killed you!
Who's that blowing the horn? Can somebody stop blowing that horn?
The bell tolls for the Lord of Trolls! There are no innocents. Faster! Faster!
I'll make it that.
Deadly!
It's my right!
I don't think so. Pay the true. Yes. Denied! To the massacre! I hear sniveling. Let's get trolling for victory. Axes fly! My axes first! My steel gorgeous! The ultimate in trolling! Please do feed the trolls. I'll skin you for that. No agony.
Normally. Easiest money of my life!
They'll the day. Get this too. Goes fair.
Easiest money of my life!
My My steel
Easiest money of my life!
These blades are too dry. Yes!
I almost trust you.
Don't cross my path. Faster! Faster! No agony. You deserve it! Down you go. Maddening. A nasty business just got nastier. Don't cross my path. My steel gorgeous.
Lakad mo to, Tol! Normally.
To punch, I need no allies. They'll rue the day. Yes. These blades are too dry. Denied! To the massacre!
The next level play. The next level play. I almost trust you.
You're so mighty. My steel shall drink. Trolling for victims. Attack! Yes! Hate warms me.
Oh boy, killing spree.
I hear sniff.
Oh jeez, middle tower's under attack.
There are no innocents. Have at them.
Oh my god! Four in a row. He's now dominating. He's dominating, Rick.
Aghast. Feed my blade.
Oh jeez, Rick, the top tower's getting hit.
What a mess.
Denied.
The next level play. The next level play.
I peel back your ugly. Give him the word.
Invisibility. Bounty.
My war chest grows. New agony and
The next level play. The next level play.
faster, faster. They'll rue the day. My axe is burst.
Jeez, it's a killing spree!
Oh, double kill.
Grandeur.
Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
Oh man, what? Get up on out of here, cause Radiant just fortified their structures.
Go, I can see I'll have to carry us to victory. Yes. Die faster. There are no innocents. These blades work.
Agents of the Void.
Please do feed the trolls.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating! Whoa, the enemy's top tower got destroyed! Man, you might as well save that energy, because Radiant just fortified their structures!
Ah, the enemy's bottom tower. It's gone. We did it.
Fresh
That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified
my
their
goodness
structure.
gracious!
Trolling word. Yes!
Go!
Oh, the enemy's middle tower's gone! Serves them right!
Fresh meat! My axe is thirst. That's it. Aghast. Get over here. They'll rue the day.
I restore my connection to the Void.
Give it the word.
Oh, Roshan just got slaughtered by the Dire.
These blades are too dry. You've been through. Get over here. Flash blade! Well played.
Wherever you go, there I am.
Oh, Omega kill!
I'm under attack. Always get the last word. Faster! I could have shown you a way you were dead brings an end to pain. Unfortunately.
Radiant just fortified their structures! You know what I'm talking about?
Trolling for victims. Don't cross my path.
Double damage.
There are no innocents.
Bounty.
Fools! Yes! Feed my blade! Ah, fresh meat! My axis best!
Morty, who was that?
I don't know. It was pretty tight.
Yes! Through the day. Here's axe in your eye!
Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower.
Well, that's what I call teamwork. Enemy's middle barracks just got wrecked, baby! Oh, I can't believe it. What a wonderful thing.
Satisfies. Oh, die! Didn't know.
Enemy's middle barracks just got wrecked, baby! All right, we can rest at ease now. That was a close call, Morty.
My steel shall drink. Don't cross my path.
Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
I don't understand.
These blades are too dry.
Hooray! The enemy's bottom tower is destroyed. Hooray!
Oh boy, you really should be proud of yourself, you know?
Attack! Pay the troll.
Illusion.
Faster! Faster! Guttural spray!
Bounty.
Boy, Morty, you know that Roshan guy that just got killed by Dyer? He owed me money.
Aghast. Feed my blade! Go crazy! Attack! To the massacre!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! They took out the enemy's top tower.
Yes! Satanic!
Whoa! The enemy's top tower is fallen.
Whoa, killing spree! Oh!
Crush me!
Oh, jeez, he's dominating.
Get in the way! Let's get beat. No. There are no innocent trolls. Always get the last.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Haha, mega kill.
Hell has nothing on me.
The enemy's top barracks just got riggedy wrecked, son!
Radiant just fortified their structures. You know what I'm talking about?
The enemy's top there. Initiating killing spree mode.
To the massacre.
Holy crap, Rick, he's unstoppable!
My axe is past. You can't kill a god. My steel shall drink. Trolling for victims. No last wishes. No second thoughts.
Wubba lubba dub dub!
Hey, Jesus is some wicked sick stuff, Rick, because he just wicked sicked it!
Let's all say a prayer.
This just in, the enemy bottom barracks are
You just
destroyed!
got mega creeps. You know what that means? This thing is checked and
Rick,
rated.
there's a monster kill
Double
just happened!
kill.
Oh,
This is your first time seeing a monster kill?
For your delusions of grandeur.
My steel gorgeous.
Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower! Oh, the enemy's middle tower is gone! Serves them right!
These blades are too dry.
Normally.
Oh my goodness gracious, if it isn't, if my eyes don't deceive me, Dire wins. In your face, Morty.
Screw you, Rick!
Yes!
No, you don't.
First blood!
First blood! They all break so easily.
When you're playing these squishy fives against Dawnbreaker, you need to be quick on your fingers. You need to be ready for that play to come. As soon as the Celestial Hammer goes out, you have to stun her. Hanskin hesitated for too long there, FNG, not Hanskin. Let's focus on the right player here. Hesitated for too long with that Earth Spike and ended up taking 2 attacks from the Starbreaker.
Yeah.
That needs to get stopped instantly. As soon as the hammer gets thrown, you have to stun, and gets punished there, and Zephyr manages to get first blood. Very good for the Dawnbreaker. We'll be getting boots as a reward. This hero is exceptionally good at chasing down heroes because it's just so strong in lane. So with these freshly picked up boots, look for Zephyr to just go aggressive.
He's going to take some damage here, but we've talked about the Dawnbreaker support in the past, and some lineups feel a little iffy, as it were, especially as a support. Obviously, she's going to be very good in the laning stage, as we're seeing right now, but this game in particular, there are a lot of stuns that set up her ultimate for the later stage of the game. You have the Nightmare, you have the Fiend's Grip, obviously, LSA's pretty low cooldown, Wraith, Fire Blast as well, and then the huge RP. So literally every hero can theoretically set up the Solar Guardian, which I mean, I think you and I agree is probably the most important aspect of that hero going mid-game and beyond.
Absolutely. Oh,
Top lane, Whitemon going to get caught out, takes considerable amount of damage, but will live through it. Nightmare into the Wraith Fire Blast now is 23 Savage, blocking S4. He will be able to walk away as those little skelly buddies are chasing him.
The boys, as we call them.
The boys. I think that's copyrighted by a TV show, Syndrin.
Oh.
Can't say that.
Okay. Well, hopefully they're not watching then. There's probably not that much overlap between the writers of that TV show and TI, but you never know.
You never know.
You get surprised sometimes with where people's interests lie. So,
especially you.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know what that was supposed to mean.
Because you have no interest. That was the joke. Zephyr makes his way to the top lane. Wraith Fire Blast into the Starbreaker. But Burrow Strike is there in time for S4.
Hammer.
But he's going to take so much damage from that hammer.
I think one saving grace for Alliance here against the Dawnbreaker ult, like we talked about. Yes, you have a lot of good combos with it, but it's not a good Ags game at the very least. There's no hero on Alliance that really suffers against that 60% evasion. Morphling a lot of the time can, you know, go for more of a magic-based build with the E-Blade. And I think waveform, attack talent, and all this stuff that comes way later in the game, I think can't miss, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually not 100% on that. Good waveform bottom. Aggressive play onto
Looks
Cuckoo.
like Cuckoo might take a tumble here. Has his skewer available, but is just completely stun locked by Alliance, who get their first kill of the game and this series.
Yeah, they can easily take advantage of that. With the Dawnbreaker rotation top, they know they're 2v1. Lion, one of the best supports in the game, 2v1. Not that good 2v2, especially as a 5, but whenever you outnumber, you just have so much lockdown for your carry to just go to town. And they do kill Cuckoo's mag, so he has still managed to almost find level 5 down here, so I don't think Cuckoo is too concerned. The game plan is coming along nicely. Lina and Wraith King are having total free games, basically, so not the biggest of deals, but obviously Alliance will take what they can get in these lanes.
Now Whitemon not able to secure the rune. Limp will still get that invisibility. As looking at the overall CS here, let me bring it up real quick. Wraith King sitting at 38 and 10 versus the 33 and 8 of the Morphling, so relatively even. Of course, 23 Savage will eventually go into the jungle. This is the thing I like about Wraith King as a position 1. It kind of creates space for some, like a position for like Dawnbreaker theoretically to get some farm once he enters that jungle.
Yeah.
Semi-full time, if that's even a word. We'll just go with
full time. That's called part-time, I believe.
Part-time job as S4 gets the Burrow Strike off. Whitemon taking some damage, but the cookie ends up saving S4 for about 2 seconds, but Zephyr is there to clean up yet again. Seems to be everywhere, and he doesn't even have his ult yet.
He has a lot of freedom to move. Cuckoo's doing such a good job playing alone down here. He's almost level 6, so you don't even feel bad about this if you're Zephyr. Might even end up killing Hanskin here if Limp doesn't come over to help.
He's going for it. Limp
he has
in the area.
Hammer.
And not going to pursue any further. Cuckoo getting some mana drained here. Has to skewer out to safety, and that means he's completely depleted.
Surely Zephyr doesn't do this, right? Okay. It almost looked like he was going to try to dive him in the face. At 7 minutes, yeah. Learned from Cuckoo from yesterday. Just go for it, and then if you fail, you just write, we need wards. So
that's true.
He did have a ward
that
himself.
Play.
Though, so
Earth Spike into the waveform. Cuckoo looks to be done again. So 2 kills in this lane for Alliance. Yeah. Nico Baby and company starting to get back into this game, which, I mean, it's not like it's out of reach by any means, but T1...
Now, there's nowhere left to hide.
Take something from your enemy. Some 5 seconds precious.
Few shall elude my blades.
The wise.
Listen to ascension.
I am.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Prepare for battle. My God. 30 seconds to battle. Sure beats the courier races, Ajax. Done. Now the battle begins. Jax has been waiting all day for us. Somewhere else. What is it they want? I want it. My Lord. Somewhere else. Rotten beasties. My God. Was loud. Thanos will escape. Done. Was loud. My heart. Taken. Somewhere else. My God. Chinese. My God. Somewhere else.
Demised. First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more.
Blood? Out of 50 possibilities, that was my preferred.
My lord. Something will be you.
Money changes hands. Death to all betrayers!
Radiant just fortified.
My lord. Somewhere else. Done. My lord.
I got my ear to the ground.
Ooh, it can feel your stings, doesn't it?
Choices.
Somewhere else. Something will be you. My lord.
Dire structures are fortified. You know that all-important middle tower of yours? Yeah, it's in trouble.
Somewhere else.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
It devours me.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Somewhere else. This is our my God. Done.
Fresh meat!
Let's see what happens.
My felicity is
Grab and burn!
I predicted a long life for you. Go figure.
Let's
No,
get
out.
into it. Norse better creep filet! Killing spree! Is this my fate? Fresh meat!
Defend your bottom tower. Defend your middle tower.
My rage!
My fever breaks.
Got you.
My God.
Boy! Fresh meat!
Looks like it's just
So weak.
accept your death. Extinction.
My hands are tied.
This is all.
Killing spree! No more.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Looks like the end of a beautiful friendship. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Money changes hands. Hooked him! Ah! Fresh No!
Better to burn out than burn away.
So, what are your feelings around having a top tower?
Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
It's magic.
Let's hope that doesn't happen again.
Killing spree! Dominating! Double kill! I hear a squeak.
Your top tower is under attack.
Held your feet to the fire.
Your middle tower is under attack. You're right, Jax. They really should do something about that. Structures are fortified. You realize a middle tower is under attack? Where are the reinforcements?
Double kill!
The acid test.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is all.
So, what are you going to do now?
My God. Closer to the origin. Somewhere else. Was loud. Done. Done for damage. My God. That's what I said.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mega kill!
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Double kill!
That's it.
Oh, you found me.
Done. Somewhere. My God. BJNazeri. My God.
Take a hedge from my stones.
Rashawn's dead?
Now
Would
then,
that be a lesson to you?
Done. Somewhere.
My heart beats to double kill! Yay! Ha ha! Strike me!
You realize a middle tower's under attack? I hope you're getting something out of this. Defend your middle tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
Get over here!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Poison closes your veins.
Oh, your middle tower was an important one. Middle barracks under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Defend your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Hey, take a look at your bottom tower.
Bury me with my double kill!
Your bottom tower is under attack. No! I hope you
protect your base more faithfully than your bottom tower. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Oh no, your bottom barracks.
Three, boy, fresh mate. Dominating, killing spree.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower never loved you. Defend your top tower.
See ya soon.
Defend your ancient. Die trying. Dire victory!
T1 all the way to the bank, and they secure themselves game number 1 with a 39k gold lead here. Alliance, I think adjustments for game number 2, you probably, if you're drafting like this and you give the enemy team Magnus and you give them like the strong team fight and a favorable mid matchup, you have to play around Limp more. Like this needs to go faster, or you need to take a different approach to the draft entirely where you feel confident just taking time for yourself. It was just T1 dictating everything in that game, and just doesn't cut it. You need to challenge them. You need to get... This is what's most important at this level of play. Don't let the enemy team be comfortable, right? And they were just comfortable the whole time. T1 just looked in their element the whole game.
Well, still, just one game. They can try to shake this off. They have a lot of experience, of course, but this is a best-of-3 Cinderman. But let's see what the panel has to say about this first game going to T1.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see Cinder and also rocking the maroon hashtag Team Merlot. But we've got to start by seeing if you guys agree with our lovely casters there. Do you think Alliance played well in the first 10 minutes, Owen?
I mean, it was better than the other minutes of the game. So, relatively sure. But, I mean, overall, it was what I expected. And it was more so what I expected when they let them get this Magnus and Lina. I mean, I don't know how you can expect to beat T1 on the main stage when you let them have these two heroes, which have clearly been their best heroes so far of the tournament. I guess they wanted an impossible challenge. They certainly got it that game.
They did talk about the reason they beat Beast Coast as being their preparation and not feeling any pressure. So why on earth wouldn't they ban that Magnus after watching LGD yesterday?
There's just too many heroes that you need to be banning. Maybe that's the thing, right? Like versus Zephyr, you need to ban out that ET earlier that every single team is banning or picking. Then you have the Doom. Then you have the 23 Savage Medusa. There's just too many components here that they're thinking of. Maybe they thought, okay, this is probably the easiest for us to beat. It's also their comfort zone. We can't ban everything out, so let's give them the Mag and the Lina and try to work with it. It didn't work out.
But they did seem unprepared, because even going into their first picks, they were using reserve time. That was a huge shock to me. You come into best of 3 in game 1 particularly, where you've had, you know, the entire night to prepare, you should know exactly what you're going to be picking in that first phase based on your opponent, because they knew they were going to leave the Magnus. They had to have had a game plan for a first pick Magnus, and they went in reserve time for 2 picks.
Yeah, and we were talking about S4 having these marvelous games. Sometimes this definitely wasn't one of those. Maybe he was micromanaging the team a little bit too much, and they weren't helping him. I feel like, yeah, you need to activate Limp, you need to help out your mid laner, but as well, your Sand King can't be 1-11. Your Sand King can be completely stomped in the laning stage, because who will make any plays for your side then?
Well, looking at the draft, do you think that Sand King was ever part of the plan?
Maybe not plan A. I mean, I think not many. There are some teams last pick and they were offlaner, but it felt like when they got to his pick, there was not much left that was going to fit the game for him. And I think this game really highlighted, you know, why most teams don't have their kind of shot caller, their captain playing the offlane role, because it is really hard to do both when you're a core player, you know, winning your lane as well as trying to lead your team.
And also quite shocking for T1. That could have been the fastest game they've actually played here at the main event of TI. We should probably see if we can get our stats guy Leah on that one, because I'd be really interested to know. Do you think the pace was simply because T1 just had the confidence, they knew it, they had it in the bag, or because there was a risk of Alliance actually being able to scale up and take back the tempo, Owen?
I mean, maybe if the game went... I mean, I don't know. Sure, they had a more fun Alliance, but they were just so far behind. I don't know if any amount of duration of that game would have made things any better for them. Like, they were just so far behind. I think T1, they're happy to play the game at any stage. We just see that high ground push where things started to go, ooh, they were 23k up, so they're pretty comfortable. T1 obviously resetting, and then they sort of did what they've done in a lot of the other games that we've seen here, really. A team that's very, very safe, and they make sure not to throw games away. There was just that little bit of a premature push down the mid, but other than that, they were ready to fall back to the same way they've won a lot of their games, which is just sort of stall it out, get this incredible lead, and get to the point where there's just no chance for the enemy.
You can imagine what they were going for, right? With the Sand King and the Morphling, there is synergy there. It's not like Sand King it was something completely unprepared. You have the Aghanims on the Morphling, then Sand King, double stuns, double Sandstorms. It can be really difficult to deal with, but they got there way too late. I think they let the Wraith King ramp up way too fast. Armlet, Dezo, and Blink Dagger.
That was great.
Yeah, it was just all in fights. Just go straight, no Radiance, no shenanigans, no farming, just fight constantly. And it worked out for T1.
I was going to say, what did we like about 23 Savage's Wraith King? I mean, what was there not to like, to be fair?
Well, yeah, it was everything. It was none of this. I think we saw Wraith King in the group stage. I can't remember which team played it, but it was like Midas, Radiance, farming. And I mean, this game, 23 Savage, he goes to prove you get these items, you fight, and you're making just as much money as the Wraith King that's going to go AFK and just hit creeps all game and then inevitably lose the game, because the hero just doesn't feel that good when it's played in that sort of Midas, Radiance, AFK way. You want to do exactly what 23 Savage did here. I was a little hesitant when I saw the pick come up last, because I was worried that, maybe they're going to do that. But then, of course, it's like, no, it's T1. They're going to fight. They're going to brawl. They're going to get him involved at every possible moment. And, we saw him one-shotting heroes. Poor old Bob's FNG or something just disappears underneath the blade of him. I mean, he was having a great time. And I think that's awesome to see, T1 bringing out these sort of carries that aren't necessarily the top carries of the meta, and just showing how
Do you guys have any memories of TI3?
A lot, yeah. That finals, I mean, the TI3 Navi Alliance is like one of the craziest Game 5 Grand Finals ever. The comeback, and I remember just sitting in the stands. I was next to the Korean commentators who were at the event, and they're just screaming, going crazy. The Russian commentators on the other side of them, they're going absolutely wild throughout the entire game as well. And it was just, the Battle Royale atmosphere was one of the kind of most electric places to be, because it was that kind of smaller, more intimate venue. And yeah, it just produced so many amazing matches.
Given that S4 was part of that winning lineup, were you quite excited when you saw him return to the Alliance brand?
For sure, everyone wanted him back on Alliance. They struggled since pretty much TI3, so with him returning, you're thinking, okay, they can do it again. And I really like what FNG said. It's not about the TI itself when it comes to the Dota and the games. It's about what makes it special for you. Is the experience that you had. And TI3 for me is exactly that. It's what TI1 was for him. That's TI3 for me. It's one of those first ones that I watched that made me really love the game and try and get there. Eventually, I did get there, but not necessarily as a player.
Well, listen up, guys. FNG, he worked 3 TIs as talent, and now he's playing in a booth.
There's still chance.
There's still a chance, but who is the most likely to be chosen to play TI? Hashtag TI10, let us know. But right now, our teams are taking to the stage, and thank goodness for them, none of us are among their ranks. T1 and Alliance. This could be the last game we see Alliance play on the stage here at the National Arena in Bucharest, Romania. So tensions are going to be slightly high in the booth. Meanwhile, T1, let's see if they've got a taste for fast games after that one. So much is going to be on the draft in this one. And Alliance, they're the only team here who don't have a coach. Obviously, we saw Jake talking to March earlier. He's a coach you want on your side. For Alliance, if you could give them any advice, I know it's a difficult spot to be in, what do you want to see them do next in this next game, Lizard?
I always go back to OG and how they would talk in the booth after a loss. Just forget about the game. We're here to win. Enjoy it. Rely on each other. You can do it. Just get the good vibes going. Get that PMA going. Believe in yourself. Believe in what worked for you throughout the DPC seasons, and try your best.
Yeah, I never feel like there's anything you can say that's going to change, like in terms of like strategy or skill. It's all you can do is focus on where your head's at when you're looking at, bouncing back from a tough loss.
Owen, I'd say focus on just changing it up. Alliance, I think they do best when they come in one game. If they lose, just going for something completely different. And this man, I keep calling for. I just want to see him play as Void. I know that they do like having him on like the Morse, the Deuces, or the AFK, but I really think Nico Baby, get him involved earlier, get him active. They're lacking something when they're just sort of fighting with the 4 of them against a team like T1. Get Nico Baby on something that he can turn up to the fight and fight back against this just incredible power that T1 brings early.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think this team is very similar to that Mineski team that Nico Baby was on last TI. The only time they were winning games was when Nico Baby was like solo carrying the game, getting involved, and he was like, he's the guy. Yeah. I don't feel like, Alliance isn't a team that can do what like OG did yesterday, where Sumail gets completely shut down, but they still win the game because everyone else steps up. Limp, S4, they're just not those guys. They're going to play stable, they're going to be consistent, but Nico Baby is the win condition for Alliance every single game.
So what is so special about Nico Baby's Void?
Oh, it's just great. I mean, the hero's still good. I think he's underpicked, really. And I don't know. And so this day and age where you have so many of these heroes sort of raising up in the meta, like these ETs, it's just the perfect setup. And, what's better against these teams that want to try and brawl as a 5-man than a hero that's going to be able to turn up, lock them in position, and set up a turnaround?
I would love to see that. I would love to see Nico Baby on some full comfort zone, but his Morphling is also really scary. So I would maybe take my attention elsewhere. I would take it to the offlane and the mid lane, and no matter what you pick for Nico Baby, make sure that the other 2 lanes are doing well. So even if you sack him early on, if you get him a bad matchup like that Void versus something that's decent versus Venomancer or whatnot, make sure that Limp and S4 are having a good time, because they will be the ones that get you through that mid game. They didn't have a mid game in that last game. The first game was awful in that aspect.
They need to pick their heroes earlier. I feel like they first two picked the two supports. S4 had last pick when his best heroes are all banned. There was no Tide, there was no Mars. All these team fight specialists that he likes to play weren't available. And Limp, they could have first two picked the Lina. So I feel like they need to prioritize making sure they get those comfort picks so that S4 Limp can have those kind of consistent performances.
This is the funny thing about Alliance. They did incredibly well in DPC. I mean, they came first back in May. What were they doing while there? Can you remember, Gods? It is a while ago.
I mean, they were just consistent. I mean, this is, I think, always the story. I think I was talking to Owen about this before. They played consistent Dota. What's that look, Owen?
I was smiling.
We're not used to seeing it.
Yeah.
When he's off camera, he's a miserable git. I am only joking. He's absolutely delightful. And hopefully this game will be game number 2, Alliance versus T1.
Alliance versus T1. Game 2.
Welcome. New draft, new panel. We have replaced some of our panel members. My name's still Ava Plus, and I'm joined by Tall Fogged and Canadian Effie, also known as Purge and Jenkins.
Yeah, that's basically right. You got it.
Yeah?
I'm fine with that.
Cool.
We'll take it.
Well, we are getting into game number 2 between T1 and Alliance. And in last game, we saw a pretty dominant performance by T1, especially mechanically. They're always that top team. There's a hero that stood out to me, as he tends to, which is the Magnus. And I know, Jenkins, you've been praising this hero a lot this TI.
Yeah, so I've been trying to think about what makes this hero tick. Why is it that it feels so strong in this TI? And I think there's an element of, it's obviously really strong, and I like that people are respecting it now and finally banning it out. But my theory was that in TI, people 5-man because they don't want to lose. You really don't want to lose. You just want to play safe. Mm-hmm. The whole, family theory, the comfort of being around your teammates. You're not going to be the one that's like throwing the game. I also think at TI, with that 5-manning, the value of being able to fish for kills goes up immensely. So, it's a cursed name, but Pudge, for example, has been good at previous TIs for the same reason. You have this wall that's being formed with a really good team. You hook somebody out, all of a sudden it disrupts everything. And then also, BKBs is also something that as things get more and more pressured, as you're playing safer and safer, BKB comes earlier and earlier in the builds. And what does Magnus have as his ultimate? It's like the best BKB piercing disable in the game.
And I think the most important thing for Magnus there about the pick-off thing is that you don't necessarily have to commit RP to get those pick-offs now. Yep. You can either use Shockwave to collect them or Horn Toss, so it's way less resources to go for those fishes than it used to be.
Yep, 100%.
Sorry, I can't gloss over this point. You say Pudge was good at previous TIs?
He was good at previous TIs.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, very depressing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, just a little thing. I want to talk about another hero that we've been seeing a lot. Actually, this combo is pretty strong, as Fogged was suggesting for Alliance, the Snapfire Tide. The Tide made sense within this team fight idea, but what has made the Snapfire resurge so much?
A lot of it is just that she has a free force step with her second skill, and because teams are so good at TI, sometimes even 300 distance is enough to keep somebody alive from a gank. So the fact that she has that from the beginning to the end of the game, plus high coordination, makes it amazing. Her ulti is great for getting kills. Her laning stage is really solid, especially when you pair her with a minus armor dual lane like the Tide setup. They have a much higher chance to get kills, and that's one of the issues with Alliance's lineup in the previous match, was that it was Snapfire plus Sand King. It isn't really that synergistic other than a double stun, so it wasn't the best dual lane. They ended up not doing so good against the Wraith King, and I think this is going to be a much better way to play.
I think also on top of what you said about, people are obviously much better at TI than during DPC or something like that. With Snapfire and even though it's only 300 units, in TI, there's a lot of combos. There's a lot of team fight for all of the reasons that we've already talked about. And so combo breakers have immense amounts of value. And so any hero that can do that, whether it's a hero that gets an early 4-staff or a hero that has one built in, it's going to be good.
Right, and on the T1 side, this time we see the double support combo, Lion and Treant Protector. I actually want to talk to you, Jenkins, or Perk, about the idea of draft theory, because we've been seeing this a lot. That if you have the two straight picks in the first phase, they are starting with supports always, right? They're not revealing a core here. Can you explain to me why that mentality might be?
Well, for T1, one thing that they've done, it was in the Animator that I noticed it, but something that they've done a lot is that they pick complementary heroes in the first phase. So I don't necessarily know if it's important that it's support. It's, to me, it's more so with this team that both of these heroes cover a lot of bases. You have a Train Protector who's going to be protecting all of the towers. He's going to be sitting in a side lane pushing out creep waves. Does Lion hit a single creep in Dota? Absolutely not. This hero is like completely looking for kills. He's standing in trees, but he needs lanes to be pushed out in order to do that, and that's what Tree does. Tree pushes lanes. So having a hero that can play in side lanes in Tree and push out creep waves, and then having a hero that can actually gank off of it is really important. And then between these two heroes, there's also not a lack of disable. They do good disable. They do good damage. T1 does this. They cover all of their bases in their first 2 picks, so that way their final 3 picks can be whatever makes sense for the enemy lineup.
And it's so much easier to be flexible when that's the case, because then you don't have to make up for lackings. You don't have to worry about maybe your lane pairings be weak. That's a lot of the reason that Alliance opened like they did. A lot of teams are doing this. You grab your 4 and your 3. It's a really synergistic combo, and it brings this much bigger threat against the enemy carry position, who now has to say, like, well, we can't be greedy at all. We also have to pick something good, and it's just going to restrict your opponent's options.
And to add to that point, the 4 and the 3, when they pick it, is always in the first and fourth pick in the first phase. So you can actually protect the 3 a bit with the next 3 bans, and this will change what happened in the last game, but the Sand King didn't seem that strong in the laning phase.
Well, I briefly watched the beginning of the replay, and what mostly cost him, he went Caustic Finale level 1, which is not that weird against a Wraith King. You can do lots of damage, but I hearken it back to that dual lane issue between Snapfire and Sand King. What happened is Wraith King got a couple more denies than Sand King. It took like 2-ish minutes for them to get level 2 or something. It was a bit delayed due to the denies, and as a result, he doesn't have Burrow Strike for a while, so they just had no kill potential on the Bane. And because Bane was such a good laning hero, he actually ended up getting like a range creep pulled to the large camp, then he stacked his small camp, then he pulled his double stack small camp. This is stuff that's like pretty unheard of typically in the laning stage right now.
Yeah, that's insanely game losing.
So like that advantage that they got out of it forced them into this like constant separation where Sand King didn't even get to play next to Snapfire. So then Wraith King just has an abundance of net worth advantage, and he still has a Magnus, so it's just going to get more worse for Alliance as the game continues. So it's a lot of a laning issue, but some of that will certainly draft specific.
Okay. Do you think it would have changed if they had not gone for Caustic Finale level 1? Like Burrow Strike or Sandstorm, would that have made a difference?
If it wasn't Bane, maybe, because Bane has pretty high armor, so he's going to resist a little Shredder, and he's going to be able to offset some of that heal with Brain Sap. So I think if it's a slightly weaker support, absolutely. But I think they did the right thing in the circumstance. It's just they didn't lane well enough and they got pulled on too much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sand King notoriously is a hero that really struggles between levels 1 through 3. But once you have high levels in Sandstorm, it's really easy to lane because you just press Sandstorm, push the creep wave out. If the enemies go on you, you just stun them in it and they take a ton of damage. So delaying his level 3 timing is extremely important. T1 did that, and with heroes like Bane and Wraith King, who have a huge amount of kill threat and lane harass, it's really hard to play into that if you've messed up the first 3 levels. So it was like amplified by the fact that T1 had such a strong lane.
So now we hear the clapping, of course, the audience going crazy because Earthshaker has been picked, and this hero has been moved from the previous 4-5 we used to see him into the 3 position this TI. What led to this change in your opinion, Purge?
I'm not sure specifically what made him more popular there, but he kind of did fall off as a 4. Typically, like, he can like lane block people, and that's very effective, but because it's dual lanes, Earthshaker, without his shard being busted, which it was during the DPC at one point, he just felt weaker as a support. But now as a 3, it's like you still get the best of both worlds. You can lane quite well against a lot of cores, and then your impact in terms of team fights is excellent because of Blink Dagger combos. So it is certainly, I would say, top 3 off-lane hero right now.
Yeah,
so no surprise to see it on T1.
Okay. You think the cleave they added to Enchant Totem might have helped him?
It definitely helps, yeah. That's something that like he scales better. My opinion on Earthshaker is that he's been pretty decent as an offlaner for quite some time, just because he has that like natural tankiness that's so annoying in an offlaner. Magnus has that as well, where you go to kill him and he's just some 3,000 HP hero. If he goes for treads at like 15 minutes, like, okay, this is. But then on top of that, I also think that the game is being played a lot faster than can support a position for Earthshaker, who you can't really take a lane to farm your blink these days. Like in that timing, a team is going to beat you. That's just how Dota has kind of felt for like the last 5 to 6 months, where the hero has fallen off. But you're farming in the lane as Earthshaker, so the timing you get it like 5 minutes earlier, and in that 5-minute window, you're not going to lose the game.
Right. We see a FNG special, which is a Crystal Maiden. We've seen it, I think, once before, not to great success this hero. I think it was T1 actually picked against LGD. Why? Why the
I like it. It's a lane stabilizer. It's good at harassing. It's going to lower attack speed. That's pretty effective in some of those early trades, and it's going to just make it a lot harder for them to kill Medusa in the laning stage.
Is she like a poor man's coddle here for the Medusa?
I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar. You're blasting opponents, getting lane trade advantages, but extra mana regen on Tide and Snapfire are great too. It's going to make them be able to harass more often in the laning stage.
Is she going to be an easy target for the Slark though?
Eventually, Slark is a later timing hero where, at least looking at this draft for Alliance, I see the Dusa CM lane, which presumably it's going to be that. Even if they put Snapfire and did some, CM4, like that would still do very well against Earthshaker Lion. Lion is very killable. Earthshaker's a hero who's going to sit on the wave, so you're super susceptible from the harass that's going to come out from the Mystic Snake and one of the nukes from either of these two supports. And if Snapfire comes in ganks, that's even more potential to kill an Earthshaker. So, I feel like Alliance is going to get a lot of farm this game on both of their supports.
Now, if we look at the Slark a bit, I'd actually like to propose a problem here, and I would like a solution from you, Jenkins. So, we have no instant stuns, only roots here. Cookie is not going to surprise him. He's going to Dark Pact, unless you blink Ravage onto him, of course. That's the only solution. What is the Alliance's solution to this? Because mid laners don't usually carry that instant stun, except maybe DK.
Force staffs kiting him. Like I said, I think they're going to get farmed between their supports. So there's that option. You're right. There's not much instant stun. I do think with a Dusa, with a Tide, you can kite a Slark enough where you just catch him after his 2 Dark Packs and after his ult. I think that's actually possible. But you probably do want a little bit more. You do want a little bit more. You don't want to just rely on that, because if the Slark is popping off, then he's just going to stick on you. He's just going to get tons of stacks, and you're playing these long fights against him. He's like, okay, that's great for me. If he has +1 item on the Dusa especially, it's just impossible to play. So some instant disabler, some hero who might build an Orchid would be great.
No, that's a good idea, actually. What kind of hero could that be?
Any typical spirit hero is usually the way that you end up seeing as Slark counters. Kunkka would have been great because you can X him and bring him back no matter whether or not he's going to dispel or not. So that would have given them some easier setup kills, and that's the issue with Alliance's draft. They don't really cross the map super well to get kills, so I definitely agree that they need somebody to be that start of the fight, because Crystal Maiden wants to play behind these tanky heroes, land her spells, sit back for 10 seconds, go back in again. Snapfire is going to want to have somebody that can start fights to make her ultimate feel useful. So
there it is.
Void Spirit is perfect for that. Jump in, disable somebody, maybe with the Yules, and allow your team to follow up, get a kill.
Can you build up an Orchid like you were suggesting?
I think so. I think this is a good Orchid game. I mean, people are usually opting to go for a different style of Void Spirit build, which is the Yule Scepter into Sanjin Kaya, and you're just going for this late game high magic damage build. But I think in this game against the Slark, it does make sense. It does depend on the timings. Like if Slark is already having a bad game, you don't necessarily have to build the Orchid. It's fine to not build the Orchid because the Slark's not a problem. You can just kill him with your ground targeted nukes, for example. But it's definitely in the cards. We're more likely to see it in this game than in the other Void Spirit games that we've seen.
Could you also build an Ags as an alternative to set up for the Slark? I mean, it's 2-second silence, not something you usually need to look out for.
Yeah, for sure.
It's probably a lot safer because then there's a lot of heroes on that dire lineup that you're going to want to silence. So Ags is going to be raw, a lot more survivability for Void Spirit. That's probably more important than the extra right-click damage and higher mana regen.
It is. It depends on how it's like. If I think Void Spirits tend to go for the Orchid, like if they're having a really good game. Yeah. I think that's just like Orchid in general. We see that on Spectre as well, where Spectres are not really building the Orchid unless you're so farmed that you're going to get your next item at the same timing that you would without the Orchid because you're getting kills with it. So that's just kind of where Orchid falls as an item in Dota right now.
The biggest thing Team 1's missing right now is they need a hero that's going to go frontline and spot enemy squad. Slark can do that with Shadowblade or if he's just generally tanky and ready to go, but they don't really have a frontliner, and Ember Spirit's going to be perfect for that. Somebody that can jump in and set up fights and look for the Echo Slams after.
All right, well, I want to hear from you, Perch, then. What do you like about this T1 lineup?
I like that they can be very aggressive. They have tons of disables. If they do catch one of these heroes, they can probably kill them, but it's going to be really hard against Tide and Dusa because they have so much survivability as well as Kraken Shells. So there's good stuff about them. They got to split up Alliance and kill them one by one.
Jenkins for Alliance?
I think that Alliance has good heroes for ganking. I think they have good heroes for the early game in the Void Spirit and their 4-man around the Dusa. And I also think that they can play the long fights. I know T1 has Slark, but I still think that the long fights eventually will favor Alliance once they get enough items on their Dusa.
Is there anything they should be worried about as Alliance? Some weaknesses of this draft?
Laning stage maybe for Tide. In most of the group stage games, we saw Slark get banned out against Tidehunter for worries of that extra harass. And with it being a tree, that's a pretty aggressive dual lane with Leech Seed and the Bramble, whatever, Nature's Grasp. There we go.
Yes. I've heard that lane's not actually so bad for the
BSJ
for the Tide anymore. Yeah, it was from BSJ, so maybe I should take that with a grain of.
Nah, he's a Slark spammer, right?
He's a Slark.
Помогите!
Prepare for battle.
Thank you, Slacks. Recycling memes as always. That's your entire job description these days. Suns fan here with Cinderin. T1 versus Alliance. Game 2 of this best of 3 in the lower bracket. How do you like these lineups this time around, Cinderman?
I think I like how Alliance this game have solved a bit more of the team fight problem they had in the last game. I think the way their lineup groups around Medusa can work really well. But that said, I also think T1 have some really great tools. To me, this T1 lineup feels like Assassination Squad, right? You've got Ember, Lion, as well as Slark, who can immediately take advantage of any fissure, any overgrowth that you find from the tree line. Just
Your ashes will fall like rain.
It's your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bristle back here? Haha. I'll sort this.
Prepare for battle.
Hey!
30 seconds to battle.
Hey! These faces need mashing. Breezy. Yes.
The battle begins.
A clubbing. I am not ready. Here we go. By all means. Ah! Oi, one step at a time. One step at a time. Not enough mana, man.
This is the very definition of
It is
first
only
blood.
right that first blood should go to your king. Time for a good scrap. Gold for my master. Yes! I'll sort this out. You want some of this, son? You want it? Yeah, I'm getting me blood up now. No. Bit of work to do. I am grateful. You don't say. For the king. There's more where that came from. Not yet. More where that came from, sunshine. Oi! No! Not yet! Ha 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 ha! Suck it! I'll concave your head! It is not time yet, you get it? Indeed. That way! That way!
The next level. Normally.
You don't say. Indeed. By all means. I'll sort this out. Time for a good scrap. I'll sort this. Yes. Here we go. Yes. Oi, one step at a time. These faces need mashing. Bit of work to do.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Yes. One step at a time. By all means. Oi, one step at a time.
Your top tower is on fire.
Yes. No, I'm not ready. You don't say.
Domination!
Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. Put your lights out. Time for a good scrap. Indeed. Here we go. That way. Oi, not yet. These faces need mashing. Bash and grab. Have some of that. Yes. Hey! These faces need mashing. Time for a good scrap. I'll bash you dim. Here we go. I'll sort those right now. Who will lead my kingdom Bit now? Of work. Ha! You make a right pincushion. Not yet. For your troubles.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ready? You don't say.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Indeed.
Your middle tower is on fire.
Invisibility. Yes. By all means. A dash of the honey. One step at a time. It's not time yet, mate. It is not to you, dirty biter. One step at a time. Not yet. I'll sort this out. I'll sort this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It is not time
Your
yet.
middle tower has fallen.
Time for a good scrap. Yes! Here we go!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Time for some trailblazing.
Nah, he didn't need that anyway. One step at a time. Yes! Boom! Here we go! Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. No, I'm not ready. Oi! One step at a time! I am not ready! Oh, you bleeding muck! Oi! Stop whining! I'm back! Indeed. These faces need mashing. Parallel lions. Pilfered proper. By all means. That way! You don't say.
The enemy's middle tower's gone down in flames.
Yes! Here we go! By all means.
Your bottom tower is burning.
Time for a good scrap.
Your bottom
Get
tower is
outside.
under attack.
Bit of work to do. Oi, one step at a time. It's not time yet, mate. You wear it well, mate. One step at a time. Killing speed. Oh, where are my manners? Oh, excuse me. Over here. That way. Otherwise you have flat side. These faces need mashing. I'll sort this. Killing speed.
You've been spoiled.
I'll sort this out. Dominating! Double kill!
Along with you to be rewoven.
Here we go. Indeed. Time for a good scrap.
Your top tower is under attack.
That way!
Your top tower has fallen.
Yes!
That one singed my ends a little.
I'll sort this out. And it's good on you, that does, mate. Black
Dire structures are fortified.
I'll sort this. Ha-ha! Gold for my master.
Easiest money of my life!
These faces need mashing. What's the green room do again? Yes. This'll sort you out. Not yet. Indeed. You don't say. I am not ready, bright and breezy. Here we go. Right, not yet. By all means. Mega kill. Killing spree. Proper fashion. Wicked sick. Triple kill. Proper smart. One step at a time. Oh, hell.
Radiant structures are fortified.
One step at a time. Heart of Taras. Here we go. A clubbing. Now it's on. Yes. That way. It is not time yet. You get it?
The enemy's top tower is toast.
Yes! Looking for me? By all means. Yeah, here's some goo for ya. Over here now. Me badly to scratch. Will you like mega kill? You will under attack. His faces need mashing. Monster kill. Double kill. This is the triple kill. Time for a good scrap. Indeed. Oi, one step at a time. Bit of work to do.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Time yet.
We're on the heat. The enemy's top barracks have fallen.
I'll sort this out. I am not ready.
The enemy's top barracks
don't
have been
say.
cremated.
Oi! Not yet! Oi! I am not ready. Dominating! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Monster kill! Pardon my wheels. One step at a time. I'll sort this. That way! Yes!
Money up my life!
These faces need mashing. Not yet. Time for a good scrap. I'll concave your head. Here we go.
Roshan has fallen to the dire. The enemy's middle tower is toast.
It is not time yet. You get it? Yes. Bit of work to do. Over here now. Indeed. Oh, where are my manners? Boy, one step at a time. Double kill.
The enemy's middle tower burned to the ground. The enemy's middle barracks went down in flames.
A bit of jangle? You don't say. I'm under attack!
The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. That dire structure is fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Ooh, toasty.
I'll sort this out. I'll sort this.
The enemy's bottom tower's gone down in flames.
That way! Oh, where are my manners? Killing spree! Unbelievable! Yes!
The enemy's middle tower is
By
toast.
all means. Here we go!
Easiest money up my life!
For your trouble!
The enemy's bottom tower burned to the ground. Dire victory.
Normally.
behind based on the nature of the game. Like, yeah, you're going to be able to farm on at least one core in most games like this, but Medusa can't carry this game on her own. There needs to be more damage than just that split shot. Right now, Void Spirit, what are you sitting on? You have not even a Kaya Sanj, minute 24 for Limp, having a very tough game here. Lower net worth than the 3 Tide, who's 0-6 in the off lane. Limp 2-7 on Void. S4 with Hood, Halberd, at least has some sort of defensive tool against that Slark, but the problem is you can outlast, but can you even kill? That doesn't make sense. Outlast was the wrong word.
That's Nico Baby. He gets off his ult. They're just going to try to withstand it. FNG and company have come to help out as well. Slider Fist doing so much damage. FNG again dead. No big surprise. There's the Searing Chains now. Nico Baby trying to stay alive, but it looks like the right clicks will come through. 23 Savage getting that one with the BKB activated, and they're not done yet. Looks like Hansking is next on the list as S4 and Alliance are starting to crumble here, Cinderin. T1 looking primed to take this series 2-0. They lose one. It's only Cuckoo.
6 for 1.
6 for 1. That is true. Dieback on FNG. And into the Roche Pit, T1 goes. See a replay here. The initiation on to Nico. I mean, the fact that you have it here, again, we talked about this before, but Slark against Medusa just feels incredible.
Yeah.
Like, is there a better, like a carry versus carry matchup for against Medusa?
I think
it's up there.
I think Slark has to be one of the best. I think Ursa deserves an honorable mention just because of how much mana burn he can get out so fast with overpower, but yeah, it's definitely up there. And like you said, Slark being one of the best. We can go back to the draft all we want. Obviously, the game is being played out right now, but probably something that Alliance aren't too happy about. Someone who is happy there, though, Zephyr definitely. In all honesty, it doesn't feel like Treant has been the absolutely most integral reason why this lineup has worked, though. It's something to think ahead for the other teams that are very likely to face T1 now, as Alliance are very much on the back foot, but perhaps prioritizing other bans against this team could be worth it. Look at that change in just the last 9 minutes.
Yep.
Slark and company are up with a 19-1 chance of winning.
Yeah, that is rough stuff. 94% win rate, or win probability for T1. Still 4 minutes to go with the Aegis, so plenty of time for T1 to farm the map. Make sure that Alliance gets kind of starved out of the areas that they want to farm, and eventually go high ground. They don't have the best high ground, again. We've talked about this before, but T1's lineup, that's, I guess, one of the negatives coming out of it, but
they have so much safety on their course. That's the thing. Like, Slark and Ember can farm hyper aggressively because Alliance's ways of killing them are super limited. I honestly think you can't kill either Slark or Ember without Ravage.
Yeah, you need Ravage.
You can't chain stun long enough, and S4 doesn't have Dagger.
The thing that they're missing, I mean, again, this is hindsight, but burst damage against Slark would be very nice in a scenario.
Oh, here we go.
Yep. Jump in from Carl. Looks like FNG is just going to die. No, actually lives with barely any HP, and then finally gets taken out first as Carl will go back to safety. 23 Savage on the back line now, trying to target Limp. You see the Fissure come out as well. BKB dodging the Ravage as a result. Limp is going to stay alive, though. Mortimer's kisses from afar. Cuckoo taking the brunt of the damage here. Looks like he's going to drop the first to fall for T1, but 23 Savage looks perfectly healthy for now. Pops his ult.
He still
gets one kill. Nico Baby very low on mana, which means he is very susceptible to die here. Cinder and 23 Savage resetting, going back in, buyback. You see the mana drain coming from Whitemon as well. Nico Baby pops the wand, but to little avail. Zephyr does get off his ult, but the finger of death taking Nico Baby out in spades. No buyback for him. You see a nice freezing field come out, but it's going to result in the kill of Carl. In the meantime, beautiful impale onto 2. S4 on the run, trying to get back into this base. Is 23 Savage not scared of anything because that Aegis is still intact.
That was maybe a little bit too cute there from Savage, but he's obviously able to reset out of here. Guess, how long would he have had on the Aegis? That was still a good 2 minutes left on that. That was maybe a little bit unnecessary, but
2 for 2 with the, I mean, that was a pretty long fight, and only 2 died for Alliance. You got to be happy with that, although Nico Baby is the one that has to survive in these fights.
Yeah.
Money changes hands.
If they could have got away with that, losing any other hero than Nico, and he gets 1 or 2 kills, is probably a net win, but like this, it kind of turns into a draw. You got to keep in mind, Slark is getting a lot of those stacks now. 16 permanent agility on Savage. Surely you've got to pay good amounts of gold for this.
Radiant just fortified.
Yep, that's just another, like, add that to the pile of benefits that this hero has that we talked about, right?
Yeah, but there are a lot of Slark games that are not good, right? Yeah. Like, it does take a certain lineup for it to really shine.
Oh, he
unlike
is
some
looking.
other carries.
He knows they don't see him. Shadow Dance is active.
Yeah. Has his shard, by the way, so has the Depth Shroud to be able to use on teammates or himself. Yeah. Basically like a free ult. S4. Oh, he's going to get pounced on. I think 23 Savage is just trying to get away. And he will be successful at that either way.
They're just going to full reset. They don't have Carl. So we'll wait up. Carl's going to go top, start pushing that out. Obviously with that Ags can connect pretty quickly. Going to clean up that wave very fast with double Remnant.
Yeah, working on the refresher. Already has the Ags in his inventory. So we'll be zipping all over the place. The win probability has actually changed slightly in Alliance's favor in the last couple minutes.
1% down.
Yep.
All right, just another 50 good team fights, and then we're there.
Well, I mean, they do have good team fight, to be fair, but the problem is really is Ember Spirit on the backline just killing supports.
I'm kidding. This is definitely doable, and what it's going to come down to is ideally that T1 go on Nico Baby, and you get to play your other heroes effectively, right? One of the big differences in that fight, like you pointed out, was that there was actually decent freezing field for once, and it makes a huge difference. That's what ended up killing Carl. He wasn't expecting that burst of damage coming in from the tree line, so if you do set it up here for Alliance, it could work. Okay, instantly breaking the smoke.
Yeah, Shadow Blading out. We got the Ensnare coming out as well. BKB, there's the Echo Slam onto 2. Limp already dead in this engagement. 2 dead for Alliance to start this fight out. Nico Baby getting mana drain for a little bit of time here. It's 23 Savage. Now just focusing on Nico Baby along with Cuckoo, getting the stuns out. We'll see how that status resist works from this time. But the mana drain from that defusal and the Essential stacks are just getting out of control for T1. They only lose their support Lion and get 4 kills as the trade. And T1 looking to go high ground. There is a buyback on Nico Baby, but will it matter? As the building damage is now coming through.
At the very least, that glyph kills off the siege creep, but this Slark with current 18 permanent agility and 68 stolen.
Pretty good.
Very fast.
See the halberd being used, but this will be a full set of mid-racks in all likelihood for T1. S4 going to give some free stacks to 23 Savage. And T1 going to bide their time here, Cinderin. Like I said, these matches are just so important. You cannot give up leads like this. So likely to play quite disciplined, potentially even waiting for the second Roche.
Yeah, it's not far away. The early respawn is in less than 2 minutes, so definitely is a possibility. I think T1 can just take this top tier 2 tower without too much worry. Carl is going to go and take care of that.
No.
And Savage will also be farming up the ancient camp on the Dire side. The whole triangle, as a matter of fact. FNG, I feel like I've seen him make this play like 7 times this game. Go to that cliff, play sentry, use a Nova, a D-ward, and go away. And he's died 2 or 3 times there. This time doesn't die, but unfortunately also doesn't find any ward. But whenever you find yourself D-warding that spot multiple times in a row in a game, you know what kind of game it is. Like, that spot is about the most offensive ward you can possibly place as Radiant that is not inside the enemy base.
Yeah.
So pretty indicative of the game state for Alliance. They're just cornered completely.
You can see Nico Baby going for the Divine Rapier, Cinderin. Still about 3k away from finishing it.
You gotta do it, honestly. You have to take that risk. Savage gonna find Limp. Oh, the tower, though.
And Limp has to Astral Step. Uses both, in fact, just to make sure he doesn't take another death to his name. And yeah, map control firmly in T1's favor right now, as we likely wait for the next Roche. So in 30 seconds, we'll find out when that will actually spawn. FNG trying to get some map control back, but it feels like he's just died every time he's attempting this.
Yeah.
Poor lad.
And they know the ward is there because of Shadow Dance. So get rid of that immediately. Nico Baby is exposed here. Alliance are trying to bait him. They really want this fight where they go on Nico. They feel like it's their only chance, and I agree with this 100%.
Smoke up as well. Hanskin's already gets popped. The Ember's here on the backline again. Ravage comes out from S4. 23 Savage does take considerable damage, but again, FNG dies at the beginning of the fight. Carl, look at how much space he's creating. Just absolutely decimates Hanskin with just his remnants. Whitemon jumps in with the finger of death. 3 dead for Alliance, and they are likely out of TI-10 after this fight. Medusa takes a tumble. Triple kill for Carl. And S4 finally goes down. He's the only remaining member for Alliance with buyback. They call GG, and T1 moves on. Cinderin, Alliance out.
Yeah, there's just no doubt about it after watching these 2 games. T1 just clearly the better team at this event. Alliance got completely rolled both games. There were some glimmers of hope. Again, similarly to game number 1, there's like that one fight around the 10-minute mark. This game, it's the Snapfire triple kill bottom. The last game, there was, I think it was actually also in the bottom area that the fight happened that went well for Alliance. But aside from that, T1 just, you know, they rolled them. Like, there isn't really that much to say. They beat them in all aspects of the game. I like their drafts. They play better in lanes. They play better in the mid game. They got the Roche. They won the team fight. What was a bright spot for Alliance in this series? I'm really struggling to find it, which is a shame, because even if you lose and go out, if you put up a good fight or you looked good while losing, just wasn't really their day this time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they did pick Medusa, which is a comfort pick for Nico Baby. The fact that it's literally tattooed on his neck, I would hope that's a comfort here when he looks in the mirror every day. But sad to see Alliance go, obviously, because they've had a long road here, and unfortunately doesn't work out. But T1 moves on, and they've looked extremely good thus far.
They look like a team that's going to go further than top 8.
Yes, I mean, a lot of people thought that going in, but we talked about this before. They kind of peaked at the Ana Major, and then since then they tapered off a bit, and then the beginning of the group stage here, they didn't do too well, but have bounced back with a vengeance. So we'll see how far they can go. But with that, let's see what the panel has to say about this resulting series, and T1 moving on.
Fights his team fights. Always instantly jumps into the backlines, eliminates Hanskin, eliminates FNG, and from then on the game is much, much easier for them.
And the T1 supports were so good at enabling. I feel like so many Treant protectors you see, they're like, oh, you know, I'm going to sit, passively play the side lane, then my core is going to go and I get to farm. No, Zephyr is rotating mid, collapsing on that mid lane as well. So I love the way the supports really try and set up Carl for success.
Well, right now we have got Avo on the sidelines. He's got FNG from Alliance to see what just happened in that game.
Thank you, Frankie. I am here with FNG. Thank you for your time, FNG. So I just want to ask you, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, losing sucks. You know, it's like I can't really tell anything else, but because, I mean, it is what it is. You know, we lost. We were way worse than enemy, I would say. I mean, they played well, and yeah, good luck, T1.
T1 is a scary team, this TI, right? There must be some pride in losing to a strong team.
I mean, yeah, of course. It's like it takes a lot of pride also to say that they're a strong team, you know, as well. But yeah, I mean, I would say we're just not happy with ourselves more than looking at our opponent, you know, this type of feeling we get.
So what do you do now after a loss? How's the way do you recover?
I mean, I guess we just let time do his thing, you know.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to the Alliance fans out there?
Yeah, sorry guys, we tried our best, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, FNG, and we're going to go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, guys. And the odds were against Alliance in that matchup, so they shouldn't be feeling too bad about themselves right now. And you know what? Someone who definitely shouldn't feel bad about themselves is Hanskin, because actually there were some great moments from him. Really, really good opportunities with Mortimer's kisses there. There was a great 3v1 situation, easy triple kill punishing T1. You were definitely impressed, Azad.
Yeah, he did a ton of work, and I believe he is basically the main reason why Carl had to play the way he played, constantly breaching those backlines, because if he didn't, Hanskin would continue dominating teamfights. He was demolishing T1 in a couple of those early engagements with Mortimer's kisses, hiding in the trees, and he's positionally an extremely good player. Sadly, in this game, it just wasn't good enough.
And unfortunately, I think some of the other Alliance players didn't set up. We saw S4, game 1 is Sand just having a really rough lane. Another kind of poor game from him. And Lim not going for Yule's Scepter against an Ember. The reason I think Ember has such a free, amazing game is because what's going to kill him? Like, well, firstly, there's nothing to kill the Slark, and then you have this Ember who doesn't have to worry about any kind of Yule's Remnant catch. It just made Carl's game so easy.
So what's the future for Alliance?
Possible roster changes, I mean, maybe they stick together. Depends how they feel about, whether or not they can work out their issues. I think they don't have the right pieces to be like a true title contender myself. But I don't know. Yeah, it really comes down to what Alliance is looking for.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be in. They did win one best of one in the lower bracket, got out instantly after in the next series, but then again, T1 is looking really strong. There's a reason why this man has them as the champions in his predictions. So
I'm feeling pretty good about that after seeing them play again today. I mean, it's like, I don't know. These guys, they're really going to go all the way. They took a game off LGD. Sure, they got knocked down, but this sort of performance, I think if you're in the lower bracket, you've got to be very, very scared of going head-to-head with T1 down.
Well,
here.
we should have...
They're going to hit hard.
Apologies for interrupting you, but you said the word bracket and I went, we can have a look at those. So let's take a look, first of all, at the upper bracket, because that's where we're going to be heading later. So your bracket overview there, you can see how many teams are remaining. Vici versus EG is coming up next. T1, they want to face Evil Geniuses, but Vici are going to have something to say about that in the lower bracket. Goodness, that looks absolutely terrifying, Owen, that lower bracket.
And honestly, I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, and I know it's the upcoming series, but to say something quick, I think T1 will get that EG matchup. I think it's going to happen. I think Vici's looking to do shaky. Ori yesterday, he was not having a great time mid. That's not going to cut it against EG. I know it's a different series, but to go back to that interview where Cuckoo said he wanted to meet them in the finals, it's not going to be possible, but I think he will meet them in the next round of the lower bracket.
Okay, so hypothetically, in that lower bracket, we've got OG, EG. Obviously, we do have Spirit as well. I don't want to count them out completely. But then we've got T1. So out of those four, whose chances do you rate, Gods?
I'm going to still stick with EG. I think they've shown. I think they have the consistency that you need in the lower bracket. You can't just be this team that's trying to play super flashy, and you're never going to be able to make those super risky plays. I think that's why OG really shined when they were in the winner bracket. To me, EG stand out the team that's going to figure out their stable drafts and figure out a way to win games.
So, EG, you predicting them to knock OG out?
Maybe Spirit will knock OG out.
Oh, yeah.
They could. Are you standing by that prediction right now? On the desk? Lock it in?
What, for who?
That Spirit are going to beat OG?
Maybe.
Yeah,
honestly,
when
maybe.
you said it.
I don't know. I said, well, sure. Yeah, look, Spirit. Yeah, good luck, OG.
It's all right.
No, Spirit's looking really, really good. They really, really are. They look fantastic on previous lands. Now they've come out here. Sure, it was a bit of a knockdown, but the wins that they're having, they look hot. If they can keep their cool, absolutely. Spirit can definitely stand a good chance against OG.
It's okay. I was going to cut you off and let Sir Action Slacks save you, but I thought I'd let you continue that one. You were quite convincing by the end of it. Okay. Sir Action Slacks, who have you got on the sidelines for us?
Oh, my friend, I have a real treat for you. We have Zephyr coming out of a fantastic series there. Man, you guys, first couple days of groups, lose, and you've been on a win streak ever since. Have not dropped a single game. What happened?
I think every T1 fans know it's like we always start so slow.
Mm-hmm.
Even us, it's like as the player, we don't know how to fix it.
Well, you seem to fix it. You might have started off so. You're ending strong. Before, I got to talk to you about being one of the first Indonesian players to ever get to the International with Whitemon. And now you're here representing not only C, but Indonesia itself. So I just want to give you the floor. Any words to the fans out there that are watching?
Okay, can I speak with Bahasa?
Absolutely, please.
Okay. Mama, aku di TI.
I understood that, dude.
Oh,
I mean, come on. That was 2 words. No, but so you guys feeling confident moving in the uppers? Are you ready for your next match?
Yeah, we are ready. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's fantastic. Sir, keep on that win streak. It's been absolutely a pleasure watching T1, and we will see more of them coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Mama made it to TI.
That's a dream right there for many of us, for many of players that have been in that spot. That's a dream, getting to TI.
Making your mum proud.
Making your mum. Oh,
My mum doesn't even know what esports is. She has no idea I'm in Romania right now. Anyway, less of my sob stories. And instead, let's remember the good old times, because it's time to ask the players what they remember.
Welcome to the Dota Archives. Today we shall be discussing something many of you seem to struggle with: items. The game of Dota contains more than 200 of them, with many more having fallen by the wayside in Dota's march towards perfection! While many such items have been forgotten, sorry Fusion Rune, there are a few that live in our minds rent-free, as the kids say. One in particular everyone remembers.
Iron Talon.
The Iron Talon. Originally designed to help your carry farm, but instead used by your worthless Legion commander to level 1 jungle. But don't take my word for it. Here we are. I say, pro players, remember when Iron Talon existed?
О, талон. Мне очень нравился талон. Да, еще даже когда он нейтралка был, я помню, во-первых, его сам себе берешь, и у тебя появляется возможность типа где-то проедать, где-то варды ставить, если ты пятерка, например. Плюс ты мог большого крипа просто нажать талон, там нюк, и он умер.
I miss Iron Talon because the offlane can start with jungle. And right now, yeah, sometimes I want to start on jungle, so I cannot feed as offlane.
That's the time you play post for and like you buy on Talon jungle level 1.
It wasn't even Dota. You would just jungle. People in pubs would start jungling with Iron Talon level 1. There was like, it made no sense. It actually made no sense.
辅助玩家就打对线会比较用力，然后把对方大哥都打得生活不能自理，对方专野一下就起来，这种感觉真的很糟糕。
You just find the Iron Talon and 7 minutes ago he comes with 2 items and scales you.
I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. Like, I think PMS was kind of the worst thing in the world.
PMS. Poor man's shield. Back when offlaners were left to fend for themselves, this glorified plank made their lives mostly bearable by blocking 30 damage from every enemy attack. Try right-clicking me now, Crystal Maiden.
Format shield was so dumb, man. It was so dumb. Playing against some melee Aggie hero TV or Naga or something, trying to hit the guy, and you just would hit him 16 times, and you maybe dealt 20 damage if you had bought enough stats.
Yeah, it was just bullshit. You just go to the lane. Either if you have 40 damage, which is support hero, you're tickling the guy, and you kind of feel like, well, you know, enjoy your lane carry. I'm getting the hell out of here. You know.
The patch before it got removed, it was just every mid melee hero bought it and went mid, right? And then they just won the lane. It was too strong or something. It had some crazy block percentage.
清水镇永远的神啊！自从清水镇被删了之后，我的火爆都很难上场了。
Se sentía muy bien tener un escudo que te hace aguantar tanto. Que era que como que venía el support, te pegaba y tú lo mirabas y simplemente lo ignorabas.
Back then, there was one patch where you would pick Legion Commander and you buy PMS and you would 1v3 a lane. They had an offlaner who's like level 2 struggling in like Struggle City, and I'm like just chilling level 5, and they're like, what's going on?
Some items have only just recently left us to go to Ice Frog's item heaven in the clouds. However, the Necronomicon and the 2 demons it spawned shan't be joining them, because they belong in hell!
感觉就没有比这个道具更让酱油讨厌的道具了。
You know, I'm just running around and suddenly like these 2 little guys just gang up on me and kill me, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, I guess.
That item was definitely an abomination of a Dota item at the end. Like, perma haste, slay jungle camps really fast, give true vision, give mana burn, give a hard purge.
然后3级书以后它还能排野，这个真的是恐怖，好吧？恐怖如斯。
Yeah, I don't like my wards to be killed by some guy that just clicked one button and doesn't have any skill.
I spam a lot of tag gears and like people just buy Necro book level 3 and like clear all my bombs. So like, yeah, it's very good that Necrobook is gone.
Короче, нереально бесили.
As a good riddance, I'm happy they removed it. I'm so happy they removed it.
Yeah, good riddance.
Can I say the saddest moment? Like, why they removed the Necro Tree? Because I love the Necro Tree item. I'm gonna use it, follow to the support, and remove their vision. They are kinda sad, so I feel good when they are sad.
What a sicko. As a man greater than I once said, everything can work. And you, the player, experimenting like some mad scientist is why the game of Dota continues to get better and better. Do not weep for the removed items, for upon that heap of selfless sacrifice we stand proudly today. They will always live on, as long as we remember them. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International 10. There must have been some horrible conflict of schedules, for I am Sir Actions Lecture, panel host for this segment. I am joined by the weird man himself, the weird, the beard, it's Tsunami. We've got Jenkins as well, that's unfortunate, and the only person with any reliable analytical skill. Cinderin, so good to have you, gentlemen. What'd you think of the video? Do you remember when these items existed, Tsunami?
Oh my god, I've humbled from the Iron Talon days. I was furious whenever all these offlaners were like, no, actually, you know, I'm too lazy to lane now. I'm gonna go jungle. It was a license to jungle. I despised it. Couldn't be happier that it was gone twice. In fact, it being brought back and then removed again just made it that much sweeter.
Fantastic. Well, our teams are about to show up, my friends. We have Vici Gaming versus EG in a elimination bracket. The final of North America are going to be coming out soon. Jenkins, I will give you one word to describe this match. Go. One word.
Hype.
Hype indeed. Let's go ahead and welcome our teams as they enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, can you even have a TI without evil geniuses? This team has switched, they have swapped, but they have dropped into that lower bracket and they are looking as hype as they've ever been. Before, EG used to say they love lower brackets. Going in low, doing the eliminations, snaking their way to the end. Well, these guys have done anything but snake, and they are slaying as they enter the arena. Look at Crit, the man himself, the legend, Ice, the most terrifying Timbersaw this world has ever seen. And our core, ya boy, is this kid on Molly or something? He's going crazy out there, this TI, and he needs himself an Aegis to finally cement the legend. And now, the next team. I shudder to even say the words Vici Gaming, for we are simply not allowed to say the names of gods on the stage. These boys have been going so hard. Now dropping down in the lower brackets to face off against EG. They fight to see who will be the ultimate Dota 2 team, who will be surviving China or NA, and who will be able to own that old logo color scheme that EG used to have. They look exactly the same. They still have it here today as they fight to claim the Aegis. These are dumb boys that don't seem to be able to be put down, and I cannot wait to see how these bad boys do. We actually got a chance to speak to their captain to get a little bit more insight, so let's take a listen.
Vici Gaming comes to TI-10 with a mostly new roster from the last international. Their captain, however, is one of two remaining members from the team's 5th-6th finish in Shanghai. DY talked with BBC about that experience, which was his first at TI, and more.
那对于你自己来说，那次的 TI 的经历或者说这个成绩，现在去回想起来是怎么样？很满意，还可以，很不满意，哪一种？
说实话，第一次参加 TI 能打到前6的话，我个人是挺满意的。但是可能我的队友他们觉得就是不太能接受，因为我毕竟还只是个萌新嘛。
到了20年，突然疫情一来 ，TI 一下没了。你们当时是怎么讨论的？你自己是一个什么样的感觉？
感觉也很明显，就好比在读高中，你高中3年都在这个为了高考做努力嘛，然后突然有一天跟你说高考不办，那这个时候你这个会发生什么样的变化？相信大家心里都应该清楚才是。
Luckily, March of 2021 brought the return of live Dota events, with the first major of the DPC in Singapore. VG Gaming managed a 7th-8th place finish, but showed even more of their potential in June's ANA major. In Kiev, it was a brutal wildcard battle against some of the most powerful teams in the world. And VG not only survived, they thrived through a long run in the lower bracket to place 4th overall.
队伍本身的话，大家其实都抱着破釜沉舟那种心态来打，就是不求一定要就是打进去，但是一定要就是把自己平时训练的那种东西打出来，就输的也输的不遗憾那样的。
那其实第一天的这个外卡赛程打完之后啊，因为第一天表现不是很理想的关系，我可以看到社交媒体上啊、论坛上啊，其实有蛮多的给你们压力的这种评价。你们打完之后会去看这些东西吗？还是在比赛期间你们基本上会脱离这些东西？
可能他们会有看吧，我看的会少一点。这种东西说实话感觉有点唯结果论，而且来打外卡的队伍这一届真的是太厉害了，能输还是能赢，全凭那个就是临场状态吧。
这就有点像你拿你刚才高考的这个说法，就是我正常高考和我参加了1年高复班之后再去补考，到底是感觉去年状态更好一点，还是此时此刻状态更好一点？
我感觉可能去年会状态更好一点。
真的吗？怎么讲？
真的，因为去年那个时候可能正有冲劲呢，然后现在的话，因为中间隔了快1年之久，然后有1年没有走出国门，现在的竞技状态可能应该是大不如从前了呀。
就是你感觉那种国际比赛的，就是氛围和这个保持一个频度的刺激，对你来说是一个正反馈，是能提高你的这个水平和状态的。
对的，就是你能够在国际赛场上跟不同国家的队伍交手，会一直激发你去前进，就是去跟他们做对抗。
好吧，当然这个有可能这个去年的危机，如果柔系打了 TI 就是铁定的冠军，今年就是可能只能保证进决赛的一个状态啊。
Absolutely. Thank you so much for DY, and we are so excited to get into this match. Gentlemen, I've been talking this entire time. Love the time, by the way, Tsunami. I get the joke. That's hype as hell. But let's start things off at the top, and we'll make our way down. Cinderin, how are you feeling about this matchup, baby?
I mean, I want to start out saying, imagine this, one of these teams doesn't get top 8, right? That's just like a starting point going into this match that I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected pre-tournament. Many people had both teams even finishing top 6, top 4. So that already, to me, is a crazy storyline, that one is going home 9-12. As far as how strong they've looked, I don't know, it's been a little bit a mixed bag for both teams. They've had some really good games, and there's been games where they've kind of just dropped the ball with advantages. There've been games where they've been rolled completely depending on opponents. So I think it's really hard to call who has the advantage. Obviously, VG Gaming came in from the upper bracket. They lost a close series yesterday.
Yeah, it was close.
EG got a 1-game win on the main stage so far in a less close game. So I don't know, based on that, who you would say looks stronger. I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to talk about the interview, because I got some vibes from that interview. I know he was saying, like, maybe we're feeling like a little bit less competitive this year, this TI, compared to the previous. But were you guys getting the vibes of, like, they're just kind of chilling? Like, they're chill, like low pressure, and almost like putting up the front of like, oh, yeah, maybe we're not so competitive, but, like, really... To me, that's almost a good thing because of like the lack of pressure. And I remember DY said in another interview that when he was questioned about the small hero pool of VG, they've been one of the smaller hero pools of this tournament, and he said, like, yeah, we have a small hero pool, but nobody's figured us out yet. Nobody's figured out our heroes yet, and so we haven't had to pick our like pocket picks. And so the vibes I'm getting from Vici are just really chill. And I feel like, given how this TI has gone so far, that's going to help out a lot.
Well, just because something's small doesn't mean it's not effective, Tsunami. You know, and on the panel can surely attest to that. What are you thinking about with this match, sir? Do you think that EG have this one shut in? Give me percentages, buddy.
Oh, you want percentages?
I want percentages of EG taking it.
Okay, so I see Jenkins' angle of low pressure, but I think that could be also interpreted as complacency to an extent.
Okay, sure.
I think that they are kind of low pressure, but that means that they don't really get that fire. And I think of all the teams here, I think coming second place, they say that on Olympic podiums, it's usually the silver medalist who is the least happy. Gold medal, obviously, you're very thrilled. Third place, bronze, you're just satisfied that you were able to make it onto the podium in the first place. But silver medalists have the chip on their shoulder, and EG have been silver medalists this entire time. So if you want percentages, I'm saying 69-31 EG.
You can't say 69 on a T9 panel.
So you're saying EG were happier last year when they were getting third every time.
I do think so.
Because then they were lower on the podium, so that was a good thing.
I mean, Vici has also been getting like second and
Yeah,
third
come
all
on,
year
dude.
too. I feel like
Sure.
these two teams are very similar in that regard.
This year specifically has been EG in the silver medal finish, whereas Vici Gaming, you saw at Singapore, they were just like nothing too special. It was IG that was setting China on the stage at Singapore, and then at the Animator it was LGD. Vici Gaming has always kind of taken a passenger seat throughout the DPC and throughout on offline events.
I think your 69 number might actually be quite close because Vici actually has a 40% win rate against EG.
Exactly.
Going into this. And so on one side, you have Vici who came in from the upper bracket, and I think they looked really good in the VP series. I mean, the first two games, like, they looked Vici favored. At some point, they looked very Vici favored, and then VP eventually won, and that stomped the third game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I feel like they learned a lot of lessons out of that one. They looked so dominant in game one. And then the Underlord pick, I believe, coming out to counter the Terrorblade, that was an educational game for pretty much everybody at the tournament. And I also agree with you guys on the second place thing. I mean, as my father used to say, second place is biggest, best loser before he would shun me out from the house. So understandable that is coming out here today. Luckily for us, whoever is eliminated from the International 10 after this series won't be anywhere near second. Cinderin, my friend, let's talk about some drafts here.
Right. Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, just start talking. I usually just throw it over to you and you don't shut up, so I'm trying to...
I was like, we have a draft panel for that. What am I talking
Well,
about?
I'm talking about anything surprising. I
Okay.
think that EG has had some surprising picks. As we've discussed, Vici Gaming, not so much. Did you know in their last series, they picked Snapfire in the same position every single time?
Yeah, they don't have to change. They don't have to change
checks
anything.
out with
Yeah,
what
like
Jenkins was saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the if you want a little bit of draft insight, I think the players to watch in the draft, honestly, a lot of it comes down to, first of all, Abed's hero pool in this term has been very, it's been very uniform. It's been a lot of these spirit heroes mid. It's been the tempo controllers.
Yep.
Against Vici Gaming, they're going to know what's coming because it's been the same basically every game from EG here, let's be honest. So the question is, okay, how are Vici Gaming going to adapt to that? Because sometimes in Vici Gaming's draft, they get very passive. They pick like these massive teamfight heroes that need really long. I think there was a game at the last major where it felt like, okay, Vici Gaming are just playing until the game is over, and they never really got the fight they were looking for.
Yeah, they have some of the longest games of the tournament.
And there's like two ways of approaching this kind of EG strat. One is that you fight them head on, and you have something that's just as good, or you pick some defensive team fighters that can hold towers, and then you put Poyoyo on some of his like hyper carries like Spectre, Terrorblade, whereas Arteezy in this series I think is maybe more likely to play something like the Luna that we saw the other day. So maybe EG, this is one of the few opponents that they're actually clearly faster than on average. So I think you should play to that if you're EG in this strategy.
How do you know that they won't go, I can outlate game you? Because we saw Arteezy also playing some Naga Siren as well and stuff like that. So which approach do you think that EG would favor?
I think if I were EG, I would probably try the slightly higher tempo, because when I see Vici Gaming struggle the most, it's when they get pressured really hard in lanes. And that's something EG's players are very good at. I think that strategy is way more likely to work against Vici than, say, someone like PSG, LGD, or IG, who have been, in my opinion, overall looking more consistent in laning stages. So trying to take advantage of that. Carries that I would love to see for TC, Luna, Ursa. These like high-tempo heroes could be great.
All right, well, fantastic. Looks like things are about to get rolling, my friends. It is time for the draft panel. Let's throw it on over to Avocado and the boys. It's Avocado. It's Avo.
Evil Geniuses versus BG Gaming. Game 1.
Hello. Thank you for... Can't find me. Effie is here with me, so is Lacoste, and we're going to be analyzing the draft for the first game of Vici versus EG. I'm going to start out by you, Effie. I know you're a fan of Chinese Dota. What can we be expecting in this draft for Vici Gaming?
I think we're going to see Io very contested amongst both teams. Tidehunter very contested. Weaver, Doom, there they are. And I think we should expect Vici to go for Old 11s here in first phase. They didn't do that yesterday, and it was quite surprising. I think they were trying to catch Virtus Pro off guard, but it just didn't work. But in the groups, they've had the most success picking around the same 5 heroes for 11 in first phase. So I think if they can secure that without getting banned out, it might simplify their strategy on how to approach this game.
Yeah. The matchup that I'm most looking forward to is the mid matchup, because I'm a bit worried for Ori. Like, through the season 1, he's been struggling. At start of the season 2, he played really well. Yesterday, he got bodied by GPK. There was a lot of fixing that needed to be done by both supports. So if it's the case, like, I want to see him on a better hero. I want him to have that extra, like, 5% in terms of the lane matchup. That a bit of advantage. This time around, Vici Gaming, Monkey and Lion.
But I'm so glad you brought that up, actually, because that's something that was really concerning me with Ori. He had a really rough season, and then throughout all of groups, it seemed like he really stepped up his game.
Yeah.
And then when he faced GPK, he just crumbled. And we talked about it yesterday, saying that this is the matchup to watch, right? Ori versus GPK. And in the same vein, if he can't win his lane or just go even with Aved, I'm worried for Vici's ability to match EG in tempo.
You were saying, Lacoste, that you were a bit worried before TI started. That you were a bit worried if Ori was back in TI form. We saw him in groups. He looked good.
Yeah. Throughout the group stage, he really looked good. I don't know what happened yesterday, but he's gonna need to step up if he wants to be matched up nicely against Abed. Because as panel talked about, these EG players, they're really good at putting a lot of pressure early on out on the map, so they need to be ready with the TPs. And we can see ET. This is one of the heroes that is better, in terms of counter initiation. EG also, they're not afraid. First phase Ice hero, and here we see it again. Beastmaster plus ET, most likely going to be 5 plus your position 3 here.
And I'm really fond of first phasing your offlane hero, actually, and it's a bit surprising that Vici chose not to do it again, because typically these heroes do get banned out when they need them, and teams end up with a less than desirable Sand King pick or something like an Underlord even, right? So hopefully that doesn't happen too much, but to add on to ET, this hero has just been so excellent. The way that EG play it, basically, is that crit kind of leaves at some point, and Ice fights or leads the fights for a while, while crit just sits and farms. He just had a 27-minute Ags or something like that a couple of days ago, and it really works out for them, the way these two players synergize.
ET farm priority, you know that he's gonna give it back. I remember a game where OG won in like 23 minutes. Saxa had the 20-minute Aghanim Scepter, so if you can shift your farm, maybe say, I don't need that extra 1,000 gold, ET is gonna do miracles with it, because once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, the game just like feels completely different. EG banning out Tidehunter, no surprise there. Beastmaster ET, they don't provide you with any kind of lockdown, and we already see Doom is being banned out, one of the better counters for the Tidehunter. Vici had a decent amount of success with the Tide.
And this is what we were talking about how they're just going to ban these really strong offlane heroes in this phase, and we're not going to be left with the ideal pick here, and that happened with the Tidehunter and the Timbersaw. ET's just been so excellent, really, that if Vici don't ban something like a Luna or a Terrorblade, this is the kind of draft that EG wants to play.
Yeah, I believe these two heroes that you just mentioned, Effie, are going to be highly contested by both of these teams. I think maybe we're going to see both of them actually being picked if they're not banned out. One thing I wanted to see coming into this matchup is EG getting more tower damage. I'm talking about sieging the tier 3 towers, and that's exactly what they get from the Beastmaster. We still don't see the carry, because VG Gaming, historically, they've been the team that...
It's Radiant's turn to ban.
able to break them.
This Invoker ban from BG
Yeah, between the natural order and the ancient seal, you have so much magic.
It's insane how much damage you can deal with that. I think VG Gaming needs to get rid of Ursa because he feels super strong against the Monkey King and be inside the Wukong's command, even though it's going to be a position 4 Monkey from what it seems. Natural diffusal builder, which is also going to be great against both Storm Spirit and the Medusa. I just overall love Ursa against Medusa matchup. And it's EG's Radiant, so that means that once you do the switcheroo, once the tier 1 towers fall, you can always go to the top lane and threaten the Roshan, because you have really good heroes. Beastmaster will be providing the vision. That means that VG Gaming need to play around the Roche pit, which something is that they
Oke, sebenarnya
Bayangkan
Instead, something that I brought up is sieging the tier 3 towers, which is going to be important. And VG Gaming with Medusa, I think they're going to feel pretty safe just sitting there inside the base if things don't go well.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have the greatest hero to go in here. Okay, Bloodseeker.
Last pick, Bloodseeker offlane here. Is that?
I don't particularly like it so much, but I understand what they're trying to do with it, right? They want to just instantly kill a target, right? You could put it on Storm Spirit and him and Lion, just go kill the Clinks together very quickly. Also, they can just use
type of the hero, but looking at the drafts, I never had a really good read on Clinks, to be honest, like how strong he can get, because he gets pretty strong early on. So yeah, I think both drafts look relatively strong to me.
Okay. Well, the final point I will add is Michi, team that likes to delay the game. Bloodseeker, great at lane cutting if you go for the Veil build that used to be so popular, and it's getting popular again. So who knows? Maybe they can play the game. But we're gonna wait for that because I want to hear your final thoughts here, Effie. He gave me his. Is there any draft you favor?
I favor EG's draft a little bit more just because it does seem like they can run them over. This Bloodseeker pick, I have to see it properly to understand, but I don't see a clear rupture target. I guess maybe the ET, but like Clinks is going to stand there and shoot his burning arrows anyway, right? And he's going to do it on the roar. He's going to do it on We'll see how it goes.
Well, before we get into the game, we do have an exclusive interview with EG's coach, Boba, and Frankie's on the sidelines to ask him the questions.
Keep BSJ.
我不理解。
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, game one, it has just begun. We've got a brief pause. I'm sure it's only going to be a brief one. It's, of course, BJNazeri versus VG Gaming. I'm OG Pixel here with Fogged.
Hello.
Fogged, what do you want to talk about first? What are you excited to see from these two teams?
Well, we've got Ori on Storm versus an Ember Spirit. I think anybody who watched yesterday saw how tough of a time Ori did have in the opposite of the matchup, where he was playing the Ember Spirit versus the GPK Storm.
Yes,
so I think Ori is probably feeling a little fired up. Probably he's like, you know what? I want to do it back. He's a master tier Storm, so that's got to be the most exciting thing for me. However, he is playing. Here. Nice grab. That was the salve. Do they have any extra regen? Okay, PYW did bring a salve out. They're going to need to use it soon. We're just watching the poke. Look at old 11. He's getting constantly hit from those searing arrows, hit from the Astral Spirit, and just walk down. He's going to get salved up and have to hide himself for a moment.
Mid lane, pretty even at the moment. 8 for 1, 7 for 1.
I wonder how well they're going to be able to secure Poyoyo's farm as well. It's a Monkey King, so traditional the Monkey Kings, we'll watch PYW eat a couple hits. He should be okay.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 more. And he's got the Dukes hit around the trees. Fly won't be able to find him.
But yeah, they picked a pretty greedy safe lane, it feels like to me. Monkey King, usually versus these melee heroes, he thrives, like Beastmaster. But Beastmaster plus a ranged hero is actually really strong versus this Monkey King Medusa lane. So I think securing the farm for Poyoyo could be a little difficult as the levels do start coming out for crit. Because you can't trade. That's the problem with Monkey King. Versus these ranged heroes, you get on top of them with tree dance, you have to commit for a kill, but trading is just not really much of an option.
And with sort of Beastmaster, the hero in general, why is it that I feel like we just didn't see this hero as much as we thought we would see it coming into the tournament?
Ori taking a hit there. I think it's just a very player-specific hero, and also it's not this big team fighter. I think TI tends to just bring more team fight than any other tournament, so he's just different. He's a pusher. He's always going to be good with the itemization, especially when Dominator's populator, but you're not a massive team fighter. You're all about like pressing your advantage and taking objectives. Already seeing an early rotation. Crit hanging around the mid lane. Abed is having a pretty damn good time. He's played really nicely around his Sleight of Fists with his Flame Guard and dodged out, I think, 2 or 3 remnants to keep it active. And it's pressuring Ori. And we do see the early point in chains picked up on Abed. So it could look to set up for early kills with those crit moves. RTZ does take a Blood Right, a big one.
Yeah, how's he doing for regen? He's just got the stick on him as Fly. So now got that salve back out, he does, so RTZ will be topped up. Some definite pressure. I mean, old 11, for the struggles you thought he may have up here, he's farming pretty darn well.
Yeah, he's definitely recovered really nicely. Killing that courier, I think, was a big deal too, because Fly has no regen, so that he can't like trade as effectively. So they are able to pressure Arteezy a little bit more. Bottom two, I mean, DY's doing pretty good work. Poyoyo is up to that 17 last hits. I think he secured 1 or 2 boars as well. So whenever you can kill even 1 boar in the lane, it always feels great. That extra big burst of XP. Are seeing the runes being checked out. DY camping bottom. Abed able to get the 1 rune. DY will look to protect this one for Ori. But Abed's coming out even in the matchup, and we saw, of course, how GPK, he really handled Ori in that one. But as we know, Abed very comfortable in this matchup, knows exactly how to play around those slight dodges versus the Remnants to keep Flame Guard active.
I mean, all things said and done, out of all 3 lanes, all cores are having a fine time. Nobody's getting bullied completely. First blood will finally fall on the top lane. And they won't look to dive for Arteezy. Old 11 able to beat him back. So these kills already. They can get some level advantage on the Bloodseeker. Setup is there. Arteezy, he's in trouble. He's going to get taken down. PYW finding him. And I guess Arteezy just not expecting PYW to lead in through the trees and the burst to be there from the setup into the Blood Right. But it was. That's Arteezy out there. I mean, that's huge. That's blowing that top lane wide open.
They're playing the lane just like really well. PYW is perfectly in position every single time. Mid, we see that crit rotation. PYW is coming in to help.
So they get the kill. And PYW won't be able to set up anything on his own. So EG at least able to make something happen elsewhere whilst the top lane starts to fall apart.
Abed sees a small camp stack. He also identified that there's vision on the high ground there. Actually, cool play there by Abed, dragging the wave to the left so he knows there's an obs guard there. It's only there for 10 more seconds, so unlikely they'll get the D ward. But now mid, PYW shows his face.
Yeah, Abed's just going to jump straight away. He's got the 6 and he uses it immediately. And he goes with the Remnants, the follow-up burst from crits enough. Making sure only used the couple there as well. He's still got the Remnant to reset and return back to the lane.
And immediately double checking runes. Fly checks top rune. They have crit double stacking Ancients to make sure that the Clink is able to catch up after this little of a tough start in the laning phase. And they will be able to get that illusion rune top. Abed also steals the small camp stack that we were mentioning from before. Really looking to shut down Ori. They look like they're bringing both supports though now. Vici, this is a very common move we've talked about. I know at Animajor people were really harping on how much Vici did do their double support movements around that 6-minute mark to help out Ori. I think EG's kind of expecting that. They're starting to make their move away. They're leaving Arteezy up top and just making the moves around with crit and with Fly toward bottom.
I mean, top Arteezy's got to be careful. PYW's coming over again. 6 is about to be there on old 11. If they get any sort of setup onto Arteezy here on his own, he's not going to stand a chance. Bottom lane. Trying to get him with the aggression, EG. 2 supports backing up Ice, but Poyoyo
tower is having a bad day.
keeps himself firing at bat. We'll see the attempts up top, but not quite able to go there. Old 11 didn't quite have that level 6 here. Still waiting on it in a creep or 2.
They've slowed down Arteezy so much. We've seen a lot of times with these Clinks, they just rush the Maelstrom without even boots. He has to go boots in this matchup just because he's getting run down. And yeah, old 11 is gonna be 6 now. Yeah. With treads, with Urn, very strong.
I mean, can Arteezy even stay up here on his own now? It seems it's so dangerous.
Perhaps waiting for them to maybe overcommit, checking if Abed has a TP, then they'll probably look for a counter gank play. Doesn't want to just straight up abandon the lane. They are seeing the rotation though. They have this ward that Fly did place before he left the lane.
Yeah, he's backing off.
Yeah.
Arteezy knows he can't stay up here any longer.
They already have a jungle ward though placed for him, so they're gonna be able to watch him if he ever does farm these camps inside their safe triangle. Abed though, since he sees the storm move top, immediately starts pressing onto mid, looking to go for some tower damage.
Nothing good happening to Radiant's.
And they will send Poyoyo to the mid lane. So again, both of these safe laners abandoning the lanes.
Tower is about to fall. Just wait.
Yeah, and Poyoyo, as the Medusa, can sort of sit around and farm this mid area of the map without any threat from EG's heroes.
Yeah, they've got the counter gank, same thing, right? Like Ori, he walked top, he didn't make the teleport, so he didn't have to use his teleport. Same thing for old 11, they both have TPs available. If Poyoyo gets gone on, I mean, he's priority number 1, they'll double TP to protect him. So laning phase, first 8 minutes, Vici, about 1k gold up because of that top lane being so successful, 900 ahead of the Clinks on that Bloodseeker.
The difference in the carry here for Cyril so far with the the ease of lane they had to start things off with. Arteezy gonna have to do a little bit more of a recovery than Poyoyo.
First, and also Vici takes the first tower. Usually the team with Beastmaster is the ones who end up getting that first one, but EG will quickly catch back up as bottom will get sieged.
I see Vici as well. They're keeping the 3 heroes up around this tier 2. Again, just Arteezy having to play so cautiously. He's been completely left on his own on this half of the map by the rest of his team with, EG looking for these sort of objectives. So, yeah, just such a scary game for Arteezy in these early stages.
It's great prioritization coming out from Vici. Just, keeping everything up there top, making sure that Poyoyo has all the space in the world. EG does have, of course, that recovery method being built up. We see the stacks, triple ancient, double hard camp. So he will be able to farm that. Once he gets his Maelstrom, of course, we've seen this time and time again, the burning barrage on it, so.
Stupendous.
I mean, what's the plan here for EG? How do they free this game up a bit more for Arteezy, getting this space secured?
Well, as long as he's not getting invaded into his triangle, I think it's now okay. Like, everything's starting to stabilize for them. They're going to start looking to rotate and collapse on mid with Ice 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 soon. And already they have pretty deep vision as well. Both teams actually with kind of similar style of vision this game. PYW looking for the smoke up. They're taking Ori bottom.
So what sort of setup they can get? DY scouting things out, but Abed knows he's watching.
They're watching Abed though. Look at this early ward they placed on the Tinker spot.
Ooh, a lovely little dodge there from Abed. As he avoids death, absolutely. He gets caught by one of those stuns. He is gone.
He has a regen too, so he's back all the way up to full. And walking into their jungle is a little scary for the supports. Walking into a Beastmaster with all these creeps. Look at PYW getting slowed down.
EG, they're just charging straight for the line. They'll get him. Jump over with the Remnant. PYW is gone. They might want to try for more underneath the tier 2. DY and Ori are down here.
They're thinking about it.
They have Roar at the ready from Ice 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 if he wants to lead in. Quick jump from Abed over to the side. It's going to be okay here. Ori not wanting to go for the grab. No, there's a lot of EG around.
Did you see? He slighted and Quelling bladed the tree during the slight to cut DY. I mean, it doesn't kill him, but it was a little bit of fancy footwork.
I was going to say, just sort of saying, hey, I'm going to do this. Watch out, DY.
I know where you are.
Yeah. Well, there we go. We've got to look out for those plays coming out again from Abed.
Yeah, DY has to be very careful since he's playing versus the Beastmaster. That's another reason why EG did pick it, since that Monkey King was picked so early on. Going to always be able to scout out inside the trees there for Abed to do that. Both teams just getting a lot of farm though. Just chilling back. Poyoyo must be quite happy just sitting inside the triangle. Arteezy not doing nearly as well as the Medusa. Already level 9 on Poyoyo. Arteezy's only level 7.
Yeah, nice. Poyoyo's having a great time. And the fact that Old 11's getting so much as well. At this stage of the game, Vici Gaming very much having 2 carries almost with Old 11 farming as well as he has done from that off lane.
Arteezy's game might be pretty difficult. Like, Old 11's just going to Atos him, just blood right full commit onto him inside most of the team fights, it feels. He really almost has Atos. It's about to be done. That's when we'll probably see the big action kicked off from Vici, but they might look to anyway fight around mid tower since CG is collapsing with that Beastmaster.
Let's see what they want to do about this Vici Gaming TP coming over from Old 11. He's ready to join the crew here. It's Vici Gaming, everybody apart from DY right now around this mid lane. The tier 1 falling slowly. Poyoyo's going to start to try and clear it out.
Haven't shown the blood right. That's their best way to wave clear besides the Medusa snake. We'll stop the push though with that snake, of course, and EG's gonna smoke. Look to catch around the ancient side. I think they're recognizing that, it's like Arteezy's not able to farm the ancients because he doesn't have Maelstrom, and Poyoyo's just freely farming ancients at every single one of these camps, so they have to slow him down.
They've got to do something, and they have got good kill potential with the Mystic Flare. Ancient.
Here I am!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm over here! Your place is here. Over here now! Comforting rule of being snared in fire. Nice try. Yeah.
Let's see here. What's next here? We're back. Don't know, ladies and gentlemen, if you lost us, but we are back. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe you can still hear us. And we couldn't hear one another. Hopefully it's all good. Anyway, Bit of a brawl there between the two of them. Could have got, definitely got a bit messier, that.
Yep. I think EG's probably pretty satisfied. They got Poyoyo. It allows Arteezy to sit back, catch back up. He's got Maelstrom. He's starting to work on those Ancients, as we were mentioning, which is a quad stack. So that should accelerate him almost all the way back up. He's still going to be slightly behind the Medusa, but catching up significantly in levels because of that pickoff. EG probably wanted to get a little more, like pushing forward for that tower, but the positioning there from DY's ult just kind of did dissuade them from pushing forward. And also, I believe it is the Bloodseeker that ends up surviving through all of it too, because he was dropped so low.
It was that last bit of damage for chasing him for crit. But able to actually get back and reset old 11. They're going to try and jump for him in the mid. They've got the chain set up. Mystic Flare comes crashing down this time. More than enough damage from EG. They get that set up into the ult from crit. And not many heroes are going to stand a chance at this stage of the game. So much damage at this point.
And immediately starting to siege the tower. Starting to crawl their way back into this game. Vici still looking to split up around the map, just looking to get this. I mean, they are playing much more of a greedy lineup with this Medusa, Storm, and Bloodseeker chorus. Until they do have that, pretty much the Atos on the Bloodseeker, it's a lot harder for them to just force this action, unlike EG, where their action just needs to come from a slight chains, and then that's a setup for the Skywrath every single time. As we are seeing that 60% win probability from these last few moments. And EG, with that mid tower taken out, they can start accessing into the Ancients and denying this away from the Medusa as well.
Yeah, backing off from the mid here as well. 15 minutes in, just 3 to 5.
PYW has been quietly farming the top lane for a very long time. He is 600 gold from Blink Dagger. Should have a pretty decent timing on that one.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty huge. It's all about the catch for both these squads. The amount of follow-up.
EG just has clear, like look at this ward, they just completely sees all of Vici walking through, even the ward up on the high ground right above there too. It's going to see them walking even more so through, so clear information right now for EG of what they want to do with their next move. And Abed's invis, or sorry, smoked up.
Yeah, ready for that chain setup.
And they even had like a Hawk even as well on top of old 11.
No, they want to go for that. They know that how much is standing around old 11 here.
They just need the Skywrath in range with the chains. To see Poyoyo picking up his Manta, so he's got much more survivability versus that chains combo. He's gonna always be able to disengage with it, so understood why he's gone for this item build this time around rather than we saw the S and Y earlier. Needs a way to be able to disengage from the Ancient Seal and those chains. And now up to 1k gold lead for EG. Arteezy's getting all the space in the world to just sit back while his team pressures the Ancient side. Vici might have to just smoke and potentially just try to clear their Ancients because Poyoyo's getting a lot of farm denied away from him.
EG dealt perfectly with the way that Vici were able to gain that lead in the first sort of 12 minutes or so of this. Addressing the problems directly, and now Vici Gaming, they're the ones that have got to try and rectify the state of the map right now, of EG taking control.
Look to clean up the creeps. 2 borders down. Will they get the Centaur? They won't. Slow-paced game though, Owen. 3 to 5, 1640.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Stupendous!
And who sort of benefits from it the most? Do you just sort of look at the Medusa and feel that Vici Gaming are going to be the more comfortable with this sort of slowdown in action, or VG always got the tools?
You know me. There's an ET on one side.
That's true, the ET. And I mean,
natural order is a pretty good mechanic.
Yep.
And Arteezy, he's gotten total time to catch back up. He's still behind, as we say, versus that Medusa, but so many recovery points. And the game for Ori is difficult. He's going to be going for the Orchid build since you pretty much have to on these Storm Spirits, but a lot of different things that can just trip him up. The instant silence, the chains, these 2 things are just easy. It's either one of them just catching onto him and he's just likely dead.
And, you know, no sort of ways to bail him out either. It's not like Vici Gaming have any sort of save. And we're just going to bail Ori out. He gets caught, he's dead, absolutely.
Exactly, yeah. Ice already has the Helm of the Overlord too, and looks like they're going to find another kill with that. Just amazing vision that they have, really. Like, EG's just constantly able to play around this because they have all these deep wards down. They have the Hawk that can play around too, and Vici just doesn't seem like to be able to fight back.
No, not at all.
With a Beastmaster lineup, we're getting even 1 kill.
Yeah. Straight to the Roshan. And yeah, with that continued vision around it, they're going to have any sort of information on Vici Gaming approaching immediately.
It's just dead too fast. Their actual best teamfight hero is the Monkey King in this game until Deuce starts to feel like she can get involved. So a free one for EG. Very crisp macro movements.
That's just solid stuff. They're just controlling this triangle completely.
Yep.
They're going to try and fight VG. They're going to go with the zip and straight over there. The counterplay, Ori is just gone. But they'll lose the Aegis, but they don't care about the CG. They're more than happy with this sort of a trade, as Old 11 also taken down on the front of it all. Now the chase comes out from Abed. Straight over towards the Deuce, and Poyoyo will be able to remove the chains with the Manta, but they're still trying to dive in onto him over to the side. The tree is cut. DY hits the ground. You've got Abed just diving into the base past the tier 3. Chains him back up. He's going to be able to kill the Medusa. Poyoyo's dead. Get back out, and then DY cut down as well by Crit. As EG, I mean, it's
picture perfect, really.
I mean, what did VG Gaming do? It was sort of a slow start, and then as soon as they lost that triangle to EG, they lose the Roche, they lose the team fights, and now this sort of a hit where pretty much the entire team goes down. I mean, EG's just hitting their timings, and VG Gaming, they're getting shaken up real bad.
I mean, Crit already has an Atos. So that offlane Bloodseeker, who ideally wanted to get some type of pickoffs off, hasn't even gotten an opportunity, it feels like, to use Rupture, to even use his Atos. And as we mentioned, Ori, that was a big risk. He's just dead every time if he commits like that. He needs to have somebody else start the fights.
I mean, he needs to have his next item, really.
He just got the Orchid.
But I mean, as you said, though, it's just such a hard game to play with the Orchid alone. You've got nothing to protect yourself.
Yeah.
EG is absolutely going to catch you. You can only go in and silence one hero.
He has to have the bodies going for him first. Like DY has to throw his life away, or Bloodseeker has to just throw his life away so that the Storm, so Ori can actually get to play his hero in these lanes, or in these team fights, because he's get chains, get silenced every single time he's dead.
Yeah, I know. And look at this as well. EG no stopping, straight round to the bottom lane.
And look at Abed too. He's had the Javelin locked the whole time for that Maelstrom, and he's just going straight for BKB. They might just end this game really early on.
Absolutely. I mean, with the push potential that the Beastmaster can help them with, they have every means to take a sort of early high ground. They take one more fight against Vici like that one just now outside of the base and are able to wipe them. You know, these tier 3s of Vici game are going to get focused very early on in this game.
And they're even just pushing bottom. Like they have to address this on the side of Vici because of how big the Beastmaster is. They're always going to have to send a hero to react. And because of this, now look at EG. They're already prepared for the move.
I don't know if Vici game is going to be ready for EG coming from this angle.
They're trying to bail out. They know.
Old 11. He will manage to TP out. PYW and DY, they're going to fight back. Zippo, but
he's just gone.
He just disappears.
Did he even get it disabled? I think he just died to the sheer damage.
It was just the raw damage. He goes and he's just gone.
That's not even with everybody, too. Ice was still just lingering around the mid lane. They kill the Skywrath, but they lose 3 big ones.
I mean, everything continuing to plan here for EG.
It really has just been picture-perfect planning for them. Yep. After those lanes didn't go perfect for them, they, like you said, invading the triangle, denying that away from the Medusa seems like a recipe for success, as they have just so much dominance now. 2 tier 2s taken out so early on. Now just going for top as well, and the control continues.
It's going to be another tier 2 soon. Yeah. I mean, if they keep this pushing and turn just the tier 1 into a tier 2 as well, I feel like this has got to be one of the games where all tier 2s have gone down the fastest if EG keep this up.
I agree.
This is some insane push in early game here from Evil Geniuses. Vici Gaming, they've got to regroup, gather themselves, and think about how they're going to hold in any sort of team fight. They're going to try another move here, Ori. He's going to go straight over towards Fly, but Fly's pretty tanky here. The blood rifle will come out, but Fly's still alive. They've silenced Ori. Ori's gone. DY as well. The damage comes through from Artesia's. Old 11 hits the deck. Fly will fall, but now Poyoyo surrounded by EG. PYW will attempt to help out, but he can't keep his Medusa alive. Poyoyo falls. And they're going to call it 22 minutes in. Evil Geniuses just destroy Vici Game, and they just slam them out the way. This was a complete beatdown, and EG, I mean, this is the cleanest total they've brought out so far. Yeah. It was picture perfect. They
10 minutes
ticked
of
all the boxes.
Wow. Like actual 10 minutes of perfection, right?
You're with us. Dire's top tower is about to fall. Just wait. Nothing good happening to Radiant's middle tower. Dire don't look too scared of Radiant's top tower.
Perhaps could have maybe gotten the leap off into the arrow, but I don't think he saw the creep that was just trailing right on top of him.
This is pretty big for Vici. I mean, if Poyo gets that BKB on top of the desk, though, the early sort of push that EG has been going for, it's going to be hard. He's going to be more than happy to just frontline in the fights, create sort of the attention whilst Old 11 looks for the jump in.
They still do have a lot of things that pierce through BKB, though. They have the roar, they've got that link that's always going to be really useful versus him, but definitely a necessity versus the burst damage that Mirana and Void Spirit, when you have an ET, provide. He does need that magic immunity early on. So probably double BKBs, double or triple BKBs for Vici next. But with their ults up, they can take the fight. Like if EG runs into them, they will battle.
Oh,
and EG, with the timing as well, they've got the BKB on the Razor, so they're looking to actually get an advantage here by claiming a tier 2 early on. See if Vici reacts to this one.
They're TPing down.
They're spotted, though. The Hawk is already on top of them.
Do EG want to dive this? They're certainly showing like they do. 1-2 here as they get the Earth Spirit set up onto PYW. It's the line gone. Further TPs now starting to come in. EG looking for the setup on the map, but actually long TP is actually going to be cancelled. Ori goes to the Sonic Wave pushback, but they just turn straight over towards him. Ori's going to get run down by Arteezy. He's gone. Arteezy's now opting to bail out. He'll TP away. Abed, he wants to go in. In fact, he's straight over towards Poyo. He's on top of the Monkey King. Poyo is going to fall.
Oh boy. That canceled TP, Old 11.
Did he cancel it himself, or?
He did. He saw the Aether Remnant right on top of where he's TPing. He probably thought he would just get killed.
They needed
because of that. It's a huge fight for EG.
They needed Old 11 over that, whether he gets caught by the Remnant or not. Without him, the team fight just falling completely to pieces. Crit picking up a triple kill. And even off the back of Arteezy bailing out of the fight, he was kind of done at a point, didn't want to risk his own life. It didn't matter that he left. EG still with the firepower to clean up.
11's got to do something big now with him rotating down, but He's gonna just get a kill on Fly, it looks like here. Probably gonna use the finger.
Jax thinks Radiant's bottom tower is about to fall.
But a big play from EG and a big mistake probably from Old 11.
Do you think in that situation it would have been better if he just went and tanked the Remnant?
If they made the call to fight down there, more than likely, because he's a 1700 HP hero. They would have to commit so much onto him to kill him, which would probably open up the opportunity for Ori to have survived. So yeah, a bit of a miscommunication coming out from Vici and EG. They capitalize and they're looking for more.
They're going to get the setup here. See if they've got the damage. He said he is tanky. This Void Spirit, I bet he hurts. As that is Old 11 gone. EG starting to really hit hard as Vici. They've got to get themselves back together here.
The duo hunting is really potent. Crit as well as Abed can always find these kills as mid.
And Ori.
Crit.
He has blinked in a little aggressively here to try and find Crit. Well managed to jump back out, but Ori's got to be careful. Making moves like that. EG now with more than enough tools to punish.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And just continuing to look to pressure this tier 2.
I'm going to see still DY hovering around this tower. A very risky position.
He's tough to bring down. They'd have to commit quite a bit just to kill an Enchantress. He's got 4 staff too, and tower does go down. Do they get the outpost in time before 20? It's not the biggest deal, but they won't. But now having those 2 outposts, they're going to have access into bottom jungle. And now Moonlight Shadow, they're still looking for these plays. Poyoyo, he was spotted in top. Oh, he's still showing himself.
He is.
He's in a troublesome position.
They've got the lead in. He's going to try and stand his ground and pop the ult. He'll look over towards Crit. Poyoyo, has he got the damage? He hasn't. Crit's out, but the leaps. He's away from the ultimate. Arteezy with the static link finishes off Poyoyo.
Dead.
They just really have Poyoyo's number. They always seem to be able to catch him out. I think he needs to just play a little bit more careful of like not finishing off that one extra creep, as we see a lot of players do. Is like these areas where you are playing around like the dire hard camp up there. I feel like so many times we see players lately, it's like they kill one of the creeps and they're like, wait, something's going on, and they usually bail out. But again, Poyoyo gets caught out. And Crit just super active, just always moving around Abed.
Jumping straight up to the high ground. He's found the setup onto Old 11. That's the Magnus gone. Stomp as well, catching Lion. PYW, he's out of the game. DY's got to run. Quick jumps here from EG. And Vici Gaming, we were seeing when they sort of split up like this, it's terrifying with EG's sort of read of the map, like they had the read of the game 1 game state. They know when you're alone, and they will not hesitate to jump in and start the action.
And they do have such a crazy amount of burst. Like Crit is level 13, something we definitely do have to factor in. This high damage that comes from this double Starstorm, Sacred Arrow, also such an early vessel. Like it is making the difference. That's why you're seeing this almost 2,000 HP Magnus just die.
That's insane.
Like he's owning every single time he's been there, and that's what's the most important thing when he's there with Abed.
Yeah.
The Yule setup, it's great. The damage from the Void Spirit's nice, but that little extra bit that Crit's providing is huge. I say little, even though it's the highest damage, but now with a pretty big timing here, Aegis. And still able to pick off. They don't have to wait for cooldowns. They've got Roar. They've got that constant combo that they've been doing over and over again in this game. Vici looking to just wait for the BKBs before they really want to take a head-on fight, but they're starting to just lose too much control.
Look at the smoke from EG.
Radiant's getting friendly with Dire's
DY. Now look to take down the Edge quickly.
Killing spree.
That's a lot of burst. With the natural order now maxed up on Fly.
And look at this setup, bottom Abed. He's already over there.
And Crit's there.
You see them make a move in the jungle, and the next thing you know, they're over around this bottom lane. Ori is going to go for the TP out. He'll live today.
Nice Orchid play by him. Does get the Orchid off before that follow-up arrow hits him, so no Starstorm from Crit to kill him. But scary. Every time they show themselves on these side lanes,
look how fast EG is.
They're killers. Crit's part of 14 of the 15 kills so far.
Yeah, I've still got that big combo play there, Vici Gaming. If Old 11 can find these RPs.
They just need to find the combo plays. EG's just look at the way that they're swinging around the map. It's like every single time. It's just too fast right now for Vici to be prepared for it.
Let's see what Vici can pull together around the mid. They'll smoke up.
Can they land the combo?
They've got to look for this combo.
Yeah, Poyoyo has BKB as well, so a lot more survivable.
So he was able to find the jump. Can be PYW.
I see Abed.
Abed.
Ooh.
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble here. Hanks with the setup. Abed's been found.
Nice move. Didn't have to commit anything big either. Fingers perfectly fine at this point, and they're still going to have RP and Sonic Wave for the upcoming fight if it does go onto them. And they are avoiding their ancient area. They're trying not to walk into this vision that EG's had control of.
I mean, can you look for something more here whilst Arbed's dead, or still the fact that RTZ has that A just a little too much for you to just charge straight into?
I think it's just breathing room. It's like, all right, Ori, you can actually push out the bottom lane a little bit safer. You can finish up your BKB so that you're not just picked off every time from a Yule's combo. So I think that pickoff is just, yeah, finish up a next item.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I believe we're seeing this AC getting very close to being completed here by RTZ.
That's going to be pretty good versus the Monkey King. Counteracting that death so almost entirely on his ult team. Again, just looking to get these pushes going too with the Beastmaster. Playing around that Helm of the Overlord.
And for Vici at this stage, do you think you just let your tier 2s go?
It's just difficult when EG's already set up on it. If you haven't already preemptively set up on it, you have to assume that they have vision everywhere. The Hawk's going to be behind the tower. As EG's been playing in the last game too, there's probably wards all over the place too, so just drop it. Look to make your own play rather than be super reactive, because you know they're going to have vision advantage.
They're doing exactly that. Looking for a tier 2 themselves, but the fortification is up. So if EG want to try and push back up to the high ground, they do still have Ice in his army leading in. A bit of damage to the tier 3s now.
He'll poke it. Golem's doing work.
Do Radiant want their middle tower to fall?
And they're literally just sitting onto the triangle, just continuing to farm that area for RTZ. Full Ags now finished up for Abed. So, as we mentioned, those BKBs, especially on Vici, are going to be very effective versus that. They don't have one on 11, though. He's actually gone for a Lotus Orb instead.
Did you like that decision? To sort of help against those being caught by the static link?
It'll help out. He'll be able to protect Poyoyo so he can actually stand his ground inside the fights, and maybe he gets a link of his own or reflects Aurora's. Sorry.
Quite a deep move here from Vici Gaming. They're going to go out with the TP. PYW gets left behind.
They both had to BKB to TP out, though. They were very afraid of getting set up on.
Well, the question is, did EG see the BKBs being used?
I don't believe that. I don't think that they did. I couldn't see if the ward actually caught the glimpse from there. I think they were just a bit north of it. So might not know. But they might like to make a move anyway, since they have this vision advantage over this area.
I bet, yeah, he's going to go.
Hitting.
He's in with the jump. As you say, BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds, or he's able to get the blink off. That's a close one, but he'll live. Regen Rune at the ready as well.
He didn't even switch to Strength Treads. I was like, oh my goodness. Stayed on the int. Does have a regen, so we'll be able to come back out. Quick move though, EG, that means yes. That was the answer to your question. Did they see the BKB on cooldown? That is a definite yes then.
Oh, Vici starting to step out. I mean, again, they're not playing too fearful here of EG. Aegis seconds away from timing out for RTZ.
They're playing where they know that they have better vision advantage. Just playing around that one ward. They have sentries in the area so they can see if a Hawk comes in. EG just continuing to play around their vision so they can get that initial go. EG.
There we have it. Another attempt
go for the smoke.
Last time, they're only able to get Arbed off the back of a smoke. So if they can get something a little bit more this time round.
EG knows this.
Set up in the trees, Crit and Ice. They're going to make the jump for Crit. Crit's going to bait the action. They're in, but now the counterplay from Arbed. Jump straight over to PYW. PYW gone. Crit, he's still alive somehow.
He's going to tick out.
Get the deny.
Oh, he's actually got the vessel.
Oh,
with the bottle
they want to deny him.
No, they bottled him up.
I mean, the temptation's there, but indeed, Arbed being a bro, if that was any other game, if that was your pubs, Crit would have been dead. But they'll let him live. They keep the man alive. And that was the Sonic Wave burst for that.
EG, I think maybe that Hawk that they had inside the tree line did catch just a glimpse of vision of when they went for that smoke, because their positioning was just way too perfect.
Shadows, take us.
Astro with the Moonlight to try and spread back out across the map. Vici Gaming, despite losing PYW, they're still keeping this pressure on bottom onto the tier 2.
But they saw him. They saw Poyoyo, and they have this ward. So they have complete vision of Poyoyo right now. Arrow?
I mean, it's... Oh my goodness, that was a little bit close. Poyoyo The last minute jump to the side. He's going to have to put the BKB and go for the TP out. We'll see Arbet jump into the trees to look for more. He's got the ult set. He cancels the TP out attempt from Old 11. As Old 11's going to get left behind there. As you say that, Ward, giving them the info. Arbet able to jump straight in. And those without a BKB, such as Old 11, not able to TP out quite as successfully.
They do get the tower that they came for, though, on the side of Vici. But do have to be careful now that that BKB is on cooldown. We see EG immediate smoke swinging across because they know it's on cooldown. Either the Monkey King or the Queen of Pain will be a free kill if Abed is able to set up onto him. Or Ice with the Roar. And Vici has to go all the way up into their high ground, which is going to open up the map for EG. Push all their lanes in. It will be a bit difficult for Vici to get out of the map now in these next few moments. And a gem now picked up. So, like we said, vision control, vision advantage. That's what EG's been playing around these last 2 games when they have the Beastmaster. So, it makes sense that they pick it up at this early time.
Still just 1k in it. I mean, it just goes to show how
very close.
How much of a swing you will see if Vici Gaming can find that sort of team fight, that high ground defense. Pushing into the high ground against a Magnus is always going to be rather scary. So, Old 11 will have to be on the minds here of EG.
EG has vision of Vici right now in the bottom lane. They have that kind of cute lane ward that I haven't seen in a while. Watching them all TP back, so immediately they push onto high ground. They get a free tier 3 and
and the fortification.
That was
that could definitely be abused here by EG.
They still see Poyoyo bottom. Look at the line drawn. Will they make it in time?
Surely not quite.
As I said, Blink with the Psychic Headband.
They're in with the Roy. Got the BKB off in time. Back up here as well from Old 11's Lotus, so EG won't be able to continue. There's the BKB, of course, forced here, out for a minute.
Is it down to 6? It is already. How's the Queen of Pain one? Also down to 7 seconds. EG's looking to swing again. They're still looking for something.
Jumps in immediately, does get caught out by the silence, but he's rather tanky. Jump on Lotus. He's not really caught anything. Doesn't get the catch that he needs. Ice now heading over towards Old 11. The army of Ice just beating through this Magnus, forcing Old 11 back. Poyoyo will get the Wukong's command down to finish off Ice's life. But the rest of EG is still alive now, but he's ready to jump straight back in. He's looking at BYW. He needs backup, and he needs it now. RTZ trying to help out, but the damage from Poyoyo is too much. Another kill here for Vici Gaming as EG losing control in the team fight this time. Old 11
very greedy going for that play by himself, jumping in.
Jumping back into the whole squad without the rest of EG quite able to follow him up. See Vici, can they chase for more here? Poyoyo set up onto Fly, jumping forward. He's in onto the Elder Titan, and Vici Gaming getting 3 kills out of this fight.
Out of a whiffed RP, they somehow end up getting the 3 kills anyway.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a good luck charm. That was an Old 11. Make sure you miss the RP at the start next time. That worked fantastic.
Abed just really overplayed his hand. He thought he could burst the Lion in time, but PYW survives, I think, because of his stick charges. And now into Roche. They're going to clean this one up. Yeah, just as well as that shard.
That's huge for him.
My sprites are
Vici Gaming. A solid strike back here against EG. Now it's their turn to sort of show what they can do once they get this sort of a bump up in power.
And they will give that shard over to Ori as well.
We'll see this again here at the start of the fight.
It looked awkward.
Yeah, just not quite able. It was trying to catch Arteezy there in the RP, Old 11.
And it's like Abed was able to back up, reset with the regen rune, and then either way, they still weren't able to take the fight because of that positioning. Vici just having the high ground advantage.
Yeah, we'll see it here in a second. Abed, I mean, he feels rather strong, but jumping back in like that was a huge risk to take. Yeah. It does not pay off.
Oh, interesting. Bottom Ori is going to get caught out here. Oh, he spent his gold too. He bought out the Lincoln, so 70 seconds, he's dead.
That hurts. Towards the end of that as well, he could have put the BKB, but the blink was down for a second, so maybe BKB wouldn't have saved him anyway.
Pretty interesting though that he's gone for the Lincolns as well. I know into Roar, a lot more people have been going this when there's only that like 1 or 2 single target things, but neutral items are a thing, and neutral items are what I call kind of the counter to Lincoln Sphere. As we see, there's a headband up on the Beastmaster, so as soon as they identify if Ori has Lincolns and no BKB up, they're just gonna headband break it every single time. So has to be very cautious of his positioning still anyway with that Lincolns.
Gold is a great conductor.
But Vici still with this enormous amount of team fight. And after that last fight too, didn't really point out, they did claim the gem. So we always were talking about that vision advantage for EG. Having this gem is going to make Vinci's life just a lot easier of knowing that they're not playing under a Hawk, not playing under a Ward in all these situations. And a very buffed up Poyoyo, as we see an Alpha Wolf following him for the majority of the game. He's got ice armor too, provided from the Enchantress, and that Empower.
Poyoyo having that Aegis, what's the call here from EG?
Still look to control vision, look to play around those high grounds. If they can get the initial go every single time, it does feel like they have a good shot, but they just really need to watch out for the combo plays because Vici just has an explosive amount. Very close game though, neck and neck.
This is what you want to see, Vici Gaming.
They've got everything up.
Shadows take us.
I think they had vision of that one again. I believe that Hawk that Ice has right next to that ancient kind of area did catch a glimpse of it, so they're backing up immediately.
See if Vici's able to catch anyone here. Just completely playing it safe here, EG.
No risk, yeah. 4 heroes in base. Arteezy hiding inside the trees. Outpost will be claimed. Vici still swinging. 2 minutes left on Aegis.
The prize is mine.
There should be 2 more minutes where EG is focusing on getting their next bit of kit online. See from Ori, trying to get the AC to counteract that of Arteezy. Arteezy very close to having his next item complete. Level 23 as well. Still top of the board here, just ahead of Poyoyo.
It's such an even game right now. It's really just, it's gonna come down to those initiations. Who's gonna get the big jumps? Who's gonna delete a hero at the start? Because on top of those big initiations, it's an overwhelming amount of damage that both sides do have.
Vici Gaming, they will look to use this last minute of Aegis to take a tier 2.
Scotty's also now finished up for Poyoyo, so he's going to have a really good way to kite out those BKBs, especially inside Wukongs versus Arteezy. And tanky now, too. Near 3,000 HP on this Monkey King.
Come on, Sprite.
Let's see how hard EG want to push the high ground. Still 50 seconds on the Aegis. They've got to be keeping that in mind.
They've got the double catapults pushing in the waves. Mid getting hit, bottom as well.
Vanished, but not gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both teams very much waiting for the other to make the move here now.
Yep. So Aeon Discs will probably become the name of the game soon too, I believe, on both sides. I was checking to see if Abed, what he's going to be switching around to. I saw he had Hex, now he's got BKB queued up. I think there's a lot of arguments where Aeon Discs could just be one of the better items for both sides, just because, as I mentioned, the explosive capabilities of the initiations from both sides. You're going to want some type of counter initiation if somebody does get caught. Arteezy commits for the full refresh.
Spent all his money. And already, jump in. They'll start the action onto DY. DY's gone. Poyoyo looking for the lead in onto Ahmed. Jumps forward with the BKB and the Wukong's command. Ahmed, can he get out of this? He's up in the air with the Yules. Ahmed will be able to jump out of the Wukongs with the Astral Step. It's a double kill for Arteezy. He'll kite out the ult of the Monkey King. DY's come back in with the buyback. Poyoyo trying to hide in the trees, but Ahmed, he's found him. Jumps over Poyoyo. He's out of the game for 80. No buyback on Poyoyo.
Ice doing God's work in the back line of the fight. He gets the Blink Roar onto the Magnus, throws his minions onto him, so there's no follow-up. I'm sure Poyoyo is sitting there like,
He's getting a corner as well. Look at the Hex, the stun on TC is gone. A beautiful peel off there from Old 11 as he gets in, grabs the cause. We'll see Ahmed continue to try and fight on there. The double kill as he bursts through Ori and PYW. As Old 11 tries his best to hold up the defense hit, and EG will still back up. But still EG getting kills, regardless of the fact that Old 11 gets an excellent jump.
Was a buyback earlier from PYW for had to have that skewer into that stun play, but a great pickup onto RTZ.
And that will stop the momentum for now. EG, they have to retreat. They don't quite get the tier 3 tower. Old 11 keeping the game in decent shape here for Vici.
So it would be BKB for Abed, okay. So gonna go for that defensive route, not feeling like he's gonna get burst instantly.
Now gonna have to be even more careful now with these pushes. Old 11. Ooh. Not quite able to get the setup there, but Poyoyo, he's got his eyes on. Eyes, knows that there's a lot on the high ground though.
Yeah,
won't continue to chase.
Still with 2 dead, don't want to commit for anything, and you could just lose the game if you make some type of overextended play outside your base there. Still having RP up too. As we're mentioning, it's eyes on Old 11 if he's able to find that grab. But Ice was that big preventer last time. Also gonna be going for a refresher.
He's got that level 20, that skewer range as well.
Hasn't picked up the shard. It's multiple games now where I saw like a lot of players, especially on T1, Cuckoo, you know, he's the one who's been prioritizing picking up that shard. 11, I think every game I saw him play Magnus, he never buys the shard. And we've seen how powerful that horn toss can be, so a bit interesting that he doesn't even opt for it.
I think it's just sort of preference, right? I feel like some of these players, they play Magnus so long before that ability was ever added to the game. They just feel that it's not necessary to do what they want to be doing with the hero. Yeah, it's a bonus thing, but it's just something that, you know, if you haven't been playing it in the thousands of games you played in your career, well, maybe not thousands, but hundreds at least, you're not going to feel as keen to just change it up. And Old 11, he's comfortable with the style that he's always rocked.
EG's got their lanes in a good position right now still. They're looking to just go right back to bottom.
We'll find that flicker. That'll be nice.
Old 11 finds himself a nice one as well. He gets a ninja gear. So Ice's job is going to be a bit more difficult this time around to find that Magnus. Anything else we got? We have Telescope on Crit. Any other big ones? Stormcrafter on Abed. So now he's got a double way to protect himself. The Yules as well as Stormcrafter. And on the side of Vici, we did see Paladin Sword picked up. That was earlier, to be honest with you. And any other big one from tier 4s was just, I mean, the Ninja Gear is probably the biggest one for me, just because it's going to protect Old 11 so he can get those initiations.
Yeah, Ninja Gear is great.
Yep. Or he's a bit tankier as well now, too. He gets Trickster Cloak on his way toward his own AC to counteract the Razors. But again, very close game.
I mean, this Roche, this is not going to go down too easily.
No.
EG's going to have to take 5 first. Vici game, they're bringing a jump forward onto Ori. The BKB's forced out straight away. They get the Hex, open eye into the stun. The Wukong's command is down onto Arteezy. Arteezy is gone. Has to buy back straight away to return the fight. Abed charges in over to PYW. PYW goes down. Poyo will be able to dodge the remnant from Abed. How many on this procs?
Abed. 11.
He's got the setup. I see that block. They put the RP, the Sonic Wave. They're looking to burst for Ahmed. Poyoyo's in. He takes him down. RTZ pods to refresh. He's got the link building up on Poyoyo. Ice's trying to get back, but Ori jumps in with the burst. Poyoyo, he's not got any damage to fight with as RTZ takes him down. Buyback from the Monkey King. They want to get back in on this. Old 11 jumps in. He's able to pick him up with the horn toss. Skewing back. Crit. He'll leap to the ground, but they've got the damage. Crit goes down.
Instant buybacks, they know how important, how crucial this Roche is. Arteezy using his before, very good buyback so he can get back into that fight. 70 seconds, no Enchantress. Wukong's they know is down. RP they know is down as well. They're committing into the pit. How's Vici gonna respond in this 3v5?
EG, can they finish it?
They also have level 25s picked up. 26 on Arteezy, 25 on Abed. And as we've seen multiple times, a Void Spirit once he hits 25 is a complete different beast with that AoE Dissimulate stun.
And Vici, they're going to concede the Roche.
And that means a free Aghanims.
Yeah, we'll see this fight again.
It kicked off excellent for Vici. They just completely annihilated Arteezy, but he did have the buyback to be able to get back into the fray. And I don't think they respected him coming back so quickly.
No, they still tried to continue fighting. We see here Abed with the chase down, but jump over to the side and still happy to kick back in as Abed goes in. They try and turn and collapse around him again. This is just buying time for Arteezy to wrap back over. They'll use the ults to go for Abed. They do get him, and that's pretty much everything used. And Arteezy being in position to get that link started on a Poyoyo meant that at that point the Monkey King's fight is over.
Allies disappear.
Now, yeah, as we said, the full blessing now for Arteezy. I believe Fly almost has his own full Aghanims on the ET too. They're going to look to progress here. No ults still available on the side of Vici. Horn Toss is purchased for Old 11, but Ice is in. That's the first roar.
I've got to be so careful now. These buybacks on cooldown could be, it could cost the game here. Poyoyo, 6 minutes without that buyback now.
We do see DY also hit level 20, maybe happened during that fight there, but we'll be able to now start enchanting those Ancients. So we do have to see if Ice will give some respect and maybe throw his Ancients away out of the fight, since DY will just be able to take over it every single time. And everything's back up, Vici. What can they find?
Oh, they're heading straight out. RP at the ready.
Scary moments here playing without buyback on the Monkey King, playing into that Aegis, playing into that cheese. Abed also does pick up an Aeon Disc afterwards too, so many different forms of protecting himself versus that big Wombo combo that Vici has. And Vici, they're not quite at that next big item for Poyoyo to have that big protection. His Satanic is 700 gold away. Does feel like he's going to need it. These fights feel like they're going to start getting quite drawn out. And Fly, as we say, you know, he's trickling slowly towards an Aghanims. He's 250 away. It's going to change the state of the game a lot too, and he's able to stay in the face of these tanky heroes and allow his teammates just to rip them to shreds with that natural order.
Still quite a bit of time to play with the Aegis here for Arteezy, 3 minutes.
Old 11 just keeps going for Alpha Wolves the entire game that I've seen. Just looking for a dominated Alpha Wolf to stick it on Poyoyo.
There we go.
Scan comes out. EG's aware.
They're going to try and go for this into the Aegis and Cheese, but EG, the Moonlight, they're ready to move in.
They want to take the fight.
Let's see if they catch this Vici with a good wraparound. They might not expect them to come in from the side.
They picked up the Satanic also for Poyoyo.
See if they can get the jump. Arteezy, he'll show himself. Quick little poke with the plasma field. Vici now, they're a little hesitant. They know they can't get the jump, the initiation that they wanted to. 11, he's watching for the cliff here. I see jump forward from Abed, he's moving it onto Poyoyo. Arteezy keeps the link going, takes down DY, the Roar comes out onto Poyoyo. Get the Wukong's command off. Old 11 still being patient, up on the high ground, waiting for the chance to jump, but he's seen him, the vessel's down. Old 11 no longer able to get the blink off, but Ice is gone. No buyback available for Ice. EG, they're going to have to do this 4 versus 5 for now. DY, he bought back for this, there's a dieback for the Enchantress. Old 11, oh, he misses completely!
But they found Abed. They found one of the really important kills on the side there. PYW was able to get the chain disable for Poyoyo to engage.
Yeah, I mean, again, another scenario where there's an RP missed, but I don't think Vici minds at all. They're going to start pushing in a little bit down the bottom. No buyback on Abed or Ice. This is a long time without 2 of your cores. 11.
Or toss.
He's got the grab. He takes him out of the base. They've caught Arteezy. Arteezy's going to go down once. Can they do it again? Can they do it again here? They're going to try, but the BKB is out. Jump forward, the Sonic Wave pushing Arteezy back down to the low ground, but Arteezy's able to get out of there. Moonlight shadows up. Gives him the color to escape from the rest of Vici Gaming.
They'll force the glyph. 70 seconds.
And they've got to keep Arteezy safe. His buyback, of course, also still on cooldown for 2.5 minutes.
They should be able to clean up this Rex.
We'll see if they can get anything more. Still a minute, no Abed.
Tough to swing all the way to top, though. That's your 2 mid still up. So they will back up, look to clear out those lanes. Double catapults hitting on mid. Big hit from Vici.
Again, keeping the net worth so even. 21 and 29. Only, less than 1k in it.
It's a crazy game too, where we talked about all these initiations and the big Wombo combo, and I feel like the 2 fights that Vici actually won, they did not have the Wombo combo land at all.
No. That's Old 11 is using it as a sort of an extravagant taunt.
It was like both of them. The RP whiffed and the Wukong's command was just like this zoning mechanic, but then they just get one single disable onto the Void Spirit, and they have the damage.
I mean, that is pretty terrifying when you're losing the team fights and these spells are all over the place. Imagine when they land. That could be, the end of it here for EG in this game too. This is Vici Gaming starting their way back into this. Money for the full Satanic. Ready on Ori if he wants to spend up. And they are getting some big, juicy items online now.
Everybody really is. Even DY. Look at DY's Enchantress. He's just been quietly farming throughout the majority of this game, as we mentioned, being that level 20 early on. He's got Solar Crest, his Vlads. He's very survivable. Also having that Witchbane is always going to be nice, this little Dispel. Or as Kyle would like, the Cleanse. It is actually called the Cleanse this time around, so. And he's farming so much just because of his inching creep too. Like he just keeps taking the black dragon, and it's a better dragon because it's got that enchant buff on it. He can just push lanes by himself. He's pushing mid.
What's the plan now here? Sit back for the next rush?
We gotta wait for buybacks, I think, is the important thing, at least for EG. They've got 60 seconds and 600 gold for Void Spirit, about 1,000 away for Arteezy, also 30 seconds. They're a lot more dependent since they did expend so many earlier. Vici, though.
I mean, they're going to charge straight at EG down here. See who gets the jump first. Smoke dispels on Ori. It's the jump out from Arbed. Getting himself a good distance away from Vici Gaming. EG, they are fully aware that this move is in motion from Vici Gaming. What do they want to do about it? DY
getting a real
He's going to show himself into the trees. They find Fly. They'll jump in onto the outer tight, see if they can burst it, but Arbed's in over the Dissimilate. Fly, he'll be able to get the ult out, but Fly will fall. Jump over from Ori straight into Arteezy. There's DY, Poyoyo, and Ori trying to focus down the raise. The roar comes out from Ice to hold back Poyoyo. Second roar is going to be blocked by the Lincolns of Ori. They've taken out Artor. Ice will manage to TP out in the trees. That's Arteezy dead. 2 minutes.
No buyback.
500 gold short.
And they still have RP. They can still look to hunt. Immediately pops, I believe, the ninja gear on old 11, continuing to hunt.
He's still got the RP. He's ready for another catch. If he catches another call.
The way that they start the fight on Vici is really smart, too. Like, DY is just like, I'm just an enchantress at this point. All I need to do is give information for my team to stick onto these targets. If they get even one disable on any of these cores we've seen over and over again, the EG heroes just die.
Yeah, these fights are looking harder and harder for Evil Geniuses. Smoke up to set things up, but still 80 seconds. No carry up for EG as Arteezy. They just have to sit back and watch.
How do you actually deal with Ori now? You know, having the Lincolns, having that 18-second spell block that he picked up earlier from the 25, Satanic Trickster Cloak, he's so durable.
Tries to start the action off. Immediate jumping, they do get the arrow connection into the Dissimilate stun. They've caught Ori. He's gone. Now over towards Poyoyo. Poyoyo still has the BKB. He turns over towards Arbed. Arbed's got his BKB ready to go if he needs to, but he's gone over the Hortos. They've got the Hex as well. Arbed still managed to Dissimilate out of action. So the buyback did come out from Ori here. I mean, it's maybe a bit of an early one. I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much with that. Still, time where Arteezy's out of the game, but it is only 30 seconds or so now. And now Ori in a bit of a risky situation. They lose Ori, and now EG might have the chance to push straight back. We'll see how safe Ori plays here.
Triple arrows online for crit. They just have. I think that's the biggest thing he just has to watch out for since the rows are on cooldown.
Oh, 11. He's in with the jump. They're caught Arbed. They're able to chase him. He's gone. He pops. Buyback out immediately from Arbed as now EG, they'll look to push back in. 10 seconds until Arteezy's up. They're keeping the racks alive in the mid, EG. Old 11. He's ready for the jump with the RP though. If EG step anywhere close to the edge of their base.
Shadows.
It's level 25 as well on him. So longer RP. 4.75 seconds.
Ice.
The roar.
It's got the first opening. Anything more to go here? Stomp onto the 2. Remnant as well. We'll follow up. Dragon into the arrow.
The 4-step.
Beautiful play there. Forced into the arrow. Crit. As that is Poyoyo gone. Vici Gamer, they've got to get out of it. There is a buyback available on Poyoyo if he wants to keep the fight going. Old Levin is able to get up to the glyph and TP out. PYW, he's away, but DY caught out by the stomp. EG, they'll run down the Enchantress and take down DY as well.
What a 4-step. Was that Fly? I think that was Fly's 4-step. He walked in. I think he used it right at the start there when the arrow was coming in. Or it could have even been a teammate trying to save it.
I think it was either Fly or DY. I think it was one of the two.
It might have been. It's the triple arrows coming into play there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming from all angles.
And now
not a lot they could do.
Refresher shard and blessing on the rush. Most important thing for both sides. Both cores not having buyback now on the side of Vici. Ori as well as Poyoyo have it on cooldown.
Oh, it's risky. Yeah, EG no.
Arteezy's just going to run his
face. To hit hard. Old 11. On the high ground though. Hard to push into this Magnus when the Blink RP is ready. But Vici Gaming, with the state of their buybacks, they're playing it very safe. Back towards the tower. Now they look to get in off the back of their own smoke. They look for the long wrap around. They want to try and enter through EG's high ground. Down this river. Oh, they get the jump on the grip, but now the counter plays in. They're in. PYWZ on this. He's going to get proc. BKB comes out from Poyoyo. He's got the Wukong's command now. PYW slides up to the side. Arben's BKB short to wear off Fly. Trying to get on Poyoyo. The RP's down, but the BKB's already out. Arteezy, so the skewer has no effect. Arteezy
will be able to get himself away. They focus so much onto Poyoyo. Tons of buybacks
Catch on the BYW as well. EG, they're not done yet. Dissimilate over to the side. They found the line. T1's trying to punch back into Arteezy, but there's nothing that this Enchantress can do. He's got to run. Old 11 attempting to skewer back to the high ground, but Ahmed's got the chase. The Eldest gets back up, but the Dissimulate's in. Ahmed takes down another.
But now Ori's on Ahmed. The Stormcracker to dodge.
Still got the Yules. Now they're ready to turn. Link is being popped. They get the skewer back up to the high ground. They've caught Ice. No Beastmaster for this push. And with Ice gone, that might be enough. Along with Fly, also down right now, to stop EG from being able to punish the fact that Poyoyo's dead for a full minute.
Absolutely insane fight. Look how much damage, what, 28,000 damage from both sides. Everybody using like 50 different spells. Very nice.
Eyes closed.
EG. Now, since they do have that number advantage, are starting to work on that rush. Arteezy in the pit.
We'll see the start of this fight again.
They kited Poyoyo. They didn't really stand inside the Wukong almost at all, and it really was the buybacks that EG just had a bit more of that allowed them to take a bit more of an advantage in that at the end of it all.
What are you hiding?
Yeah, have that BKB off in time there, Arteezy.
He would have been dead otherwise. If he did not. That skewer into the Wukongs, he would have died even earlier.
Time to just draw out and just a perfect read of when to get back in on top of Poyoyo. We're seeing Abed having some fantastic decisions when it comes to getting out of the fight and knowing when he can re-enter. He had that error earlier in the game where he made that play back into the full squad of Vici Gaming, but now the choices that he's making when it comes to playing these team fights are immaculate.
Just a constant reset. They just have so many different methods to get in and out of the Wukongs that it's allowing Abed to get what, like, I think he got like 4 or 5 dissimilate stuns onto heroes. So it's like 10 seconds of stun that's coming out just from that ability. Starting to get more of these level 25s coming out.
What's he doing with the Ags here, Abed?
Who doesn't have one? Who do you even want to give it to, actually? Do you just give it a crit?
They give it a crit.
You don't really have anybody else.
Yeah.
Like, Fly already has it. He's the most important one besides that, so.
I mean, just sell it. You can sell that one, right?
Sure. Probably more useful on a hero.
I'm sure it is. We'll see. See how greedy Abed is. So this move on 11. Oh, he's found him. He found Arteezy. Drag back onto Artana. Burn out quick with the finger. That's the Aegis gone.
They've got the Wukong right on top of him, too.
Sonic Wave from Mori, pushing back Fly, so Fly won't be able to get back over and help out. Jump forward onto Arteezy. Pops the refresher. The BKB. He's trying to run. And never used the refresher shot. And the refresher abused, but he can't keep himself alive. He's out. 2 minutes. No buyback for 5 minutes. A huge catch there. It's Arteezy on his own with the Aegis and refresher shot. It doesn't matter.
Did he used everything too. I think he used 3 BKBs. He tried to use 2 or 3 flickers to survive.
He pressed all the buttons. It wasn't enough.
He was completely alone. And they did do a good job. Ori, he jumped the back line. He jumped onto Fly, made sure that Fly wasn't going to be able to do any type of disengage. Those buybacks from earlier that EG had to use for the fight. Now hurting them. DY?
Well, maybe the Aghanim's on Ice will help a little bit here, spamming those axes out.
Okay, did pass it over to him.
Bit of deep push BYW, he's just stepping straight back in, so it's Ahmed though. Ahmed's moved up. Eondis will proc, he'll look to jump in with the 2-man, dissimilate stun, gets himself back out with the Astral Step. Jump forward, the hold 11. RP onto the 2. The BKB was up already though from Ahmed, so Ahmed will live, but Crit will not. Marana is gone. Still 1 minute without Arteezy. Vici Gaming, they're ready for the next one. Ahmed. He's going to turn over towards BYW, but 4 heroes upon him. The Hex is there. Ahmed is gone. No buyback on him. GG is called. Vici Gaming will take this game too.
What a wild game. Hundreds of buybacks, it felt like. But Vici, even though they didn't get the best connection some of the times with their huge wombo combo, at the end of it all, they just out-team fight EG in several different situations. EG just kept throwing bodies with more of the buybacks, but as for the scaling went, Vici just continued to scale just that much harder with their heroes.
Yeah, that was one of those games where the fights were so frantic that, you know, that you had to be completely focused, and Vici Gaming indeed pulling themselves together in a fashion we've seen them struggle to do so in a few.
the catch or finding Fly in the back lines.
And we saw, this time at the start, EG, we knew they were going to try and go for a on. This time around, they weren't able to find it. What do you think tripped them up the most this game?
I think this time Vici just didn't overreact. I think the last game, sure, the Beastmaster was a little bit too overwhelming because they didn't have this Enchantress to always just kind of deter them at all. But it felt like Vici was just like, oh my god, we have to fight. This time around, they're like, let's back up, push the lanes out, let's get these items online. We're good. We can scale super hard in this game, and we saw exactly that.
Well, indeed, an absolute delight of Dota 2 that game, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici Gaming taking a game back against EG. We're going to be having another one of these, Game 3 round the corner, but as it stands, Vici Gaming versus EG 1-1 right now.
Thank you so much, Odie, Pixel, and Fog. Guys, I got to take a moment here. I got to admit, I am actually so emotional after watching that game. Like, this is why we are here. That was one of the greatest games I've ever seen, and just the fact that we're like at this event together with all of our talent in the talent room, just screaming, seeing Abed, you Stormcrafter and Yule Scepter. I mean, this is TI. This is 2 years that we've been waiting to come back here as like not only a family of us, but as a community. And that game just solidifies two teams from across the world coming together to just beat the shit out of each other. That was such a goddamn pleasure. And I got to compose myself here. But gentlemen, what did you think about that? I mean, Cinderin, we robbed you the first time from talking. What did you think about that game, man?
I don't even know where to start. When there's games like this, you can try to pick apart any specific play from the last hour and, well, maybe not the hour, but at least the last 30 minutes. And small things could have just made a huge difference. It's about players making the right clutch decision on items, being slightly out of position, and more than anything, just the pressure, right? Like, every moment that we get into these team fights, like, let's say Old 11 gets caught, or Arteezy gets caught out of position, doesn't press his buttons correctly. We had that fight, like, in the end where he gets caught in the jungle, uses 3 BKBs, flickers everything, like, he's just literally slamming his keyboard. Like, how can I possibly survive? It's amazing. I don't know how to pick apart a game like that, because I feel like it's... You could take any given moment and be like, that's where they won or that's where they lost, and then 2 minutes later there's another one.
And before you continue, I would like to say that I do want to keep it on track, though. So I have implemented a new system. These are called panel points. These are little tokens, and if you make a good point, I will award you with a panel point. So just go about your business, and we'll get them in. And I just want you guys to be motivated to make good ones. So and now, after that, Cinderin, we will award some panel points.
I don't think I deserved one.
Well, not yet, but yeah. Anyway, Jenkins, you were saying?
I don't remember what I was.
I want panel points.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that the target acquisition.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
What?
Well, target acquisition.
Let's go.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Target acquisition.
Wait, why
of
did
Vici
I
Gaming.
get some?
Please don't interrupt.
Target acquisition of Vici Gaming was very important, and Odie Pixel alluded to it earlier, that there's always, whenever two teams are trading, there's always someone who's wrong.
Yes.
Someone is not going to win the fight. And the decision-making by Vici Gaming every single time that someone would retreat, there was such a tense back and forth because they were also extremely high mobility.
Sure.
Sir Action Slack, could I please interlude here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to agree with Mr. Su to the right of me here. And I think,
actually invisible.
And I think what allowed... thank you very much for the channel. I'll come over here. I would like to say that kudos and shout-outs to DY for walking in every fight, identifying that, well, number one, he's a pathetic support, so he always has buyback. The role, of course, position 5 is a very pathetic role. Walking in, always has buyback, setting up for his team to hit some nice RPs, to focus Arteezy, and that was the key difference maker. Okay, why is there two? That was the key difference makers. The moment Vici started focusing Arteezy in the fights is the moment they started winning, because when you look at the lineup, there wasn't really any other source of late game damage other than Arteezy, and he didn't have a Satanic, so he was actually quite squishy if you just hit him with all of your right clicks. Sure, he has 3 BKBs
Yeah.
because of refresher orbs. If I keep talking, you're just going to keep giving me these?
No.
Who's handing out the coins?
Well, they're based on it's voted in with the chat. If you do exclamation point, good point, yes. Anyway, continue.
So it's just about talking as much as possible, and while they're spamming, you just keep building up coins. Why am I not getting?
Well, I actually
You
do
are
wanna-
lying. I didn't get a single coin.
Well, you have to make a good point, Synderen. So Synderen, do you
spells.
agree? Yeah.
Which ones?
Good spells.
Oh my god, I couldn't agree more.
I got one better.
Okay, go ahead.
Great spells.
Better spells.
Okay.
Nope, sorry. Too slow.
Let's go ahead and bring it back to serious
How am I possibly
mode,
going to get that
if
many
we
coins
can.
anyway? It's over.
Gentlemen,
you can have some of mine.
please. This is an elimination game at the International. Please keep it tight
into this
if you can. So, Synderen, coming into this next game, we've seen such a back and forth. Let's talk about how EG must be feeling about this, because this is a game that they felt like they should have won, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, after that comeback from that Vici Gaming, I mean, do you think they might be broken? Arteezy has been broken before at this at internationals. This is a team that can tilt. Will we be seeing this in a potential game 3?
I don't know. Why are you asking me anything? I have 0 coins. I'm like the least credible person who could possibly ask anything right
How
now.
come yours are to the right of you and mine are directly in front of me?
All right, Tsunami, perhaps you want to pick this one up?
Yeah, but I think that with these, we talked about it a lot during the group stage. The Dr. K factor. Jenkins,
Yes, of course. Healthygamer.gg on
Healthygamer.gg.
YouTube.
I think in these internationals of yore that you speak of, it was a more skeleton crew of support staff, especially mentally speaking. But now the evil geniuses, they've got the technical know-how to recover from a game that maybe you should have won.
Don't look at me.
It's always going to be hard. The thing about a game like this is the players will have one perspective, right?
Yeah.
And then the coach will have a different one. And I think Bulba watching that game from the outside will feel like there's just as many moments that EG should have lost as they should have won that game. I don't feel like that. To me, watching that game, it didn't feel like a throw for either team. It felt like a bloodbath, and it's any given moment, anything can happen. And you can, like I said earlier, you can pinpoint, okay, Arteezy dying in the jungle, then the end is the nail in the coffin, but there's just as many moments before that where things can go right or wrong and you just lose, right? So the most important thing, honestly, is just mental reset, right? Like, if you can somehow get yourself in the moment, okay, maybe not even think very much about what happened in that last game, but just, stick to your guns, get good picks. If you wanted to change anything from the draft, I'm still not fully convinced about an open-ended Razor pick when all you see is a Monkey King. Who even could have gone on a different role.
Do you think Vici Gaming responded to the Beastmaster well? This time they picked
yes,
the Enchantress
they
in the post-game
owned him in
interview.
lane.
Yeah.
Like Ice had a terrible start. It was actually incredible how much he came back.
Not in the game, though. I feel like both of these games have been largely determined. Like, they've been in EG's favor, at least in terms of map positioning, and then eventually gold lead because of the Beastmaster vision and the ability to take over the entire enemy jungle. I do agree that the lane dominance was better from Vici this game, but I seriously think, and in the first game it was the same. Like, Beastmaster didn't do that well in the laning phase, but then the moment the laning phase ended,
he did it a lot better than this.
He did. But the moment the laning stage ended, the game blew wide open because of the map control that it gave them, and I think EG played really well around that.
That is one of the things that I think Enchantress brings to the table too, though, is that one thing she's good against. Banana guy would like to say. You send Enchantress in. If she gets gone on and has any sort of defensive item like Force Staff Hood, whatever it is, and even if you die, you soak up so much damage and so much attention that you set your team up for success. And a lot of the times these aggressive Beastmaster plays happen in the enemy jungle. There could be an outpost. You just die as Enchantress, buyback TP in, and you've given your team full vision for essentially whatever Enchantress's buyback is worth, which is not very much at that point. And all the expended resources. I think Enchantress is better against Beastmaster than just the lane because of that.
Yeah, okay.
And at level 20, she was taking the Ancients talent, and so even the Dom creep or the Overlorded creep was still being converted.
Yep.
And honestly, I have had much love for Ice at many internationals. He's always been a player who I wish would get an Aegis. But he seemed a little rattled at the end of that game. And not like, I didn't see the player cams or anything, but there was a moment where Crit landed a split Mirana arrow on the Lion, and immediately Ice roared the Lion. Even though it was like a long-range arrow, the Lion was going to be stunned for a while. And then in that precise moment, Abed went in to jump in on the Void Spirit. This is all during the top Rax siege. And ultimately, I feel like Ice, for as chill as he seems typically, has kind of lost some of that magic whenever it comes to elimination time. So more than Arteezy, I'm concerned about Ice.
Wow, that's a pretty good.
Spot a
impact.
friend a coin, please.
No coins for you, Cinderny. You have to make good points, my friend.
So no coin.
All right, so
give me your best tip. How do I make coin?
Don't spread the coins around now. Let's focus up, please. All right, well, the teams seem to be coming out into the booths, and we are getting ready for a Game 3. This is a elimination match. This means that a team will be going home. VG Gaming, EG fighting for their lives in what could be considered as one of the most hyped series we have seen at this event thus far. I cannot wait to see the blood that shall be spilled by some of Dota 2's greatest competitors here at TI10. Let's take a look back at some past TIs, however, and get some EG memories about their times at the International.
My most vivid memory was from TI8 group stage. There was this group stage match against Team Liquid. It was Kuro's team, and at the time, we thought we were really good. So when we played against them, we were like expecting to own them kind of thing. And then they just they shit on us like so hard. We lost to some like off-lane Drow Ranger kind of thing going on. Like it felt like they're trolling us, but we lost. And I just remember sitting there after just laughing. I just started everyone in the room is kind of serious, kind of sad, but I just started laughing and I started raising my voice and yelling and happiness. It was feels good. It feels good to get owned.
I think the thing that I can't forget at TI was TI2. So it was it was kind of my first time going to Seattle, and I'm a huge fan of oysters. So I went to an oyster bar and ate 2,000 oysters, and I had I was having the runs throughout the whole tournament. That was actually an interview where I mentioned I was having diarrhea throughout the whole tournament.
How are you feeling about the tournament so far? What has been the highlight for you?
Having a diarrhea every single day.
What was that?
But that was a pleasant memory, I guess. The process of eating it was pleasant, not the rest.
Wow, what a fantastic piece about the memories of EG in this, the most critical moment they have ever faced. Will they have the run completed here at the International, or will they just slide on throughout the bracket?
Explosive second game from
Thank you.
EG.
I wish People was here to keep us on track, but we must continue as we move on to this extremely serious elimination Game 3 match. Gentlemen, this is what we're here for. This is Dota 2. If you are a new Dota player that's watching it for the first time, well, you are in for a hell of a treat. It is so good to have you here, about to witness TI history. So, Tsunami, my friend, we have seen so much. We have talked about how VG Gaming need to pull back from that last game. They did it, even though you kind of doubted. You think we'll be seeing that again?
I think that Bulba is a very stubborn drafter, and I think that they have been kind of using Beastmaster as the linchpin for this entire series. And so I'm curious, because this has been the downfall of Bulba many a time, is he is very, very stuck on an idea, and he seems intent that his line of thinking is the best, which came against him in Singapore.
It absolutely did. Well, the time has come. No more questions. It is time for the draft panel
Did I get
with
a coin?
Avo, Effie, and Lacoste.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 3.
We did it. Slacks pronouncing my name correctly. It was almost as difficult as VG Game winning that game too. And what a game, honestly. I mean,
what a roller coaster. See the graph, it goes up and down multiple times. In the end, Arteezy gets caught, but I gotta go back to 11, you know. This is why
Okay.
he's my favorite offlaner, because he can do whatever he wants for 40, 50 minutes, miss RPs, and then all it takes, he can RP the ground, and in the end, all it takes is a couple of skewers, bait them in, one big RP. The man is just, you know, he is what he is.
But I think that says more about Magnus as a hero than it does about 11, right? You don't even need to land your RPs. You just have a free setup for your skewer. You can skewer them back a long range, and that's all you really need to do on the hero. I feel like get it out, and they did.
Back at the draft of game number 2, I feel they forgot about Magnus, because it seemed like a perfect hero, because he can be the good offlaner. He can be the one who's empowering the Monkey King, forcing him to, like, skip an item and just get a damage item, which he did, and also someone who can break.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
First phase this time around, there's still Tidehunter in the pool. I feel this hero can be flexed if necessary, but as an offlaner, you can protect him in the second banning stage. Doom needs to go 100%.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they valued this Enchantress so highly that they picked her up in first phase. I guess it just worked out for them, and they don't want to play versus Beastmaster.
It was the same secret idea, though, against the Elder Titan. That was the same idea. They just first phased the Enchantress, they denied that buff, and it worked for them.
Thing is, you can kind of run lanes around if Enchantress is countering a specific lane, but the utility of her in the last game is that she countered both lanes, right? This time around, it's easily dodgeable. I don't think she's more valuable than a Lion, because look what happened just now. They picked up a Storm Spirit, and they're probably going to ban Lion in the next phase.
They need to protect the Storm Spirit, you're correct, Effie. Because throughout the first and second season, throughout the majors, BYW Shadow Shaman, like, you know that his positioning is always going to be good. Anything with a Hex, as he's shown in the previous game on Lion, his Alchemization as well, going for an earlier E on this to be able to protect himself. This time around, EG getting the hands on the Storm Spirit, finally, I would say. I felt the first game they wanted to get the Storm Spirit, but VG Gaming, since they had the first pick in the second phase, they decided to snatch it.
Absolutely, and it just didn't perform up to expectations. But they've already begun protecting the Storm with the Puck ban for obvious reasons, right? Coil leash a Storm, and he can't ulti.
So now we're expecting a potential Lion ban from EG to protect the Storm Spirit. If that's the case, is Shadow Shaman still pickable?
Yeah, I believe he is, because you need some kind of control. The way Virtus Pro defends their Storm Spirit is Puck, Kalina, and Queen of Pain, sometimes a Dragonite, if necessary, depending what was banned in the first phase and what the enemy bans out.
But also, if it is just a support Monkey King, then they're not going to go for the Lion, and the Storm's going to have the time of his life playing versus these two heroes as supports.
Right. So to a degree, this Storm also forces the Monkey King to go at least another position.
Perhaps, but it depends on how Vici want to play it, because it's not the end-all and be-all if the two supports don't have significantly good catch. It's just that it just feels too good of a Storm game right now, just from these first two.
I think next ban from VG Gaming will show us where this Monkey King is going to go. If they ban out Ursa, it's going to say this is a core monkey.
Right.
So they do ban out the Luna. EG have had a lot of success running ET and Luna as a lane for the reasons that he amplifies both her right-click damage and her ultimate damage, and they've won a lot of games with this Luna.
So they get rid of all the 11 Doom, which is a good hero against Storm, but not what we were talking about, protecting the Storm.
I think it's necessary to ban 11's hero pool, because that's what's been making it difficult for Vici to play to their strengths, I would say. And the Magnus being left in the pool last game is a bit of an oversight. And you'll find that even we forgot to talk about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get so caught up in so many draft ideas that certain heroes slip your mind, and I think that's what happened.
I was talking to Brian BSJ, and he said, you know, you ban out Magnus 20 times in a row, you feel like he's banned out, maybe you just forgot. You know, you always feel like the hero's banned out, he's super strong, and suddenly he gets countered in the lane. Like, you pick a perfect counter for your last pick.
So Vici do need to address the Storm issue. I really don't see this being good for their supports if they do choose Storm, Kane, and I wonder if they're probably just going to go for another Spirit hero mid here and try to pair it up with something like a Tidehunter in the offlane if it's left in the pool.
So like an Ember, for example, and then he gets countered, or he counters a Storm in the game with a Searing Chains combo, right? And that sets up for other stars?
Yes, and we see
They ban it out.
Oh, well, they decided to ban it out. That Tidehunter that we mentioned at the start now it gets more value now that the Doom is the ban coming out from EG.
I do think this is a good Tidehunter game. I hope it does not. So this is also a Spirit Hero, right? It can function similarly to Ember. It's just that Ether Remnant isn't as great of a tool for catching the Storm Spirit, but if they pair it up with something else, it will be good enough. Because Void Spirit is actually burstier than Ember Spirit in the first 20 minutes of the game. So I can see the reasoning here. Also, maybe VG aren't too comfortable running the Ember right now.
But there's so many mind games happening when you have two spirits play against each other, especially in this matchup. If Storm Spirit is going to go for Orchid, then your natural build on Void Spirit is Yule's Scepter, which means it's also a setup for the Remnant. And if he goes for Kaya Sange, then you can also go for different items. You can go for Aghanim Scepter first, the AoE. So there's so much, like you see just one component of Orchid, and then you know what your item is going to be.
That's a very good point. Let's see what comes out here.
It's the Skywrath Mage again. The combination with ET once again for burst magical damage goes well with the Storm Spirit. But you said last draft that you like this more than Mirana pick.
I liked it more in the context of the last draft, right? But the Skywrath Mage here seems a little bit lost. I guess Vortex is good enough to cast Mystic Flare, but it's not as safe as a long-range Slight Chains into Mystic Flare, which is what gave it the extra value, I would say.
You also don't have a real hero that deals with the Enchantress. She can be really annoying, staying a very long time in the team fights. And all right, they decide to go with the Legion Commander. Perfect setup for the Skywrath Mage, and also something that can buff up your carry, something that can remove the potential silence once Void Spirit gets the Aghanim Scepter. So another way of protecting your Storm Spirit, especially with the 20-minute shard.
And another thing is actually if they do choose to run this Monkey King safe lane again, this also Skywrath Mage will bully him. It's one of the lanes that he will actually struggle with a little bit more than others in terms of melee heroes. Also, the Skywrath Mage instant silence versus Void Spirit is very useful.
Legion Commander is also a great block pick against the Tidehunter, who's still in the pool, something that he can't Kraken off, especially when paired up with the Skywrath Mage. You will always have enough burst damage to bring him down. Even if he decides to go for a hood, there's ET to amplify the damage with his aura. Spectre, a bit of more global presence, but Legion Commander should have a good time in the lane. Skywrath Mage plus Legion against Enchantress, Spectre, or if they decide to put Monkey King, which I don't think should be a thing here, should have a really good time. LC and Skywrath Mage, they will bully Spectre and Enchantress.
So this is a confirmed Monkey King support now, and the Spectre is, I can understand the need for a durable carry versus a Skywrath LC lane, but also I just see the Monkey King giving vision in trees, right, and then Spectre haunting in on the backline. That can be very useful and a very easy way to take these fights for VG Gaming.
So my question is here, you pick up the carry, therefore also revealing the Monkey King. Offlane is left, which means you get the free 2 bans. Why this over picking up your offlaner, which we've already talked is the core of this team?
Maybe they just didn't want it to get banned out, right? This could be as simple as that.
Like Spectre was too valuable?
I think that's what they wanted to go for here, and actually I was considering, what if VG just go for 11's Lycan here?
Night Stalker, I think that's the hero to possibly ban out. Cuts into backline. Storm Spirit does not like to play into it, and you might need to have another scaling core. I think in the previous game, EG has been struggling with that. Beastmaster and the Razor combination, they're good if you want to end the game by 45-50 minute mark. Like if it goes past that, you kind of feel that they're not going to scale much with the items. And also banning out the Ursa. Like this is one of the matchups that I really love to see. Ursa, favorite matchup against Spectre. You always like threaten that Roshan. VG Gaming, they don't have the good Roche taking potential at all.
Are you sold a Night Stalker idea, Effie? Or are you still leaning towards a Lycan?
And if they do pick up this Night Stalker, then their vision game is going to be ridiculous, and it'll be a good kind of way to deal with the Storm Spirit, but it depends on the carry that comes out, right? So it's Troll. I wouldn't pick Night Stalker into Troll.
Okay, why so?
Just because the lane for him is very difficult, and Troll can stand his ground and just fight back if he goes on him. It's not one of the best heroes to deal with. Also, Troll, if he can get on top of Spectre, he can kill her. He also does enjoy buying Silver Edge, which is going to be very good here versus Enchantress, Monkey King, and Spectre.
thinking about this last pick, VG Gaming, they have very limited team fight. Enchantress, Monkey King position 4, yeah, he brings that Wukong's command. Most of the time I feel like this monkey is just gonna be a food in the fights, playing against the Storm Spirit, Legion Commander, and Skyrat Mage. Also ET with the Spirit providing vision. So they need something tanky. Void Spirit can cut into back lines, be a bit more annoying, but he needs an item. He needs an item and a half, which is not gonna be easy for him since he's playing into Skyrat Mage. So I wanna see something tanky.
And we've talked a lot about having durable carries that can take a lot of damage for the team and kind of bait spells and turn the fights around. And Troll fits that bill really well. We just haven't seen him that often because he doesn't quite do it as easily as something like a Medusa or a Tiny. But I like the concept that they've done here with the Troll.
I've seen some Trolls, sometimes a bit too reliant on the lanes, and if the early game went a bit difficult for them, it was difficult for them to recover, at least in the group stages where we saw 3 or 4 Troll picks. The only exception to that was Beast Coast once, where they actually managed to pull off a game there.
As a Troll, you don't care too much about playing into position 4 Monkey King, so that's going to be good. You have the miss chance, you can be a range hero, so you can trade really well.
That's a very good point, and one of Troll's biggest issues is that he gets kited very easily, but they don't really have that great of a means to kite him. This looks like a very good game for him, and it looks like BG are kind of stumped here too. They're really taking their time thinking about this. We're taking our time thinking about this one.
It's going to be Lycan, which you suggested earlier, Effie.
So the reason why I brought up Lycan, and we kind of went on a tangent, so I couldn't elaborate, is just that typically this is one of the heroes that they like to run, and they do like to pair it up with Spectre just to kind of secure that late game, because Lycan does fall off at some point and doesn't feel like he's as effective, but he's quite tanky on the safe lane and has no issues with farming the jungle and catching up. But also, he can just run his units at the Skyrath Mage and the ET without putting himself in danger. And if you have 2 supports that can easily get sniped, it makes Lycan's gameplay simple.
True, but I still love Troll against Lycan. I feel like they kind of counterpick themselves.
Well, this time we won't have an interview with the coaches, but we have someone that knows almost as much. We're going to go to BSJ with his last word.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, the deciding game now, and VG Gaming. Fogged, initial reactions to the draft here for Game 3.
Does feel like that Troll last pick looks really good for EG right now. And I feel like I don't say that too often, especially not at this tournament. The hero's been kind of neglected for obvious reasons. He's just had a lot harder time inside most of the group stages. Also, a lot of people don't really like the way his ultimate works, of course, because it's got this double-edged sword where it forces you out of position a lot of times. Has been buffed several times in the past. But yeah, AG's draft does look very strong. If EG's, it does look like they're looking to go for more of this like snipe plays and vision control with the Spectre, with the Lycan Wolves, with the Monkey King constantly scouting for the backline. So definitely have to keep eyes on that. But early aggression definitely going to be there from EG. They're going to look to hit and hit hard.
And would you say, you know, the last pick for VG Gaming, getting this Lycan 4 old 11, I mean, you sort of agree with the sentiment that it's not necessarily that scary last pick Lycan that we've seen in some scenarios?
No, and also I feel like their lineup right now is also kind of one-dimensional, where they're missing a lot, right? Where's their Suns coming from? It's going to be a Boundless Strike and an Aether Remnant is their only disables throughout the whole stage of the game until they start getting some crazy levels and items. EGs, they have the Duel, they have the Stomp, they have the Vortex. Eventually we'll probably see an Atos picked up on the Skyrath, so Just feels like EG's playmaking is going to be a lot easier, while Vici, I feel like they're going to have to avoid fights constantly and just draw the game out as long as possible for the Spectre to get online. I think that's why they went for the Lycan though, right? It's that, like, exactly what Brian was talking about, how causes chaos, he's going to draw attention away from the Spectre, but into the troll lane could be maybe a bit difficult.
Let's see how well Old 11 holds himself up here. We'll have, for now, PYW by his side. And bottom DY again on that Enchantress, ready to keep this lane nice and safe for Poyo on the Spectre.
And let's see how Ori does this time around. We saw him playing the Storm Spirit in the first game versus a Skywrath, and he literally could do nothing. And he is playing a Void Spirit, kind of similar concept, playing versus Skywrath. And once that silence is leveled up like 2 or 3 points, there's not much you can do about it until you have your own defensive capability like a Yule Scepter.
Sure. And I guess, yeah, on the Void Spirit compared to the Storm, the Yule's being picked up first is much more likely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to happen. Like, no Storm. I think, like, 0 Storms lately want to go for a defensive item first. You're just, you're playing into their hand.
Denied!
So let's see. I really think that Arteezy is going to get absolute free farm, which is a concern for me. So PYW, this is a double melee playing into ET as well as Troll Warlord. You have to just start pulling Sweat away. And oh my, Fly actually gets the side pull. As PYW is trying to pull the wave, it gets pulled into neutrals. One of the bigger disasters that can happen when you are trying to pull as these double melee lanes. Fly does eat the clap, doesn't actually hit either hero on Vici, and 11 will be able to secure every last hit at the very least for himself. Doesn't end up missing any XP, but as we said, Arteezy, absolute free farm. We expect probably Abed to have that free farm.
Rifle.
Don't run off. Gotcha! Radiant's courier is dead. Just following orders.
Bounty.
Wait up.
I don't think so.
Where are you going?
That was careless.
Dire's top tower is about to fall.
Ah.
Just wait.
Ha ha ha! Whoa, what'd I miss? Huzzah!
Dire with the scan.
Zip!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My sprites are with us.
Over here now!
Dire just fortified.
No!
Your new queen won't even mourn you.
Stupendous!
Try harder.
Huzzah!
Fortune favors the true.
Dire don't look too scared of Radiant's top tower.
Pudding pop!
Don't run off.
How did you? I'm over here! I'm over here!
Nature attend us. Where are you going?
Nothing good happening to Radiant's middle tower.
Killing spree!
If you're looking for Radiant's bottom tower, better hurry. Jex thinks Radiant's bottom tower is about to fall. Answer is wrong.
Let the fun begin!
Where are you going?
Illusion!
Dire's top tower has some Radiant-shaped problems. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is having a bad day. Jex thinks Radiant's bottom tower is about to fall.
Here now!
Can't say he's wrong. Did Radiant's bottom tower just fall? Don't answer that.
Oh, looking for me! Killing spree! blew it!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire just fortified. Is Dire going to let that middle tower fall? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Do Radiant want their middle tower to fall?
Artis e volta. O comando Kwang já foi gasto. Isso não vai conseguir evitar o push de estrutura. Pronto. Artis já finaliza a torre e garante LC 9.
На 13-й минуте 6-5 счет. Тролль.
A bauble from the void.
Here I am! Zap! Dominating!
Healing power. Zap! Another petal falls.
Think of
Is Dire going to let that middle tower fall?
Huzzah! Over here now! Huzzah!
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Let the fun begin!
Illusion.
Now over here!
This will do nicely.
Huzzah! Zip zap! Ha! Huzzah!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Is Dire going to let that middle tower fall? Ooh, Dire's middle tower didn't last long. A scan from Radiant.
Zap! I'm over here! Huzzah! Whoa, what'd I miss? Huzzah!
Wait up.
Killing spree!
Your final gasp serves as bellows to the whirlwinds of this.
Huzzah! Zip! Over here now!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
My eternal gratitude.
Radiant's getting friendly with Dire's bottom tower. I think Dire's fortification will work, Jax? Look at Dire's bottom tower, Jax.
To restore the void within.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Gotcha! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Look at Dire's bottom tower, Jax. Oh, wow. Well done, Sean. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gold for my forge.
Huzzah! Where's the party?
Look at Dire's bottom tower, Jax. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is no more. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Huzzah!
And over here, Radiant's top tower. Radiant just fortified.
Huzzah! Touché!
Look at Dire's bottom tower, Jax.
Puddin' pop! Huzzah! Next time, be quicker about it. Invisibility!
Dire don't look too scared of Radiant's top tower. top tower has fallen.
Huzzah!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire don't look too scared of Radiant's top tower. Is Dire going to let that middle tower fall? Run off.
Huzzah!
This will do nicely.
Yeah! Huzzah!
And over here, Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Whoa, what'd I miss? Here I am! Over here now! Zip!
Double kill! Killing spree!
Refund!
Now over here!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Huzzah!
Wait up. Look at Dire's bottom tower, Jax.
I'm getting a second week. Where's the party? Ha! Touché! Here I am! Huzzah! Pudding pop!
Come on, wait up.
My death means nothing extra.
Oh, next time, try not to die.
Zip zap!
Double kill!
Storm spirit.
Don't run off.
What the?
My sprites are with us. Where are you going?
Killing spree! Unbelievable!
Looking for me? Yeah, let the fun begin.
Bounty.
Zap.
Rest easy, child.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire just fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Is Dire going to let that middle tower fall? Ooh, Dire's middle tower didn't last long.
Huzzah!
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Huzzah!
Over here now! Huzzah!
Twice the measure of power.
再看啊，就感觉之前打的可能想的东西太少了。形容现在我觉得就是我的思维格局会更大一点，就包括就是不止于我自己的位置，我会去说一些就别的位置，然后该怎么去运营，然后该怎么去打团之类的。就现在我觉得这种思路会更宽大一点，因为我觉得之前打的太偏个人了，然后偏的打的有时候也会就看起来就没那么有章法吧。
It's been a season of high highs and low lows, ending with a tough performance in June's Anna Major when the wildcard round sent IG home before they could even see the main stage.
然后有别的队伍在聊到你们的时候，或者说有一些观众在聊到你们的时候，认为你们是有隐藏实力，或者说不一定是刻意的隐藏，但是可能就是主观上没有那么大的强的动力，导致你们没有打出特别好的状态。你们会自己怎么来评价自己在 Anna Major 的一个表现
？Anna Major 就是我们也没有隐藏实力吧，就是我们就是5号位不在嘛，然后就是我们教练上会在那个线上的时候，有时候会出一些小问题，我团战其实还是蛮好的，就是我们线上出的问题会比较大，所以打的没有特别好，但也没有隐藏实力啊，我们也是在认真打的。
所以其实就是人员不整，其实是成绩波动最大的原因，和主观能动性关系不大。
对的。然后我觉得外卡赛队伍也是非常强吧，然后打比赛我觉得更看一个状态，就是谁状态好谁就能赢，这样。
你可以想象一下，现在登上 TI 的舞台要出场了，然后这个时候播放的是你们的采访片，这个时候屏幕里的卡卡说一句话，
用一句一毛大神的话，就是让我们来看看谁才是真的 TI 冠军吧。
Let's see who the strongest TI champion is. Those are very, very, very strong words from a very strong team. Now, a lot of people, when people think about the Chinese region, obviously one of the teams that people will think of is PSG LGD, but IG is also a really strong team as well. Lizard, can you tell me a little bit about...
You would imagine for a lot of players that adds a lot of pressure. I feel like Emo's the kind of person who just wants that. I think he thrives off
He
of
feeds
it.
off.
Exactly. To me, when I watch IG play and just the vibe that the team gives me, I feel like they're a team that likes this environment. They want to play high pressure games. And, you know, like we said, top performances at all their LAN events ever since the team formed, I think is a sign of that.
Interesting. Well, while IG is a very, very accomplished and strong team, we also have on the other side Team Secret, right? And they've been doing extremely well at this TI. A lot of people were thinking, oh, maybe Team Secret is hiding their strats, and they came to TI and boom, they came out with a bang. They had impressive games, and now they're kind of looking like they're set to win in a lot of people's minds. What makes Team Secret a good match for IG?
I mean, with Team Secret, there's always been a bit of a meme around this team about TI form. They're a team that has kind of repeatedly maybe disappointed their fans with their results. But realistically, when you look at it, they've gotten top 4, top 6 at all these recent TIs. And I think this year is no different, except for the fact they've added somebody, Matu, who has that experience. He's played at the TI main stage numerous times. He's won the TI championship with Team Liquid. And I think that kind of experience and kind of composure that he can bring makes a big difference when often Puppy has teammates who are like younger and more inexperienced.
Also, TI was moved away from August, which is usually where Secret hit maximum TI form. October, they're usually very, very good. So I think
Yeah.
that might also play to their
Straight
strength.
after the TI, usually they're
Precisely,
again,
precisely.
amazing.
October's a good month for Team Secret.
So are you saying that moving TI to October was a team secret buff?
I do think so. Yeah, absolutely.
Also being in that incredibly strong wildcard at the end major with IG, I believe Nigma as well, and falling out of the major very early on, made them take perhaps some vacation a little bit earlier and come refreshed to the TI.
So Matumbaman is like their new player, and Gods, you said that he's really, really strong. Do you think that the addition of Matumbaman as their newest player has changed how Team Secret has performed?
I think Matu provides Secret with a lot of stability, and he's a player that you can kind of put into almost any hero, and he's going to be able to perform on it. And I think for Secret, it's nice to have someone, a carry player that can both be like a shining star for them, but he can also let the other people shine through. Like you have Nisha, Zai, Yapsor, you have all these like star players, even Puppy, like even their position 5 player sometimes turns into the carry. So I think having a carry player that's as versatile as Matumbaman is plays hugely into their strengths.
If you go all the way back to his Nigma days, right? Like he was sacrificial one in a lot of games, and he was forced into sometimes playing these cheesy heroes that aren't necessarily the best in the meta, but are strong in certain circumstances. Having that as well on your side, even though it's not the focal point of the current meta, can prove to be handworthy.
Yeah.
So we have China and we have Europe, and a lot of people have said throughout the year that they have very different play styles. How will these play styles clash? Does Team Secret and IG, do they even follow their regional metas?
Well, Secret, at the moment, in my opinion, has a perfect read on the meta. If you look at the way that they played versus OG, the way they drafted, the moment ET has been picked up by OG, a hero that has been picked up, I think, the most times at the tournament, they instantly respond with an Enchantress, which makes his laning a little bit more difficult and also makes everything easier for Team Secret. There was an interview with Seb post-game on the Chinese channel, and they asked him what happened in the game, and Seb was very honest. They just outdrafted us and then crushed us. It's just the way it was.
I think Secret, what they showed in the OG series is that they can wall out this aggression that we've seen during TI. Like, I think PSG, LGD, IG, and OG are the 3 teams that they're able to just run at you and apply pressure and get their carry players to get ahead. But Secret proved that, you know what, we know how to like put up the wall. We can stop you from running at us. And I think that's something I haven't seen from any other team ever since, I would say, like LGD rose to dominance. So if Secret has figured it out draft-wise, how to like stop this fast-paced gameplay, I think they have a very shot at both beating IG, but going even further than that, maybe, you know, taking the next step into the grand finals.
I like that. I like that procedural thinking that you had. Now, you mentioned the wall. I know that you've talked about it a little bit during the group stage. Can you please explain what you mean by Team Secret's wall?
Okay, so I think when you play against Team Secret, and something that I know we struggled against a lot personally on Liquid, is they will basically wall you out. They won't let you get onto their side without fighting you. And they will abuse the fact that, you know, you have to run up ramps to reach the high grounds of their side of the map. And Puppy will position himself there on this like ogre-type hero or enchantress, and he'll just bully you out and be like, hey, you can't get past me.
Just imagine Puppy standing on top of the stairs with a club, ogre club,
Precisely.
waiting for
and
you.
Then little me's approaching.
And you're a Crystal Maiden going in for a gank. You're smoked. The smoke breaks, and so does your team fight afterwards. They're really good at breaking up team fights and setting up the perimeter around Matumbaman while he is farming.
On the other hand, for IG, if there was like a signature move for IG, what would it be, if anything at all? Or is it just simple diversity?
When I think of IG, I think of just Kaka and Emo as like the 2 big playmakers. I think Kaka, his Lion, you know, you go back, he's always played these big playmaking, stunning, start the fight kind of 4 positions, even like when Sankin was a 4 position. So he's a guy you kind of have to look out for to make those big mid-game plays. But really, all of their mid-game plays are centered around Emo, and him being the kind of flashy superstar of this team who wants to pop off. It can be hit or miss at times, but if I think IG is going to take it against Team Secret, it really comes down to Emo a lot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think for IG, it's initiation. Like, Kaka will play a hero that's going to blink stun you, and Emo will be there to follow up. So if they can get that jump, if they don't get stuck on running up the ramps, I think IG has a really good chance of winning this.
My just small take coming from the DPC seasons is JT, you can't allow him to have a great lane. if you're IG, that is, because every time he has a great, amazing lane, complete chaos ensues. They're just running across the map, killing you for at least 5 to 10 minutes, dominating completely, but then they go that one step too much. You've seen that yesterday at the Slardar game. That's literally a repeat of the DPC season game. He went Io Slardar on the lane. You know how that's strong, how strong that lane is. They went 7-0 and then bought Midas and just fed a bit.
I see.
So make sure JT struggles. Is the game plan for IG.
Make sure he struggles, but everyone else has a good time. That's it.
And you talk about the wall. I think if anything, you think of how to play against it. Running a more kind of passive, defensive kind of like late game carry may be the way to play against that if you're IG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know the few times that we've had success beating Team Secret has been when we've been able to outscale them and force Secret to come to you. And I think that's a position, if IG can get to that point in the game where like their pressure allows them to force Secret to come chase them around, I think that's when you get Secret on the back foot.
But Secret is so patient. You told me during a group stage that they're super patient. They're very, very good at letting the enemy come to them. Do you think that is that going to happen here?
So it can happen if IG gets a favorable draft for themselves. That can scale better. That's what Insania just said. If we are able to outscale them, and if we have decent laning stage, that will force them to come to us because we don't have to make any moves. And if IG manage to put themselves in such situation, they can definitely take Secret. They can break the wall.
Okay. So about how that fits into the tournament meta, do you think that we're going to see a lot of the same things that we've seen throughout the tournament so far? Like Monkey King, Tiny kind of fallen off a little bit. And I mean, Ogre is really popular with Team Secret, right? So what kind of heroes do you think are going to come out in this draft?
It's going to be tough to say. I think yesterday when we saw Secret go up against OG, that was a really prepared Secret for OG specifically. I felt like they had hero answers for that team. And, they've had the luxury of playing against OG for months in the European region. So I'm not sure how prepared they'll be for IG, but I'd expect to see them, probably coming in ready, like having ideas for whatever IG might throw at them.
Interesting. Look at this graphic here. Favorite heroes of TI-10, Ogre Magi. Okay, that fits. Snapfire, Tiny, and Morphling. With a picture of Magnus.
The funky looking Morphling.
He's morphed into Mag.
He morphed into Mag, that's it.
But that's definitely Morphling though, right? Like that's the stat for Morphling. Favorite pairings are Ogre Magi and Magnus.
And Ogre Magi and Tiny. And it's understandable because they truly do complement each other. You get damage from one and cleave, and from the other you get that attack speed that is so nice for a hero such as Tiny. It's literally all he needs at the moment.
Yeah, even the Ogre and Magnus is all about buffing up your character. So they're really trying to go for these heroes that complement whatever Matu is playing.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, but at TI especially, your carry player is like really put under pressure, and having whatever tools you can have to buff him up, I think has been a generally pretty winning concept throughout the last couple of years of TI.
So you said earlier that I think a lot of people said that this is kind of like a patch that heavily favors supports like that 5 position. Do you think that either team benefits from that over the other?
I think Team Secret is like very well rounded. They have basically both Yapsor and Puppey that are star style support players, and I think one of the biggest strengths that they've had throughout the years is that they've managed to enable both supports in most patches. I think right now Yapsor suffers a little bit from the way the patch is set up. So I'd say probably IG has a little bit of a bigger edge because I think Kaka just, he wants one Blink Dagger and then he's going to go in and die anyways. So
Oli is perhaps a little bit more predictable when it comes to the drafts and position 5s that he plays throughout the seasons. He's played very stable heroes such as Phoenix and whatnot multiple times. Sometimes if there is some innovation coming from the Chinese region, it's mostly Aster that will do it with Gyrocopters on 5. Lanham with Treant Protector and Abaddon and just running down people. Meanwhile, Oli, he would let Kaka have those flashier, more innovative heroes while he'd go with the standard ones.
He's trying to secure the lane, or maybe just like he's play a Phoenix where he has this big team fight thing to offer, but he's not trying to be that big playmaking hero that impacts the mid-game.
I think he's more of like a very positioning-heavy support player. I think he's the kind of guy that if you give him an Oracle, or you give him a Phoenix, or you give him a Wisp, he'll always get his spells off, and he'll get him off at the right time, and he always knows how to like keep himself alive until the clutch time in a team fight comes.
Interesting. I wonder if either of these teams have been affected by the no audience here this year. Like, do you think either of these teams are affected by that at all? You know, we have Emo with the question mark famous, but
exactly. Maybe Secret has been affected, but I doubt it.
However, I think
However,
it could benefit them if anything. I don't.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like Secret's sometimes a team that has a lot of like weight and pressure on them. So, if anything, I wouldn't think of Secret as a team that really like feeds off the crowd like a OG does, for example.
I agree. And then on the other side, IG, they've already proven to us that they don't care. That question mark, that was also at an event without an audience, and they thrived on it.
Interesting. I hope that both teams are still feeling the cheers of the crowd that we have going on, and yeah, I just hope that they know that they have a lot of people at home cheering with them. Now for IG, right? They have players that have been players that have been doing really well at at TIs and at LANs. But do you think that their coach has been supporting them a lot, other than their performance at the Annie Major? Like, how do you think their coach
like the mental performance and whatnot? For sure. I think that there is this attitude towards newer players that your coach has to take in a way that he needs to help them with the mental preparation for tournaments. But I come back to to put some question marks in the chat, you know?
Oh my gosh.
And regarding that, I think I overheard like, or I heard that he overheard EG talking about his Morphling at the Annie Major. I think I saw this translated on Reddit, and that they had said something like, "Oh, he's trying to be like top or something like that." So there was a lot of like pent up frustration that went into that question mark.
That was a mistake.
I'm gonna prove to you that I'm better, and I think like that kind of attitude, TI is the place, right? That's the place where you prove that you are the king, you are the greatest of all time. And I think, I mean, it's hard not to love the guy. I think, for me at least, this is probably the reason I like IG the most is just his personality and who he is and what he brings to the scene.
He really gives off like young Sumail vibes.
Yes,
like,
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Everything you're saying, I was like, this is Sumail back in 2015, 2016. He's just like this young, really confident, cocky kid who just thinks he's better than everyone. And he was better than everyone. Yeah, right. 9 times out of 10.
And when you think about it, Sumail is the one that made this prophecy already. He said that Emo will be the next superstar.
Yeah,
it was on point.
And Sumail doesn't really say that about a lot of people. Like, I don't think I've ever heard him look at someone and be like, this guy's good.
On the flip side about LGD, he said nothing to say is their most replaceable player, which isn't just like it wasn't like hard flaming. He was just saying he's like the least vital part of their system, maybe. But you know, it shows how much he really respects Emo. That he's just saying, yeah, he's the real deal.
And that was also because they were destroying tournaments with their coach being on that mid lane. So when that happens, you're like, okay, if this team is so strong that they can win with mid lane coach, they can do whatever they want to.
Now, on the opposite side, Heen is the coach, right, for Team Secret, and he has performed at TIs as well, and he's also won Esports Coach of the Year last year, I believe. So tell me a little bit about him and how he has benefited the team.
He's a TI champion. Everyone I've talked to who's worked with him has nothing but like the highest praise. He just seems like a really calm, steady voice. I mean, maybe you guys know a bit more about him on a personal level, but he seems like, you know, one of the best coaches in Dota 2.
Yeah, he's always very calm. I think the Korean coaches, they're a little bit broken. We have one of our own. I feel like it's just the meta. You have to have a Korean coach. It's an advantage you get automatically.
What is the advantage that you get
from
that?
It's just, I feel like, so we have Blitz, and I get a similar vibe when I talk to Heen at events, but it's just this very calm person. They give off good vibes. They're very smart, very intellectual. I feel like this has just been my experience with the Korean coaches I've ran into.
Did Blitz pay you to say this? Or?
No. But he's on his plane on his way here now, so I'm a little bit
you're
afraid.
prepping the ground.
I need to make sure I butter him up a bit. So
understandable. At the same time, Secret in the last year, it was all online events, but they won pretty much everything. And if anyone will get that award, it should be their coach.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you were to, on a completely different note, if you were to nominate another coach for best coach, what would you nominate? I'm just curious.
He would nominate Blitz.
Wait, you can't. Okay, you cannot nominate Blitz.
Okay,
no,
I would probably nominate Jabs, our second coach.
See, their second coach.
Okay,
TI coach.
TI coach.
Wow, that's tough choice.
March maybe.
Yeah, I
T1.
mean, it's impressive what March has done with T1 and how far they've gotten, but at the end of the day, I just think Xiao 8, to me, is like, he's such a standout person for LGD, and I don't think LGD would be LGD without him. So for me, he's probably the most obvious choice.
Lizard?
Yeah, I would go with March. I think the transformation that they've made on the side of T1 in the last couple of months is phenomenal. They looked, while Jackie was still in the team, they looked a little bit shaky. Replacing him for 23 Savage, they looked shaky again, but they found the right recipe to work around 23 Savage. They didn't fall apart after a rough start to the second season, and they pulled it together, and here they are, looking extremely strong. In the lower bracket, but still extremely strong.
Gods.
I would have said Xiao 8 as well, but I'll say who my runner-up would be Bulba. I think EG's been like the most consistent, top-performing team. Obviously, we're saying this right after they got knocked out of TI, so it's a a tough moment for EG. But I think historically, Bulba and EG have had some of the best results in competitive Dota 2.
Yeah, Bulba also has like a lot of. He's very actively involved in the team, right? Like he drafts for EG. Who drafts for IG and who drafts for Secret? Do you either?
I think I've seen Super sit down in the chair at least a couple of times. I would imagine like it's a fairly, especially in Chinese teams, I think they tend to do it almost always. The coach is very involved in the draft, at least what it looks like from the outside. I don't know if they just do most of the prep work or if they just step aside, let me do the drafting.
But for Secret, do you tell Puppy to stand up
think
out
no.
of his chair?
I think there's a reverse situation there. I think Heen is probably very much on the prep side of things, and Puppy's the one that makes the decisions ultimately in the end.
So can you run me through how drafting works prior to a TI? Because teams are always discussing strategies, right? And draft is involved in that. How do you prep for that?
So I think when you come into group stage, you want to come in with a strong identity of like, this is what our team does well, this is what we are going to aim to do, and you come in with this idea that you've kind of prepared, or we like these heroes, these are the heroes we think are strong, these are our answers, this is how we're going to try to approach it, we want to play fast, we want to play slow, we want to build a wall, whatever play style your team has. I think that's what you come into group stages with. And then depending on how well it goes, you adapt. You're like, oh, okay, the teams that are playing really fast are doing very well. So we might need to take a little bit of that and add it to our playstyle. Or, never mind. Secret seems to have it figured out. They got these heroes that can zone people off. We should try to learn how to do those. And I think once you reach the deeper points of the tournament, it's more team versus team rather than like overall meta. And you're thinking more about what your opponents can do and what you can do to match it.
You have more time to prepare as well.
Exactly.
Right? When you're in the group stages, you're just constantly playing. You don't even have time to watch all the games. You have a coach, but it's physically not possible. So after the group stage, you have that one day off. You take it to go through all the data, figure out which heroes have worked for different teams, figure out which heroes have worked for the teams that you are up against, and then prepare exactly for that. And if your idea, Puppy said, if your idea is correct, you're gonna win. If it's not, you're gonna lose. And that's he keeps it realistic. He's my Slav boy like that. I appreciate it.
So there are practice rooms here at TI, right? The teams are able to practice, and in the group stage, we saw the players kind of headed there all the time to like go practice all day. How does that apply to TI? What do teams do at TI? Do they still use those practice rooms and like practice? Do they scrim each other, or do they just kind of like lock it down?
So I think there's some nuance to it. I don't know if every team does it the same way, but I would imagine there's a lot of watching the games that are going on and sitting there as a group talking about it. I think some teams probably they decide to scrim. They want to warm up a strategy. Let's say we have an idea of how to beat IG, and then maybe there's another Chinese team that wants to scrim you, so you try to scrim that idea against them, see if it works as a matchup against the playstyle, and if it does, you might run with it in the actual tournament. But it's really, really individual, I think. I think some players, they like to go sit down and play a bunch of pubs. They just want to get warmed up, they want to get into the thinking of Dota, get into the flow of things, and others just want to relax. So it's very individual, I'd say.
The last couple of days, there were not many pro players playing pubs, I can tell you that. Like, if you go into pubs and search a game, you're going to find some 1K MMR, 1K rank scrubs. You won't be playing the same matches that you were playing just before TI started.
Yeah, during the group stage it was very different. I felt like because I'd see Secret play a two-game series, then right afterwards I saw Puppy in a pub game. So I think main event things it's like you're dead set, just focus on your next opponent because you know who you're going to play. So I think you're the practice phase is kind of past. But at this point it's all about just preparing for that one important best of 3 that you've got coming up.
Yeah,
I guess it's true because it is really scary. Do you think that the teams are playing differently because they're in the upper bracket instead of the lower bracket? Because the lower bracket, from what I've been told, is where people start bringing out the cheese strats or like the secret strats, I guess. But what about an upper bracket?
I think traditionally game 2 of or either the opening game of the series in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. That's really when you're going to see like a prepared strat. Because coming into game 1, you've had a lot of time to think and a lot of time to prep. So whatever strat you're coming in with is what you theoretically thought, like, this is what's going to be really, really good against this team. And that's, I think, where you might see like these cheesier type heroes. They haven't really been that popular this TI, though. I think this is probably the TI I've seen the least cheese.
This is a TI without a single meepo picked, so that tells a lot about cheese picks.
No brood as well, I believe.
No Huskar either, I think.
Yep.
No.
So maybe 1 or 2 Arc Wardens maximum. So
I feel like IceFrog was like, we've gone 2 years without a TI, no cheese this year. We're going to make this a clean, a gentleman's TI.
Has there been a Techies yet?
I don't think there has.
I don't think so as
wow.
well. Yeah.
I mean,
cheese
we are blessed.
What were you saying?
I was going to say, no Quakebat TI, right? No Huskar, no Brood.
That's true. That is true.
I'm actually quite surprised by Huskar. I expected that hero to be picked up at least a couple of times. Coming into the TI, playing a lot of pubs, watching a lot of pro players, there was a lot of them spamming that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Ame was playing it a lot. I actually expected to see more Huskar during the tournament, but it hasn't been picked at all. So maybe he figured out something we didn't. I think the Shard is very, very strong. And I think, there's potential. If there's going to be cheese, I think out of the options that are left, Huskar is probably the most likely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is it just because of the Shard that Huskar is the secret strat?
For me, at least, the power level of Huskar compared to the other heroes, he just seems like a better hero than the rest. I think Techies maybe, but it would have to be the right circumstances.
He's playable.
And the right team. You need like the Techie specialist.
Right. I don't know if Xingqiu plays, or sorry, wrong series. Maybe in the LGD series, Xingqiu might play.
I was talking about Huskar. He's kind of playable, right? Other heroes such as Techies, Meepo, definitely not. They're a little bit too weak at the moment.
Yeah.
If they get buffed eventually, they will be played, but before that, probably not.
So in the draft, they banned 2 heroes first on each side. Do you think that we're going to see like tournament standard bans that same bans that we've seen pretty much all through the group stage and through most of the
when
stage?
it comes to Secret, I believe they will stray away from the tournament bans and ban out the heroes that are aimed at IG. I feel that they've prepared really well for the Chinese teams. They've had 2 ties in the group stages versus them, but also
mentioned for that game 1, you have a prepared strat. It's a lot easier to prepare a strat if you know what your opponents are going to pick. So leaving something in that you kind of like dangle in front of them, you tease them with this, oh, you can get this first pick ET or this first pick Tiny, and we have an answer for it. That's quite likely.
So pretend that you are the coach of IG and you have your hand in the picks and bans. What would you ban first phase? What would you pick first phase?
That's crazy hard. I unfortunately have not done my homework well enough to be able to answer that question, but it ties back to what I said. I think if I'm IG, what I'm aiming for, what I'm thinking, like, I want to accomplish the goal of breaking down the wall. I want to feel like we can move into their side of the map, and then as soon as we've established control of the game, force Secret to come chase us.
Do you think their Mars Phoenix is something they could go for, or is that going to play into Secret's hands?
You think if IG can pick it, or
yeah, IG can pick, because that's one of their kind of bread and butter strategies.
Yeah. No, I think Teamfight, generally speaking, always does well at TI, and I mean, I think Secret's this game is not gonna end in 20 minutes, I think. And with that said, now I'll probably curse the game, but most likely, I don't think the game is gonna end fast, because the way both these teams play, I think is quite patient. And while IG, I would say, is the more aggressive team, I think in terms of accomplishing their win condition, it usually takes a good half hour or so for them to build up. So I think, yeah, Mars Phoenix, any sort of scaling, team fight, late game damage.
And if you think about how convincing Secret was versus OG, I think coming into the game, IG's draft is going to be a little bit more difficult. You have to be thinking about some of these heroes that have been picked up in that game, in those games. Specifically Tinker as well. It looked extremely strong. The Morphling plus Shaker combination coming back to the TI stage, and Secret looked like they were just having fun in the game. So you have to be thinking about the Morphling, about the Tinkers, about the Magnus Ogres, Tinies. There's a lot on your mind.
And I think you have the pressure, right? Secret has shown that they can beat Elder Titan. you know, the Enchantress has to be going through the head of IG. Whereas maybe IG don't want to play against Elder Titan, right? So now they're forced to ban it, even if they're on the first pick side of the game, where normally you wouldn't have to. And I think this is the big advantage you get by proving to everybody that we can beat one of the best meta heroes. And that's something that I think in terms of like the first pick draft, here it plays into Secret strength that they've shown everybody like, yo, we can beat this.
And I'm not sure, obviously, what they're going to be banning or not, but I'm sure that Secret isn't the most capable, let's not put it most capable, most successful or proficient IO team. They never were. They were never truly playing this hero to the fullest. Even when it was an IO meta, they weren't picking him. And that's something that IG might abuse, but at the same time, IG is not the team from Chinese region that plays IO a lot, so maybe it just goes unbanned, unpicked.
IO unbanned, unpicked.
Probably not.
It's uncontested.
It's a hot take. It's a very hot take, but possible.
Yeah, Ollie will play it, but it's not like his go-to. It's not like I think they'd much rather see him on that Phoenix, maybe even a Bane, those kind of other more positional-based heroes. But yeah, we'll see.
Interesting. I wonder how that's going to play out. How about we take a look at most banned heroes of all time at TI?
IO.
Look who it is!
No surprise.
IO. Now tell me a little bit about this Naga Siren ban. Why is Naga second most banned at TI?
No one wants to play against that.
I feel like, could this be because there were not that many carry heroes originally? From like, I'm thinking the early days.
From the first days when it was like 50 heroes.
Yeah. By like TI2, the hero pool was pretty complete. I think we're close to like, it was like somewhere between like 95% of the Dota 1 heroes were in the game, I think, at TI2.
I see.
So there was a period of time where Naga was just the hero, I guess, the teamfight carry. And also, if you go back to the TI5 EG one, it was a 4 position. Everyone had to ban
and it was
when they were
offlane
playing
even
EG.
at some point, right? So a hero that has moved through positions, and because of that also it got banned quite a bit. Same can be said for IO, who has been played as a carry, as a support, and Enchantress that was extremely popular as an offlaner at TI9.
So we've seen... Oh, sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, when I think of IO as well, I think of the last 3 TIs, right? We have TI7, GH, probably the world's best IO player, at least in the support position. So, like, just was pulling bans for this hero. And earlier TIs, you know, you had players like Ake, TI3, just getting Wisp banned out constantly. And then you have OG's 2 years of dominance where Wisp was just a permanent ban. So I think that explains why the Wisp is on top.
Well, we now see most banned. How about most picked? Let's take a look at the most picked heroes for all time for TI. All right, Insania, tell me how happy you are to see Rubik up there in most picked.
I mean, it's just a great hero. I think it's one of the most fun designs that we have in Dota. Just overall an awesome hero. And, you know, at TI, when the stakes are high and like everything, you're feeling under pressure, one of the ways you normally deal with Rubik is by covering your spells. Like, you'll throw Ravage and then quickly Anchor Smash. But, you know, when you're on the main stage, when there's so many things going through your mind, that's when you slip up, that's when you forget. And that's what makes those really iconic Rubik moments where you have these amazing steals.
I feel like Earthshaker and Tidehunter have really solidified their positions here at TI. You've seen those Echoes and you've seen those Ravages, but what about that Mirana? Mirana is third, and we haven't seen too much of Mirana here. You know, Moon Meander played her, but what about Mirana?
It's just
not so sure. Yeah, flexible, I guess.
Flexible hero, has been constantly a solid roamer, has been played on mid for a couple of TIs as well, as a counter to Razor and some other heroes, but overall I am a little bit surprised by Mirana. I guess the teamfight composition that she brings, the teamfight help with going in and scouting and also having the invisibility ultimate comes in handy, but I wouldn't have guessed. Like
Also,
that's one I wouldn't.
Mirana was one of the few heroes in TI1. If
there
we're
you go,
including
that's
TI1 data, there was like 30 heroes or something in the pool, and I just remember seeing a lot of Mirana. Every single game was like offlane Mirana, because there was just no offlaner. So
I'm also thinking it might be like a mid-player thing, right? Mid-players are cocky, TI is the place to prove yourself. You want to play Mirana, show that you can land the arrows. This used to be a topic that you talked about a lot, I think, before, where it's like, I'm a better Mirana than you, or I'm a better Shadow Fiend than you. And I think that hero, since it's been able to, you know, last through the mid days, become a support and still remain popular, that probably explains why it has such high pick rate.
Interesting. On the opposite hand, all three of you were wondering who the most the unpicked heroes in TI. Let's take a look at that one. Boom. For this TI, we still have so many heroes left unpicked.
That's my pop stack every single day.
Quake was crying at home right now. That's his heroes. Broodmother, Huskar, Lone Druid.
Yeah.
He would have single-handedly fixed this.
Yeah, he even plays some Zeus.
Yeah, he does. These are his heroes.
Wow.
And I think if you make him play support, he might play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I could see it, yeah.
I'm a little surprised there's been no Spirit Breaker myself. I think that's one hero I thought at least I would get like even like 5 or 6 games in the group stage. But
PSG, they played it on mid even.
Yeah,
like,
they were
just a couple of weeks ago.
They were picking it like every
back
game.
to coaching.
Now, what about Omni Knight? Omni Knight was getting... I would say that Omni Knight was spammed a lot in the last couple of months leading up to TI. What happened to that guy?
I think he got ice frogged.
He got really ice frogged.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So his
to him?
Heavenly Grace was basically uncounterable because you couldn't purge it and it provided a lot of status resistance. And then Ice Frog decided, you know what, I don't want to see Omni Knight at TI, so he made it purgeable, which suddenly made an uncounterable skill very easily counterable by a lot of counterpicks. So it kind of killed the hero.
There's always a little bit of a TI meta. I feel like you do see some of the exciting, the Shakers, the Enigmas get buffed before TI, and then these Omni repelling someone. That's boring. Naga, kind of boring. Let's nerf these heroes. You know, we don't want to see them at TI. Let's make sure we get the Shakers, the Tide Hunters, the Rubiks, the fun flash.
The more
heroes.
fun heroes.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for that. The meta is definitely more exciting. And so far, the games, this TI has blessed us with some good dotes. We haven't seen the snowbally 13, 14, 15-minute games. It's very competitive, and the meta is very interesting. Even if you think about the group stages, every single team brought something different. To each team its own, they had their own identity and their own meta, which obviously has morphed into something more crystallized after the group stages, but it's been fun to watch. Funky. It's if I imagine Yabzor, that's his hero. That's literally it. He doesn't care about utility. Orb of Corrosion, Skadi.
Yeah.
That's all he needs. I'm a carry.
I would say the other kind of cool fun thing we've seen is the Dawnbreaker come out, particularly the way OG used it mid. I think there was this idea that it could be like an offlaner or a support, and well, VP also used it as a carry. So I think seeing how VP and OG have used Dawnbreaker has been really impressive this TI.
Yeah, and I think with the way it looked, at least in the series yesterday, it seemed to match extremely well against the Spirits. And every single series I look at now, like it seems like the teams are, we need to draft some sort of Spirit. It's either Earth, or sorry, it's either Storm, Ember, or
Just
Void Spirit.
not Earth.
Every single game. Yeah, no Earth Spirit, unfortunately, but who knows? They might come out. It's not a bad hero in the mid lane, but you need to have a player for it. So maybe Thompson. Could be eyeing it up. But
Maybe Thompson, Earth Spirit. Well, everybody, we just wanted to let you know that there are a little bit of technical difficulties in the pods. We will be fixing that and get right back to the games.